banned.
What volume would you like, lads? Would you like game sound? Because we're just in the draft. Yeah, I don't know what's happening. TNC, they've shown a couple times throughout the major qualifiers that they have tried to run the morph Earthshaker. So I wonder if this is why we're already seeing the Earthshaker getting banned out from Boom ID. Potentially, you know, I think the first game they played against, I think it was Ardre. I can't remember what team actually, but yeah, I know they did run the Morph Earthshaker, so seems like a couple of teams are kind of going back to, I mean, that's what TNC won their first major off, this classic combo. So maybe they're just making sure they're at least getting rid of the Morph Earthshaker potential that they have shown to still play around, but seem too low. When you get in game, it's just a draft, man, so you can't hear any game sound. Like, it's just the music right now. I can blast the music if you want. Like, is that better?
TNC Predators turn to ban.
It's all good, brother. It'll be good when we get in. Trust. We're not hearing any game sounds just yet. No one's battling it out. But they're gonna get rid of KP's Omni as well. So they don't really target ban March throughout this. So they're gonna get really anything they want. Snapfire is still in the pool as well. So let's see if TNC take it out potentially. You know, maybe they want...
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, Boom do have first pick, so if that is available, they're just going to snatch that straight away. Fabi Ducks Unite. They'll get rid of the AO. Okay. So maybe they're looking for... I mean, a lot of IO potentially morphling early. Just AA feels really good against what TNC really like to run. So they do keep that Snapfire in the pool, though. A couple of times we've seen Lich and Enchantress getting banned out through the early phase as well. I'm very surprised Boom actually don't really target March as heroes, so
10 seconds remaining.
We'll see what they want to actually open up with, considering... Is it the Snap? It is. Alright. I reckon it's the March Chen. They got a lot going for them now. I mean, March can play either the Chen, the Enchantress, they love their IO, you know, Lich Enchantress is still there. Like, there's a lot of openers that TNC can go for right now. But I don't know about you guys, but the Snapfire... This has to be probably one of the cutest characters in the game. If I see this hero get picked up, look at those googly eyes. I don't know. It just makes me feel all freaking warm and fuzzy. It just shows this is going to be a good day for Dota, to say the least. I don't know. Snapfire is such a fun hero to watch to play. And TNT, they're actually going to go for the Oracle here. So I guess with the Ancient Apparition ban, kind of increasing the value of the Oracle so they don't get the Ice Blast at least. I don't think, you know, at least this does potentially set up for a Huskar down the track. You know, I don't think they'll go for it this early, and they're actually just going to already pick up the mid laner in the Templar Assassin. So Armel's hero, I mean, Armel is incredibly strong on the TA. I wonder if Boom ID right now are just going to go for like a Razor, you know, Viper, a Huskar, anything. You know, there are so many heroes right now that deal relatively well through the to deal with the TA. I think Razor by far is one of the best.
Radiant team banned.
Ooh, all right. This is also a pretty good hero against TA. Very single target orientated, so you don't deal well with the illusions at all. I mean, right now, literally none of the heroes from TNC deal with them. So, with the TA already getting picked up, it kind of gets rid of the, like, they still will ban the Lesh. We'll probably see them ban the Timber as well, just in case. I mean, Timber deals with the Phantom Lancer illusions. You destroy Snapfire because his strength. And TNC are actually the ones to ban the Huskar. I mean, it could have worked. They can't pick it up. That's the only issue because they already have the mid lane hero. So they're going to at least get rid of the counter to TA mid. The good thing about this hero is that you can pick TA so early and you're still able to fall back to the jungle and get your farm. Like, even if you don't have the greatest laning matchup, you are still able to get something across the map. I've seen a couple of lifestealer bans into PL as well. The reason is it's kind of... the hero has... The attack speed bonus with Maelstrom is actually a decent way to deal with the illusions throughout the kind of mid game, but then late game is really when you start to have issues, but you kind of come online just a little bit earlier. I do think TA is probably, the Timber is probably the best way to deal with them, but you know, who knows, they might they might still TNC ban out the Razor, like they've already gotten rid of one of the big counters to the TA throughout the laning stage. I think Razor by far is the best hero throughout the entirety of the game against a Templar Assassin. Like, the hero heavily relies on his physical damage, so being able to just drain all of this, and if you have a stun to be able to set up and allow you to steal that damage. I'm a huge fan of Wyvern with Razor together, or like Bane with Razor. It's the same thing, you know, you get the Nightmare, you get the Winter's Curse, and just a very long duration for you to be able to get the static link drain. So we could see it's a very good game for both teams, honestly. You know, probably favors Boom a little more. But there's a lot still left open. It's very early on to see what teams want to go for. I'm still kind of intrigued about you know, we've seen a lot of Tims playing roaming heroes.
TNC
They banned out the Beastmaster, okay. Alright, so they're going to pick up the Pango here. So they can't really Bloodseeker with the position 1 getting picked up with the Phantom Lancer, so they feel safe with the Pango. And they just get rid of someone with a magic immune BKB piercing ulti. Yeah, the miner gives out DPC points, yeah. If you check on the Liquipedia page, it'll let you know how much.
10.
I can do that now, actually. There you go. It'll briefly say, but not. I don't think it says too much though. Okay. Well, it's a hero that deals relatively well with illusions, especially if you go Maelstrom. And KP is pretty nutty on the hero. Actually, KP likes to go like Soul Ring, Vlad's. He really wants to go like these kind of utility team fight, and then he might go back for Maelstrom afterwards. It just depends if they don't really have a way to deal with the illusions, and it looks like they're going to completely shy away from the Timber, which is kind of interesting considering. I guess they can still flex the Pango, but even then.
TNC Predators turn.
There's the Wyvern, okay. We brought up how I like the Wyvern against the TA. I think it works really well, and it still sets them up for a Razor potentially coming through, so I think TNC have to be wary of that. I don't know. This is a great hero against the Pangolier as well, just kind of negating a lot of his Rolling Thunder to go through the curse. What is this? A Tim's Park, I think? Yeah, because they already got the mid, they're going to put KP. I mean, I guess we have seen Pango kind of be played as a flex, but I think you go for the Razor here. They don't have a lot of ways to actually hold the Razor in place. The coil is really nice, but if it's a 4 puck, you're not going to get BKB too fast, and the Razor is going to be a hero that lanes really well versus the TA. You have the Wyvern to already set up to steal all the damage like we spoke about earlier. I mean, it just looks so good right now if they do go Razor. It's also going to be a hero that can come online a little bit before the PL and make some space for him potentially. It's just going to slow that Templar Assassin timing down, and I don't know if TNC have the answers right now to deal with the Phantom Lancer. The Swashbuckle was decent, like I said, if he goes Maelstrom. Puck's usually a pretty good way, but here very heavily relies on levels to be able to have that nuke and AoE damage to deal with the illusions early.
TNC Predators turn.
Interesting Centaur. So I guess they can still play. I mean, Snapfire Centaur's a good lane. Even they go Wyvern Centaur's a really good lane as well. So anything that Boom really want to go for here, I mean, their lanes are really incredibly strong, and it's just going to allow them to kind of take whatever fight they want to. This is the power of the Centaur. I mean, FBZ is very, very strong on the hero. I know Boom love to pick it around him. And just the fact that Stampede offers you so much, they will ban the Razor. So I'm still slightly surprised they didn't go for their mid lane hero now, instead of going for it last, considering now it gives TNC a slot to still ban that out. But they're looking for their Gabby hero right now, something, I mean, I think Lifestealer, but Wyvern's really good against the hero. This is the issue, like, there's not a lot of position 1s right now that heavily deal with the Phantom Lancer illusions, and that's the worry. Like, they could still Timber 1. Let's see if they do. It's a good Timber game, man. It is really good. They don't have burst. But that being, like, your win conditions now all on the Templar Assassin, and you got to end early if you do that route. Gabby Lesh is banned. It would have been a good pick here, though. Really good pick. We could see Boom go... I mean, Viper's still in the pool if they want to. Batrider is a really good laner versus the TA, and you already have your win condition in the Phantom Lancer, so if you can just make space for him.
5
But
seconds remaining. TNC Predators
they're gonna conquer. Okay, so more catch for the puck. Really good team fight as well. They had some decent catch right now, but it's just a strong laner, one that's going to be able to make rotations, kind of be that front line, and it's very difficult for TNC to take towers. And I wonder if they're lacking a little bit of damage right now on TNC. You know, they need to get Blink Deso for TA, and then once they get that, they should be fine. But you know, the Conquer's just going to be able to tank them up. Like they've really tanky on Boom, and the team fight's going to be great with the combo. I think you Timber, man. Timber looks so freaking good. 3 strength heroes, deals with the PL illusions. Wyvern doesn't have any damage. The only issue with it is the fact that, like I said, it's a position 1, but they're gonna monkey, okay.
You may now select your heroes.
It's a good lane matchup. Very good lane matchup versus the Centaur. My only issue is the fact that you can kind of just kite his Wukong's command. Like, that's kind of the issue with the hero, is the fact that whenever you pop, you know, you have Stampede, you just completely disengage. So they're going to be heavily reliant around Puck being able to control someone through the Wukongs. Like, if they don't get that combo with the Coil Wukongs, it's going to be very easy to disengage, which I'm a little worried about. What's good, Hollow, man? How you doing? I don't know, this monkey is... It's quite... Like, it's more physical damage into the Wyvern, which is my only issue, and he doesn't deal with the Phantom Lancer too well. So I think TNC are banking on their timing around getting like Blink Deso on TA. The good thing is that TA's laning stage is decent against Conquer. Like, it's not these hard counters that you see throughout the laning stage. I really like Boom's draft, man. I think it ticks all the boxes. They're going to be able to, you know, keep PL alive. I honestly, they don't have enough AoE damage to kill the Phantom Lancer. It's going to come down to the fact if TNC can... They need to control them through the Wukong's command with the coil, otherwise these team fights are going to be so incredibly awkward to take fights. And the good thing is that their laning stage should be pretty decent. I mean, PL is kind of a mediocre laning stage, doesn't really bully you out. And your off lane, you know, it's going to be, what, a Centaur Snapfire, I believe, going up against a Monkey, who's a very good lane-dominating hero. So I think TNC very heavily have to hit this like 20-25 minute timing where they're just, you know, they got Blink Deso. Probably, I mean, you're going to need a BKB this game without a doubt for the Templar Assassin. So if they're unable to hit this timing, then I really favor the Radiant lineup if they're able to make it to the late game. And the fact that they're just going to be so incredibly tanky. Like, you know, we see a lot of the time the Conquers just going, you know, in double bracer. Like, Halberd is so beautiful this game. Like, this is such an incredible Halberd game, to say the least. You know, relies on his right clicks. Would not be surprised if he even goes at first item, without a doubt. And I'm a little worried that if TNC, they're just going to make it out of laning stage. That's the main thing. Get out of there. Try and get your farm. See if they can enable the Templar Assassin. Maybe make some stacks. Are they going to... What do we got here? We're going to start the Monkey bot. Do they... Okay, so Monkey would have done fine against Centaur. He can still go back top, which, you know, probably is no doubt, but I think they can lane it either way. This is the power of the Monkey King. My mic's muted in Dota 2 client because I'm not in the I'm not in the lobby, so no one can hear me. That's why. Because I can't join the lobby as a spectator.
The battle begins.
Unfortunately, brother. Alright, what do we got? Yeah, this is kind of the power of the Monkey. Like, you can literally have any lane that you really want. You just... It's such a lane-dominating hero against melee matchups. Very similar to, like, Ursa, to Starladder, Lifestealer, Slark. All these, like, melee matchups you really excel in. But, you know, I've kind of been starting to see Monkeys go for, like, a 2-0-2 build and then maxing out the Primal Spring. It just gives you some farming potential. Like, the 2-0-2 is very nice for your laning stage and kill threat. But then it gets to the stage where, like, are you really going to be able to get the farm after that laning stage? That's the question. So it's going to be interesting to see how Gabby wants to choose this game. The good thing is that Yeah, this is a stat fire. Oof, nice to know. I'm a huge fan of stat fire with a melee hero, of course. It just naturally works in their favor. You want the melee hero to be on top of them. It just makes it easier to get these cookie stuns. So Oracle does have to be very careful with his positioning. Like, they don't have a lot of control coming through. And Centaur should be able to stack up these retaliate stacks pretty heavily, but this mid lane, Makoto already having a pretty good start, but it's very early. It's nothing too much to say. We'll see. The difficult thing is the fact that Conker's got 3 armor, so the side blade's not really having any effect because it's pure damage, of course, but who has better late game? Radiant, definitely. Radiant's late game. Wyvern's going to be able to scale even as a position 5. Like, I think we're still seeing a lot of Wyverns as a 5 just go for that damage talent. It's just the curse is so good this game, I don't know. But yeah, it's going to get to the stage where Conker can't really harass out that mid lane too much because of refraction, so it really is annoying. But as long as he tanks up and tries to just get whatever he can, and he's a hero that's going to be able to make a lot of space. Like, Templar Assassin's very similar to like a mag being played mid. You kind of just want these 2 items, you know, Blink Echo for the mag, Blink Deso for the TA, and then that's really when you start showing up the fights. You know, TA can kind of come, you know, join a little earlier if you do get that Blink first item, but even then, both these players, you know, the good thing is Makoto actually mid might be in some trouble here. She's that Koro. I guess unfortunately it didn't have the refraction bonus damage though, but you see already how much he's doing. I wonder if he... See, I wonder how much value a Ring of Protection is for that mid lane matchup. Like, it's kind of course, like I said, you know, the side blades being pure, so the protection isn't going to help too much, but even against, you know, the normal right clicks or anything like that, it could be interesting. Can you explain a little bit about the ward's position? It's a best of 3. What ward? What, these? I mean, it's just giving you a rune ward to start to see. I mean, rune ward's very almost super important considering you see the haste. If Conker's able to get this maybe a little later with level 6, then he just gets a kill in literally any lane he wants to. And he just puts it on the high side as well, just in case we see a rotation from the Snapfire, because, you know, this is going to be the hero that rotates mid. Like, it won't be the Winter Wyvern. Snapfire is going to enable a potential stun. Makoto mid's got to be really careful, man. Oof. Let's have another self to work with, but this might be a heavy commitment. Instead, First Blood apologies up to that northern side here, so we'll be able to find Oracle, looks like, with that Snapfire cookie just able to get on top. So I thought we were going to potentially see Armel being able to style over with the side blades here, so even then, heal. A little low here. They do have really good ways to deal with the illusions throughout, I'd say, the pre, like, 15-20 minutes, and I wonder if he goes... I mean, it doesn't seem like a great hood game, though, because, you know, KP, the swashbuckle, is very, very physical reliant. T2 is. And it just gets to the stage where... actually, bot, Kezku. They do have 2 in Splinter Blast. Tims doesn't have a point in phase shift, so they might have been able to kill him, actually, with Spirit Lance, but looks like Tims will be fine. So Park's very reliant on his levels. A hero that gets his damage from his abilities, and also that's where you get your kind of, you know, your wave clear, your survivability. Literally everything on Park is very reliant on your levels. So for them to deal with the Phantom Lancer, I'm intrigued to see if, you know, KP also goes for a Maelstrom. The past couple of times I've seen KP play this Pangolier, he likes to go like Tread, Soul Ring into Vlad, so that's probably not going to be as good of a way to actually deal with the Phantom Lancer illusions. But, you know, if it does get to that stage where they need it, we'll see how they want to itemize around it. But another kill him. Whoops. Not going to miss this one though. Make sure we ain't going to miss jack shite now. Is he going double bracer? That's right. Like I said, just tanking up. I mean, the fact that Conker's got 1200 HP already at this stage in the game is just so difficult to bring down. Like, even though he's playing around half HP. So it looks like all the lanes right now from TNC are going incredibly well. And this is kind of what we spoke about. The fact that they need these lanes to go swimmingly for them. Because they're going to have to hit this 20-minute timing where they are just so far ahead. Have this cookie available if they want to get aggressive here. He's up with the stun. They're going to have the hoof stomp follow up as well. It's a lot of damage thanks to Retaliate, and they will be able to get this kill. So Gabby's going to end up falling here. March just doesn't have enough protection to keep him alive there. Who got the bounties though? Like a couple for each. I think, is there still one up? Yeah, there is. So 2 for 2. A piece even there, but I'd love to see them try and get a sentry around mid now. I mean, as soon as Armel, the Templar Assassin, hits this level 6, he might actually be able to kill Makoto here. It's going to try and rotate over. Needs the cookie to be able to help out here. Except for the stun. Instead, uses on himself, man. That could have been risky if he doesn't make it up to the high ground there, then Conker just dies. This has to be a sentry. Okay, it looks like it is. You just see, I mean, 2 traps and they literally almost kill him. Now FBZ's gonna fall. Gabby. Jingu boundless. You love to see it. What's good, Copper? How you doing, man? Yeah, he's losing CS, and this is kind of the issue that, you know, TA can out harass you mid lane because the Tidebringer is a very good way to deal with someone like that. But, you know, going against the hero that has this refraction protection, and you don't have a lot of way to actually deal with the instances as well. Like, I guess you can X into torrent, but it's so much mana. Like, what is that, 140 mana, and Conker doesn't have the greatest mana pool. So then you do see the CS is going very well in the favor of the Templar Assassin, and this is why I was very surprised about them picking the Centaur before their mid lane matchup. Like, they had multiple chances for them to deal with the Templar Assassin with their picks. I mean, what, they second picked TA from TNC, and they just didn't get the, you know, the big lane counter to the hero. Like, they do have the Wyvern and the PL, which late game, if they get there, is really, really, really good. But now you see that TA's got a free laning stage, and it's just got a couple of stacks as well to fall back on. And, you know, this is the good thing about the Templar Assassin, is that even if you excel in some of these matchups, now, like your position 4, we said Tim's very reliant on getting levels. So now the fact that the Templar Assassin is going to be able to fall back to the jungle, and then you just give solo experience and solo gold as well over to the POC. And, you know, that's a hero if you get Aghanims this game. We spoke about how important it is to control them through the Wukong's command, but so they're going to get aggressive actually back onto the Monkey King. A little bit of damage coming through. He does have the max retaliate stacks already, so Gabby does have to be careful trying to take this man fight right now. But even then, I mean, he has gone for the 303 build. Is this... what's this? He does have treads coming out as well. Yeah, Razor would have been pretty decent. I mean, it's fine. Like, I think you Boom are very, very... they need to try and protect Dreamer Cell, though. Because they don't really have a stun for Tim's. I guess this is another thing, though. Like, catching the puck is very difficult. They don't have the greatest initiation. It's no, like, I mean, yes, once you get Blink on the Centaur, it's going to be pretty decent, but even then, FBZ actually does have Stampede. Might be forced to use it here. Gabby's just nice jukes, trying to do whatever he can. He does have the phase. I mean, if he can hold out, oh no, pops the Stampede. A little bit extra damage, looks like he'll be fine. But meanwhile, down bot though, they'll find the puck. AP is going to be the next target, but the Swashbuckle will give him some distance to make it back near the tier 1 tower. So forced to pop the Stampede, does keep himself alive, and they're going to get a kill down bot as well. So, then how is this Phantom Lancer going? I'm actually... so, wait, where's the last hits? Let's see. He's kind of struggling right now, actually. Penguin's having a really good time. I guess it just comes down to the fact that the Wyvern laning stage, harassing you, you're not really at a par as some of these other supports, and it'll hide. We'll make it down to the low ground, though, but I think they'll have the damage with March 2 points and a flame, so... I'd say if you're a TNC fan, you are very, very happy with how this is going. And they've already going to have a triple stack, potentially, for the Ancients. It is a pretty strong initiation, but it's not like... But against the Puck is it's difficult, because Puck can just go yours if he wants to. You can phase shift dodge it as well, because the invulnerability. So, and here we go. Like, Tim's is just going to get some solo time mid, which is... You know, the fact that he's already going to be level 5.5... 9 minutes in, so there's a good chance they don't even need to give the tome over to him. And, you know, a quick look at the experience. There you go, Radiant. Both the supports now are level 4 considering Dire. They're both 5, so and they have this 2,000 gold net worth advantage. It's actually a fair bit early on. Like the fact that you take a look, or they got the net worth lead in all the cores right now, and it's kind of showing with how much farm they're getting across the map. So right now, I mean, TNC are playing this laning stage incredibly well. The fact that Boone, you know, the top side was probably the lane to go decent, you know, the Centaur being able to get the kill onto the Monkey, but it's at this stage now where that 20-minute timing, man, you know, a little bit after, it depends how fast TA really gets this farm. Blink Deso, it's going to be worrisome, because, you know, by then Phantom Lancer's not going to have enough items, and it's really just up to the Centaur to be able to kind of take towers with their Retaliate. I mean, you already see Armel slowly starting to put pressure on the map, and it looks like they'll force at least the top side, so as long as they can trade towers, it's going to be a little bit better. But nice use of the Boundless Strike. Can they get this before? They can't. Okay. So both outposts going to get claimed from Dire. I mean, this is just a little bit more experience, man, considering increasing that little lead that they have. Really looking good for them right now, but Radiant, they're content. If they can make it to the late game, you know, everything's going to be well set out. KP has got the Javelin as well. Let's see if it's just straight into the Maelstrom. I don't think he'd have it already. It's a bit early. He's got Tread, so... We brought up the fact that he likes to go Tread, Soul Ring, Vlads, and I think that this itemization, it's just setting up potentially for a Maelstrom to come to help deal with the Phantom Lancer illusion. So they're recognizing that the win condition right now from Boom ID is the Phantom Lancer. Like, that's how they win this game. So they're going to need to itemize to deal with the hero. And the issue is they don't have the greatest way to do this, but... At least they're, you know, still a very good start. Net worth lead, and the Templar Assassin is getting a lot out the map, considering he's about to have Desolator completed, and you know they can take Rosh at a very good timing, considering they have the Pangolier. What is he max? So he's gone 402. A lot of times I've seen the Pango go like a 404 build. It just gives you so much Rosh taking potential. Is he gonna go Vanguard or? Alright, so he does have Vanguard, okay. I mean, how many points in Cold Embrace? He's got 1, so they're going to keep Kesku down at this bottom side. The good thing is that Radiant, once it gets to the stage, like Centaur, they are very tanky, so I think you just try and tank up as much as possible, so when TNC start to go for the kind of that 20-25 minute, you know, push down towers with these items, as long as you're just super tanky, TNC just might lack a little bit of damage, but like I said, if they can just get the coil into Wukong's command, that's where we're going to see a lot of their damage come from him. They're going to try and smoke up and make something happen, potentially get a kill into a tier 1 tower. Dream Missile's got to be very careful with his positioning. They're not ready set up in the meantime, though. They're able to find Tim's down, but Statfire's going to TP in the mid lane instantly, so I love this movement. I mean, they get a kill. Recognize that no one was helping out Tim's. They're already showing Monkey Top, so, you know, 2 heroes missing on the map. You know they're making at least some movement. They want to try and use his ulti as well. The fact that you can either just put the Conqueror, the Centaur mid, like both these heroes are such good tower defenders, and they are going to have to do something. You don't want to let this tier 1 tower fall this early. I'm surprised they're not set up just yet. Forcing that Glyphs is pretty important when I don't think TNC have any way to actually be able to get that. I feel like Boom, they've just got to keep FBZ here, I believe. Even the Wyvern, like this is a hero that's very good at being able to just protect the towers. You know, with Splinter Blast, he's already maxed out. You know, Wyvern can either take pretty much this dead lane down bot, and you kind of just sit in the trees, you know, very similar to how a Treant Protector plays. And I think that's what he was doing beforehand. So, his net worth lead not growing too much. It looks like the Radiant cores are starting to catch back up. You see the Conqueror second in net worth. And what is Conqueror actually going? So, he does have the Shadow Blade queued up into that Halberd. You know, we spoke about how incredibly strong the Halberd is going to be this game. The status resistance doesn't do too much considering, but you can never honestly say no to a little bit of status resistance. In my opinion, probably one of the most broken mechanics in the game. Still mid lane though. Wanting to put pressure on Radiant. Just trying to sit behind FBZ here. I mean, Armo's just going to run up and hit the tower, man. And FBZ's going to take a fair bit of damage right now. They need to all be grouped up here. At least a couple more heroes in the area. TA loses the refraction. It actually will be fine, however. Going to rotate a couple more heroes. There is an Echo Saber and Shadow Blade now getting picked up. Monkey with one. Conquer with the other. So let's see maybe if we can get the initiation, but I love how they are still kind of hanging around the area. Armo recognizes how important this tower is. They need to take objectives before the Phantom Lancer starts to get these items. And it looks like 5 heroes from TNC. They really want to try and take the fight, but there is a nice observe ward off to the eastern side here. So Boom well aware of what's going on, but Phantom Lancer is going to get caught out here. Coil, Wukong's command. It will snap here. Do they have the chain lock to actually hold him in place? However, a little bit of space. Looks like with the Rolling Thunder off to the side, KP is going to try and create some chaos here, but now they get the X with the Rolling Thunder on cooldown. He's already used that Swashbuckle as well. Get some magic immunity. FBZ's going to try and catch him on the backline as well. Templar Assassin control. So has a little bit of refraction to work around with, so they're not doing a whole lot of damage right now, but it looks like with the curse, it's going to hold the puck in place, but maybe this is just space for Radiant to disengage, so no one dies. But honestly, I think TNC are pretty content with that. They get the tier 1 tower. Who do we X back though? Looks like it's the Oracle with the Mortimer Kisses. Nice use of the protection from the magic now, and it looks like with the ultimate, Armel might be able to turn around. Centaur, relatively tanky, but it won't be enough with the Cold Embrace. Comes a little too late, and now Makoto got the Shadow Blade. Trying to catch him on the backline. No detection coming through right now. Looks like it was Radiant Sentry in fact. So, Puck actually heavily commits for this. They'll get the combination off, and maybe Tim steps a little bit too far here. Billy's going to take a while to come back off cooldown, so Alright, a 1-for-1. You do lose the centaur over the puck though, but like I said, I'd say you're pretty happy honestly for TNC. Like, you don't get kills, but you take this tier 1 tower and you see how important it is for them. You know, just getting tower after tower. Now it opens up and kind of allows you to take Roche mainly. I mean, you still have this tier 1 top, but I think it's more the fact that Phantom Lancer is just slowly suffocating him in one portion of the map here. See, he does have Diffusal Blade. What did KP go as well? Alright, he's got Maelstrom, but uh-oh, they find him top. As the Swashbuckle available if you can get off in time, but it looks like instead they'll bring him down. Nice use of the Retaliate stacks. That's a big kill for them. It's gonna give them a little bit more time to get these items. I don't know if they can get the outpost though. He's level 9, so he's doing reasonably well. They're a bit of gold to work around with too if they just want to drop the coil solo onto hide. We've got the Dragon Scale. Take a look real quick when we get a chance about the neutral items. It's a sec, because I think we might see a little bit of engagement here. You see kind of the combo that they're trying to attempt. You know, the curse into the kisses, maybe the conquer combination as well, but... Alright, let's take a look real quick. 3 items. I mean, Imclaw on tier, man, she's going to hit incredibly hard. Radiant Arc trying to bring up a couple of heroes here if they want to try and take this fight. Even then, dude, the Dragon Scale is so incredibly good. I mean, more armor. They got the Keen Optic as well. You see Kezki wanted the Optic, but he already tried to TP down. So yeah, I mean, more armor, which is so strong against 2 heavy physical damage dealing cores, and you know the fact that Armel already has the minus armor. But here we go. Blink Deso, 16 minutes into the game. Armel being top of the net worth, farming up incredibly well so far. They do have the dude. The clumsy net was so good on the Pango. I wonder if they still give it to him, considering it's still not the worst item, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't work in Ultimate anymore. It was very similar to how the Yule Scepter worked, if I remember correctly, but I think they did change this pretty recently, so even then though. Right now, I mean, I wonder if they just give Puck this bottom wave, or top. Either one I think is fine. Yeah, mainly top is kind of this dead lane where Dai don't really want to play, so we see Tim's... If he can start getting these items in, it looks like they really just want the initiation, and we kind of saw it how they played down bot. You know, they tried to... They didn't get much out of it, but you see that, you know, the coil into the Wukong's command, that's really how they have to set up the fights, and I mean, they're just going to try and Roche. Radiant, they don't have vision in the area right now. They do scan, however. Is this a good fight for them to take, however? They're going to try and scout this out. FBZ doesn't have Blink, unfortunately, but I guess with the illusions, they'll be able to reveal what's going on, so Roche doesn't fall too low just yet. This is level 2 Wukongs as well, so you got to be careful of this. FBZ far on the front line here. Armel's going to try and just chip him down a little bit. Might actually end up falling with the Con Embrace, with like a cookie on the back line, so a little bit of protection coming through. What's the cooldown on that? 15 as well, so they force them out here, but I mean, they got a really nice ward on the back line here. KP's going to run up. They get the X. Should be fine if he's able to get the ultimate off in the meantime, but now they're going to Stampede and try and disengage and reach connect on the fight here. Curse taunts up 3. They're going to be able to get the boat follow-up as well with the Mortimer Kisses here. Oracle's going to get brought down before he can get the defense abilities to keep anyone alive. Coil, Wukong's man, incredible positioning right now from TNC and Armel straight on top of the Phantom Lance, so they're able to bring him down. Mikoto with the Shadow Blade. They do have dust protection now, but Kezku can get the Cold Embrace off in the meantime. A quick blink forward, assassinates the Winter Wyvern. That's a dieback for him, and now Mikoto as well. Nice use of the Snapfire Cookie, but TNC, they're going to try and chase up the high ground here. He's got the Crimson Guard, but it's just not enough. They're 2 for 3 so far. Looks like boom. Can they chase anything more? However, without the blink, they won't be able to get the stun. It's an ultra kill from Armel. What an incredible fight for them to take, and even without the ward on the high ground, that's a dieback for the Wyvern. They're just going to be able to go back to Roche and even, you know, finish this tier 2 tower as well if they want to. That's exactly the fight they need. The blink from Tim's finding the coil into the Wukong's command, and PL just doesn't have the items right now, and TNC is showing, man, you know, they give this Templar Assassin over to Armel, and if you don't counter the hero, he's going to make a lot happen across the map. Already top of the net worth, being that for the entirety of the game now, and he's going to have ages to work around with the next fight. He'll have BKB as well. The fact that they use Stampede a little early makes this... FBZ actually. And Tim's has coil back up now. Cookie's not going to be enough to keep him alive. He's pretty tanky with the Crimson even then. But is this enough to help out here? Looks like Dire without the Templar Assassin, just lacking a little bit of damage. So that's Space who gives it down. They actually might still be able to kill him. AP didn't get that last roll back, so even then. I appreciate all the follows, guys. Thank you, man. I do see you all. Hope everyone's enjoying. Thank you all for tuning in. And get some water in while I wait. He's going Maelstrom, okay. So this is what the treads Vlads we were talking about. It just allows them to tank up, and I think TNC just gonna try and regroup, get this BKB next on the Templar Assassin. Looks like Monkey's even, I mean, he's got a Maelstrom Radiance queued up, so, and I kind of like the item build from Gabby. I mean, I'm not a huge fan of Radiance on Monkey, or, you know, Maelstrom's pretty decent because it gives you a lot of damage and wave clear. I've kind of actually been seeing a lot of Monkeys go for that 20 talent for the Primal Spring, but it's a little late to, at least you get the Maelstrom earlier for your farming speed. But the Radiance is, you see how they're itemizing. They recognize that the Phantom Lancer is really the win condition right now from Radiant, but Dream Missile just hasn't been able to get anything really across the map, and that's kind of the issue we're seeing right now. Does he have BKB right now? Where is he? Alright, so he's got BKB. Just gonna go Butterfly next too. So I mean, really, do they have the Halberd yet on Conquer? They do. Okay, so this is a big item. No, I'm not from Brisbane.
Radiant's top tower is under
Close though. Alright, Blink Sentinel. Halberd as well. This is difficult to take the fight. They're gonna smoke up. I don't think they had any vision right there. Not next to the observer board. They don't have the Monkey King. Does have a TP to drone with the outpost. Armel's very far on the front line here. Just gonna try and set up, but here comes the TP already. I mean, Armel, quick blink away, is gonna be fine. And now they get the curse. Taunts up 2 on the backline as well. Centaur's going to try and bring down the Oracle to start the fight, but March will end up falling here. They pop the Stampede now. Where's the Coil? Wukong's command. A buyback's going to come through. They'll try and deal with the Snapfire off to the backline here, but a nice cold embrace. Armel's already popped the BKB on the first life, however, but it looks like he'll shred through the Snapfire. Tries to get the cookie on the high ground, but now they don't have the T1 tower protection. A nice stun. Kescute's going to get brought down, and TNC, what more can they hunt? Looks like Makoto, oh, actually, down to the southern side here. Phantom Lancer controlled. Do they have the chain locked down to keep him in place, however? Makes it up to the high ground. He does still have some one charges, so he's going to be fine. I mean, I don't know. What do they catch here? Conker, Makoto losing the mana, losing the health as well. He needs to get the boat off for the run. It looks like with the Halberd, TA's damage potential will fall off, but still the Boundless Strike with the Jingu Sack. Conker somehow still alive, but they will be able to bring him down. KP with the Swashbuckle. I don't know what business Boom have to try and defend that T1 tower like that. Like, what are they doing? I just... Like, the way they're using Stampede so aggressively, like you have to hold this. I think they're setting up the fire. I don't think the Oracle is the important one. I guess it, I don't know. It feels like Oracle and Puck, that's it. Like you have to kill these two heroes. I guess if you go on Puck, then Oracle just saves the Puck. So I guess I think it's got to be like a 2-on-2 pair up. But they just don't have like the burst right now, and this is kind of the thing with the initiation. Like, we're not seeing the greatest Winter's Curse into the AoE combos. At least they do. They're not going to get much out of this Aegis. I mean, it is a 5,000 gold net worth lead still. They got a minute 30, so they should be able to get a tier 2 tower still as well. But, you know, Puck's positioning has been flawless. You saw where Oracle was as well. Like, Centaur had to heavily commit on the backline and then Stampede to get out. And we saw the coil at the last second here. Uh-oh, PL. Does he have a TP available? He's going to try and manfight here, but Puck's able to deal with the illusions right now, and it looks like Phantom Lancer, a lot of damage onto Oracle. Will at least find one kill. Dream Missile somehow still alive with the Stampede as well. Gabby might actually end up falling here. Gabby, he's going to die. Phantom Lancer, and now Templar Assassin, forced to pop the BKB, can turn around, hide, will be fine. Alright, Radiant, you got to be careful how far you overstep here. He gets 2 kills. They didn't pop Aegis, but that is a BKB charge, so 8 seconds. At least they might be able to get the tier 1 tower now. Okay. I mean, yeah, your Phantom Lancer dies, but you see what he can do, man. Like, you see, it shows. This hero will get to the stage where they're not going to deal with him, but right now, he's just not there just yet. He just... A little bit more items until he can get there, and he's going to go the heart next. Just need to try and get to that late game, and at least they're going to kind of dodge this first Aegis, so they'll just lose a tier 1 tower, a tier 2 tower, the main thing out of it, and a 3,000 gold net worth lead for the boys over on TNC. What do we got happening? So Armo's actually going to go Butterfly next. I mean, the evasion's really nice. Did you get that? Yeah, Makoto got the big creep. So the evasion's really nice against, of course, a lot of the Conqueror and the Phantom Lancer, but just going to very much highly increase that damage output as well. I wonder if he does go Bloodthorn next, considering. And very good abilities to be stopping for Radiant. And it just, I think it's so important to be able to kill the Wyvern first. I mean, a lot of the time the supports are the person you want to be able to bring down. Because they have the save, you know, the AoE teamfight control as well. But 35 minutes, you reckon PL? I reckon it's going to be a bit, you can get farm by then. How fast is he going actually? Where's the GPM? Doing okay, man. But they need to give him space. And you see Dai really aren't going to let up. They're going to keep trying to put pressuring on the tier 2 tower. Boom might try and take this fight though. They do have pretty decent vision in the area. So scout him out on the high ground. I mean, they don't have the Phantom Lancer, and he definitely has to be here for this fight. Straight onto Oracle. Blink forward, FRZ. Does he have the damage with the Retaliate? Looks like he does. It's a key person to bring down to start the fight. KP's already committed the Rolling Thunder now, and they're going to be forced to disengage. A BKB gets popped. Monkey's going to get control with the Winter Curse. Wyvern will end up falling now, but they're straight on top of Gabby if he can get the ultimate off. Nice attempt with the Mystery Tower with the Coil onto 2 with the Mortimer Kisses. Brady, this could be the fight they're looking for now. TNC, they'll lose 3. Puck, can he disengage? However, looks like he's down to the southern side. Tims does get the TP, but now Armel's in a bit of a tricky spot here. They just need the vision. Epi's able to blink forward still. Oh, they got it. Makoto. Incredible fight from Boom. There you go, baby. There you go. What an engagement from them. They just bring the Oracle down. Stops that save potential. And then what? Oh, Mortimer Kisses in that boat. They just heavily commit on top of each other. These long drawn-out fights very much favor Boom ID. That wasn't even that drawn-out considering, but you get the full use of the rum buff, so just all the damage delay. Phantom Lancer starts to stack up the illusions. You start to burn everyone's mana, man. And the fact that you're able to solo kill someone with FBZ, this is so incredibly important. He's also going for a Halberd as well, so I mean, just more ways to be able to kite up the physical damage that Dire are going to output. And all of a sudden now they've got the net worth lead, and see, Gabby's committed for the Radiance now, so, I mean, this is worrisome. It feels like Radiance... Oh, actually, what do we got? Tims? Duke? Find him. FPZ having a little bit of issues right now with the trees, but it looks like the blink down. Tims will be fine. They do have an Observe Ward very far on the back line. It's going to be fine, though. Alright, so what is... How much gold has he got? 3,100, alright. The important thing is that they have the Halberd now, I think, on the center. Is he going Ags next? He is, okay. Can they delay this game? I don't know if even delaying it for Ags Coil is enough right now. Oh, Radiance is definitely decent. I like the Radiance this game. I don't have anything wrong with it. I think he does need a BKB though next item, and I have to imagine he's going for it. I cannot, like, Radiance makes a lot of sense, without a doubt. But it's just getting to the stage now, like, it might be a little too late, this Radiance. Like, sorry, it might be a bit too greedy. Like, if he goes Maelstrom BKB, you kind of have it around the same time. And if he kind of gets controlled once, then without a BKB, it's going to get difficult. I guess the Radiance does give you some survivability. The evasion is still very, very strong, but the main thing is the fact that, I mean, what, 10-second BKB now on the Conquer? What are the neutral items that we have? TA's got the Quiver, Sliver. Can anyone hold the Willow? I guess not really. What about Radiant though? What does PL got? So PL's got Sliver as well. Dude, they got the This is probably one of the best items on a support, man. The fact that Kezgoot's got a blink as well. He did got the damage too. Okay. So now you have this blink initiation. We've been able to see how, I mean, with that last fight, we haven't seen the greatest curses, but now it's just Kezgoot can play further on the backline and get, you know, the blink forward initiation. To even find the Cold Embrace save as well is going to be super, super nice. And, you know, Boom ID is starting to get really, really tanky. You see 3,300 HP from the Centaur, 2,900 on Conquer. You got to remember the effective HP as well they have coming through from the, you know, the Rum buff, the Crimson, you know, everything like this. And Radiant, they're going to do a cross-map smoke here, try and link up with the boys around that mid lane. They don't have the greatest vision. It looks like just the one around that mid lane. So maybe trying to bait this next potential creep wave coming in. It still looks like TNC. I mean, I feel like you kind of want the Phantom Lancer farming, not in this smoke. He does have the Reaver, so reasonably close towards the heart, but yeah, I think they wasted a little bit of time for the PL. And the good thing is now that Aegis is still up, so TNC still have this big time kind of timing. They can get the Aegis now before Phantom Lancer gets the heart. They're going to be able to melt through these towers. And I don't know if Radiant are really in a position to be able to take this. They can't let this go for free, man. Like, they may have just seen March. They've got to have an understanding that this is going to be up pretty shortly. If they let this go for free, this is just going to kind of widen the game. Once back again for Dire. They're kind of in the area, but it looks like it might be a little too late. They will delay this at least. FBZ has to stampede if they're going to try and get in the area, but looks like it's going to take a little bit too long though. Wukong's man already getting chucked out. Arnold force pop the BKB pretty early here, and now off to the side. Roshan will for Mikoto! Mikoto! He got the ages! Arnold's going to be forced to blink away with the false promise though, betraying himself straight on top of him. They get the rolling thunder, a two-man torrent though. Arnold, does he have enough health to be able to survive this? Back up to full. They'll shred the wyvern, but they can't deal with the Phantom Lancer right now. Disarm, Templar Assassin blinks up in a couple of seconds. We'll be able to make it up. Without the stampede, can they close the distance though? Up to the northern side, Radiant Jab, an incredible Observer Ward, and Dreamer Cell straight on top of him. Uh-oh, they just need the vision right now. Straight out of the meld. Gabby, can he help out though? Oh, Cookie just off the mark. We'll be able to get the blink. Oh, still mid as well. How the hell does Mikoto get the H's there? What just happened? He like Shadow Blade and just walked into Roche. Oh, this is trouble now. This is trouble now for TNC. Ages on Conquer, Heart on Dreamer Cell. A very minimal net worth lead, but what's the probability, man? Yeah, it's gonna start skyrocketing. This could be trouble. Who got cheese? Let's do this instead.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Anyone see cheese? Did they pop it? I don't see cheese, although I'm kind of blind. I guess maybe someone popped it mid. I think the TA did actually, if I remember correctly. But I mean, all right, things for Boom ID. I mean, starting to hit this late game. This was a little far forward though. Looks like he will be fine. Got to back off here. So they popped the stampede. Unfortunate, but Dire. Do they want to try and take the fight here? They're about to get all their ultimates back up. They do have a very nice Observer Ward on the higher ground as well, so this could be a decent place for them to take a fight, but looks like Boom, they're going to make sure they get grouped up before they kind of get picked off. They do have BKB now from Gabby as well. So this 10-second charge, 32 minutes into the game is going to be super important. Yeah, popped it? Yeah, I thought so. I thought so. Oof. I mean, they got the Ags now, Torrent Storm. I have not seen this in a while, but I mean, it's quite nice to just be able to control them throughout the fights. Just the chaos makes it very, very chaotic. And it's going to work really well with the Mortimer Kisses as well. Just this AoE control. You see kind of like how they've been trying to set up with the Curse into Mortimer. Or like the Conquer as well. But Amel does have this Butterfly. He's going to go for... Oh, Mikoto. They're getting scouted out here, Gabby. Off to the eastern side. They do have... They already de-warded this Observer Ward, unfortunately. So Radiant kind of playing a little blind right now. They don't see a whole lot. They do have to be careful with the positioning, considering Dire. Very good vision on the high ground. They want to initiate on top of the Panglee, however, is relatively tanky. Coil onto 4. Wukong's man as well. They're going to pop it now, but Kesku with the curse. It stops the Wukong's man, however, who's going to fall? Kesku caught in brace. They get the Torrent Storm as well, but the BKB disarm. Templar Assassin's just not outputting the damage right now. Mikoto's going to try and man fight. Remember, he's still got the Aegis to work around with. Halbert coming through. They'll get the false promise. TA is going to be able to stay alive here. Off to the backline, they are able to find the Snapfire, but Dire relatively healthy. They want to still commit to the fight. How Stampede, they need a little bit of mana. Centaur doesn't have this just yet, and Gabby's going to be able to close the distance here. Uh-oh. Link away. He can TP. Force the pop it now. Looks like they should be able to control him. Still trying to find the Conquer, but poor old FBZ left to his own devices on an island. They're still trying to find Mikoto here. Got the Con Embrace. Centaur still in a bit of a picky situation as well, but TNC heavily committing. They will find the Centaur, and now Conker's going to be the next target as well. Remember, they've got the Aegis. Mikoto trying to play around against KP, but it looks like now they're going to be able to bring down the first life, potentially the second as well. There's no buybacks available. They'll pop the Wukong's man, so they haven't used it just yet, and now with the Coil Conker, he's going to get brought down for a second time, and all of a sudden, TNC, nice use of the combination here. Mikoto's going to be able to get the run buff now, but it's not enough. Dead for 90. I mean, the fight just goes one way to the next. I mean, I'm kind of surprised Boom ID really forced that, considering they didn't have vision on the higher ground. We saw, you know, the ward here, the ward up here as well from TNC, very good vision. And dude, what a coil. 4-man coil that all gets popped into almost the Wukong's command, but this is just that blink kind of being able to create a little bit of havoc and, you know, reset the fight. So it stopped that Wukong's command. It probably would have been more of a disaster And I mean, they took a long time to die, so maybe this is enough to be able to allow them to hold the high ground, but at least with how long it took them to die, you know, people are starting to respawn. They're just going to walk up the high ground here. KP, Rolling Thunder, blink forward, straight on top of two heroes here. Armel, can he get the burst? Looks like they'll finally drop the sentry on the backline, and now they've already used the Rolling Thunder, and Armel's going to be careful here. Keep the BKB off in the meantime. Looks like he may be able to disengage thanks to the false promise now, but the core's going to get dropped. KP, the next objective right now from Radiant. Looks like with the swashbuckle on cooldown, he'll only make it a short period away. Does this destroy trees? It does. Whew, Monkey almost getting brought down there. Alright, so they hold the high ground. They do lose a tier 3 tower though. No buybacks forced from Radiant, however, so incredibly important. They're just going to go back to farming, try and get a couple of items. You know, the next item before Roche is going to be really important on PL. That'll be... what is it? That's... I believe it's third Roche, so... Aghanim's or Refresher Shard. I got a good feeling it's an Aghanim's this game, though. Thank you, Meaning. I appreciate it, man. Does he got Ags? He does. Okay, Puck's got Ags now. I wouldn't mind a Shivas just to try and deal with the Phantom Lancer illusions, but they're actually going to try and make a movement here. Try and make a play, see what they can do. Grouping up around mid just in case. I mean, trying to get a little map control back before Roche I think is incredibly important instead of playing too defensive. Just going to make it, you know, we saw what TNC, they were able to sneak that second Roche on, and now that Boomer a little bit more pushed out the map will make it a lot more difficult for them to do this. So, you know, bot's getting pushed in though. You know, top is as well, so they've kind of always got to be wary about this. Need Bash on Maelstrom for MK. He's going to go MKB next. Gets the Butterfly, and they've got what, double Halberd, so it's incredibly annoying to play into.
Dire are scanning.
He's got an MKB as well in the tier. Okay, so I mean, are they... I guess they're just relying on Tim's initiation. Like, this is what it comes down to. I wonder if... I mean, you can't go, like, Lincolns at all. There's no way Monkey gets Lincolns this game, but literally, they're just gonna... The only way I see them taking the fights is, like, coil onto a couple into Wukong's command, and Kezcute has to make sure he's playing very far in the backline. You know, we saw what he could do at this fight down here. You know, they still lost it, but at least he was able to disrupt the Wukong's command coil combo. And I think that's, you know, as long as Boom ID are able to survive this kind of two big ultimates, then they should be able to take over the fights. It needs to get to the stage, however, where they're able to do that, though. They do have to be very careful with the positioning from Wyve, and it's just coming down to the supports. I mean, we're kind of seeing the false promise really start to be a big issue. The FBZ hasn't been able to find the initiation, and now it's kind of the vision, the observer what's being placed across the map, and I think we do have a gem. Yeah, Centaur's got a gem. I'll check if Dire do. Yeah, Tim's got a gem as well. So both teams, Phantom Lancer very far caught out here. And with the Manta dodge, they're going to get the Wukong's command off to the side. However, quick disarm. It's going to stop the Templar Assassin's damage output. But with the Cold Embrace, Phantom Lancer will be able to stay alive throughout the duration now. With the Doppelganger away, looks like they're going to kite up the Wukong's command. Incredible start to the fight right now for the boys over on Boom ID. They'll find one, going to try and commit for another. However, March. Oh, March? Is he going to run straight? There's no way, dude. Alright, somehow he's alive. Almost runs right into the Centaur. But there you go. I mean, they kited out. Perfect halberd right before the BKB. They get the Cold Embrace as well. There's not a lot of magic damage coming through from Dire. Like, Oracle doesn't really provide much as the game goes on. You know, pretty much two of the heroes physical reliant. He does have a Mjolnir actually on KP. I haven't seen this in a while, but there we go. I mean, even then, you drop the Puck coil along with Wukong's command, and now Roche is up. They know the ultimates are on cooldown as well for Dire. They need a sentry dropped. Who's got the... Oh, so FBZ does have the... I was going to say. So they get the trap now. Thank you for all the follows, guys. I really do appreciate it. Hope you guys are enjoying. There we go. They're going to try and... They're going to... It is Refresher Shot, actually. So not the Ags we thought it might be. Who's got the Love Hearts, actually? What the heck is that? Anyone see that? I haven't seen that animation released before. Radiant, they need some vision right now. You can't run up to high ground without vision. You've got to be so careful, man. Oh, they almost get the tree. Try and commit for the outpost at least so they can just potentially buy back in TP in. Hims is doing a great job of being able to push in bot as well. When's the catapult wave? This is going to be a catapult wave as well coming through, so they got to be very careful on raiding. They might be able to X back and try and take it here, but Armel, they can bait out the BKB potentially. There we go, Armel, BKB now, KP, Rolling Thunder, stuck in the river. Roshan about a third HP now, but it looks like Makoto's going to be fine. And now with the BKB on cooldown, they're going to try and get on top of the Templar Assassin. A quick link away, March forced to pop the ultimate on his own devices here. Now Gabby, he's stuck on the higher ground. Wukong's man, it's a level 25 talent as well. Coming through with the coil, but the torrent storm caught in Braze. Conker's going to be able to stay alive right now. They just don't have the damage to be able to deal with him. Look at the torrent storm go. Conker will get brought down. Gabby with the balance strike, however. Two heroes down on Radiant, but they're straight on top of Armel. They still can't deal with the Phantom Lancer. Trying to find the Templar Assassin, are able to bring him down. Puck's the next target as well. Can he get the drawn away? Dreamer Cell trying to find the supports. A couple of buybacks coming through. Tim's low on mana. Can't get the abilities off. The phase shift just to delay this at least. Blink. Oh, it's not there. Double kill for the Phantom Lancer. They get the gem as well. Now straight onto KP. They're going to force a couple of buybacks. They got to be careful how deep they dive here, Radiant. They don't have everyone up. Coil going to be up in 19 seconds here, but Phantom Lancer is getting way too tanky, way too strong. Can they deal with him? KP, low on mana. Can he deal with the illusions right now? He's got the Mjolnir active. Conker's about to come back and join them as well. I don't know who got that other gem. There's still only one on the Centaur here. But they can just go Roche, and Makoto might be able to take this potentially. Makoto did buy back, remember. So they might give him the Aegis, considering Dreamer Cell still has buyback available. They need to do it fast, man. Dire collapsing around. I'll chuck at the torrents from just in case. Here comes KP. KP! They get it! The Aegis! Tim's! Look at the Rolling Thunder go as well. They're going to be able to drop the coil. Who gets a refresher shot, however? BKB pop. Trying to get the combo. They won't find anyone. Oh, that's so worth it. Conker gets shard. That's massive. Who got cheese? Puck got cheese as well. He bought back on the Puck, so now you don't have this dieback potential. That's actually huge. Now Conker doesn't have protection with the buyback. Damn, this game is going so... Look, I want to see this, man. Who's got the probability? It's dead even, ladies and gentlemen. Dead even. 42 minutes into the game. 50%. You don't see that too often. Whew. Wowee. Does Dreamer Cell have the damage right now? That's my question. Does he have the damage? I'd love an Abyssal Blade. He wants the Bloodthorn next, however. I feel like Abyss... okay. They have BKBs, which is the interesting choice. Ninja is pretty good too. Sims, nice observe ward, but in the meantime, we do have a couple of 25s. We'll take a quick look while we get a chance. Reed went for the Doppelganger cooldown. Conker went for the Ghost Ship Fleet. Just really nice chain lockdown to get, amplify the Mortimer Kisses stun. They are trying to take a fight here potentially. Tim's is already 25, so he did go for the Waning Rift. So Gabby with the Wukongs, and have to imagine TA went for the Bash. Yep, so there we go. A couple 25s from everyone. D4 neutral items starting to get picked up as well. Spell Prism, that's a hell of an item from both the teams. Probably gives it to the Puck. Yeah, Puck's got it now. Dude, he's getting to the stage where he's getting a lot of items. I mean, Ags, Lincolns, to be able to catch this hero is going to be incredibly difficult. I honestly wouldn't mind a Refresher Shard on Puck or a Hex. I think either one is really good as the game goes on. Yeah, we might see him just go Aeon Disc. I mean, there's a lot of items you can go for. I wouldn't mind Aeon Disc just to at least allow you to get the coil off, but... Damn, look at Genskit's level 15. Oracle as well, 16. Boy, oh boy. I appreciate it, man, Padawan. Thank you, man. Yeah, Centaur got his Ags. It's going to be massive throughout these fights. Really, really massive. The fact that you got this damage reduction now to stop kind of at least, like I said, as long as you got to try and stay alive through Wukong's command coil. That's the main thing right now. It's going to get more difficult considering, Monkey's been able to increase the value, I guess, with the talent, so to say. What was the other one, actually? What is the PL holding? We still just got the Titan Sliver. Big Lamp, Havoc Hammer. Havoc Hammer's... I'm surprised someone's holding the Ninja Gear like the Wyvern. I guess you kind of want the Telescope, though. What's the cooldown? 12 seconds with Spell Prism. It's not like the greatest Spell Prism game from Boom ID, unfortunately. So they do have the Refresher Shard Makoto. I mean, double Torrent Storm, double BKB mainly as well as, and even Halberd considering it's, if you can just kite, like a full Halberd duration now is the BKB duration. I mean, I have to imagine it's down to 5 seconds. We'll do a quick BKB check of everyone considering how important this item is. I don't think PL has it. Alright, so Armel 5 seconds. Where's the monkey? Monkey's on 8, okay. It just goes to show, I mean, holding these BKBs and getting them a little bit later as well through the late game, it's just so incredibly important. We do see kind of the lack of catch that Radiant still have right now. Like, all the lanes are in such a bad spot. Pop's pushed in, Bot's pushed in, Kezku. I believe they still have the, yeah, they got the Lincolns on Pop. So hard to bring him down. He does drop the coil. I wonder if they try and get the lanes pushed out and smoke here. They know coil's down. They just don't have the damage right now from TNC, it feels like. Like, if you don't connect with a full, like, Coil Wukong's command and fight throughout it. Like I said, I mean, Oracle's not really providing a whole lot of damage. Puck's just a bunch of kind of controllers it goes on, but they do have the Bloodthorn now. It's really just up to TA Monkey, and he's going to go Hex next to for Armel, so just the initiation. I mean, it's just literally the same thing as thank you for all the support, guys. I appreciate it. Literally the same thing as kind of that mid game where, you know, both teams were very reliant on trying to find the supports. AP's got the gem. Makoto's got to be really careful here. Radiant there on the backline, however. Trying to take the fight. Makoto slams up. With the blink back as well. It's going to be careful here. Able to get the BKB off. With the boat coming through. They're going to get the run boat now. And now with the Torrent Storm, they have the Refresher Charge to hold in the Templar Assassin. BKB's available for control. One more Torrent. Is it enough? However, Wukong's command, where's the coil? It's already been used now with the Pinkalier as well. Off to the side, pops a Refresher Shot. Makoto might get brought down. Another charge of a BKB. They've only found one in the Oracle. They're going to try and still take the fight. A perfect Torrent. Finds two. The fall from the Centaur as well. The BKB's on cooldown from Armel. They'll chuck up the curse. It's only onto an illusion, but maybe it's enough to taunt them in a single place here. Armel trying to man fight with a Phantom Lancer, but it's not going to work in your favor. Triple kill for Dreamer Cell. They won't time the puck. They're not going to get the vision as well, so he makes it out. Wow, man, that Refresher Shot, double BKB. Fortunately, you kind of got to deal with your racks here, brothers. They just force a buyback on the Wyve, and it's getting to the stage where Radiant is so goddamn tanky. I don't think he even used Torrent Storm for a second time. Wow. Dude, they are just beefy boys, man. Goddamn beefy boys, to say the least. And even though he got the curse, like, onto an illusion, it was just enough time to, like, get them grouped up, reset the fight. And, you know, we saw, man, these torrents have been incredible. Like, somehow Boom are finding multiple heroes with their initiations, and excellent. We saw that Bloodthorn just go to work. Still hope he does go Abyssal Blade next, but it doesn't feel like there's much Radiant can do. That's the issue when they take... Uh-oh, Hex. Torrent. Just on the mark here with the Snapfire Cookie. Do they have the stuns? FBZ. Oh, he didn't blink! FBZ?
Top tower is under attack.
Okay. The big thing about Radiant taking the fight here is the fact that even if they win it, you see they're getting nothing out of it. Like, they take a top tower. They still have 2 tier 2s left standing, but I mean, now that all the cores are back up in 10 seconds, you know, they might get a second tier 2 tower, but, you know, Tim's is just being so annoying, man. Literally any... You know, this bot lane is always pushed out. How close to 20s are we? Sorry, 30s, I should say. Dreamer Cell 28. Just over 28 and a half. Those crits are pretty nice. They got to push out bot, man. This is becoming a bit of an issue considering.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Stuff to do with illusion. It's difficult as a monkey though. Like, he kind of went Radiance, but then it gets to the stage where you just need damage. They're lacking a lot of it. I don't know. Armel hasn't like done too much. I mean, 7, 3, and 10. Like, it's not like he's died, but I feel like he's just starting to get really far behind. I mean, you take a look at the net worth. He's about 7,000 behind, but the main thing is it looks like the experience. Like, I guess the level 30 isn't that important on TA. I'd say PL gets probably better talents, considering, but he's going to go Nullifier next, man. So, why does he not go Abyssal this game? I'm trying to see. Like, isn't it just so incredibly strong at kiting out someone through BKB? I guess if you get the Nullifier, it just stops the BKB coming out in general, but... Now you just have Nullifier, Bloodthorn, you know, double control is super nice here.
Bounty.
Yeah, next Roche Aegis, Cheese, Refresher, Aghanims as well. Gonna be up in 2 minutes. It will be a long one, unfortunately. Or KP. I'm gonna presume they still got the... Is good the gem? How did he... I guess he just saw the rune get picked up, probably. So it looks like we got double gem on Radiant right now, which is so important. You know, we've seen the initiation, how, you know, the factor that it's been able to play throughout these fights. And, you know, right now, this is the vision from Radiant. We take a look at Dire's vision too. Not the greatest considering. Do they have... Where's the support? Oracle's just got sentries. Dude, that silence range is so nuts, man. Oh, Tim's? He's got an invis. Wait, oh, I didn't know that didn't pop it. Tim's just gotta be careful here. Stun, a little off the mark. I thought the Phantom Rush popped it, but I guess it's when you right click, that's when it pops the invis. Where's the Wyvern? So, they don't have many Observe Wards right now. Looks like Snapfire's got one. This is a big issue for Dire. Looks like they must have got everything de-watered with the gem, so... This one already expires as well, so yeah, they got no vision across the map. At least just the TA traps, providing them a lot around Roshan, which I think is probably the most important place to get the vision, considering, but... Can they bring him down? I mean, they do have Bloodthorn, blink forward. They need to go through the Lincolns. They will be able to. March is on the back line. Nice, choose the protection. Able to get the ultimate off, but it looks like March will be their next target. Oh, he stays alive! But now they don't have the heals for the puck, so they're going to be able to bring Tim's down. Not enough heals, I don't think. Tim's will die. Dead for 120. He's got a buyback available. Everyone has buyback though, so I guess one mistake forces a buybacks out, I guess. The next they have to get this outpost. Like the fact that Dire next fight's literally around Roche, so whoever buys back TP's the outpost. So I'm very surprised Radiant aren't trying to claim it now. Maybe they're gonna try and force the puck buyback, I guess. But dude, this bottom wave is just such an issue, man. The fact that Monkey, I mean, he's got the Illusionist Kate with the, of course, the Radiant, so... And Puck as well has just been such a nuisance. How many repair kit charges they got? Who's got it, actually? March has 2 repair kit charges straight on top of the Templar Assassin now. Protection with the False Promise Armel. Can he stay alive? However, look at the Rolling Thunder, Wukong's command. But without the coil, force a buyback kick. Tim's doesn't really want to use it without the Wukong's command now, and boom, they're just going to reset the fight. This could be really good for them if they can hold KP in place. Looks like he'll make it back inside the base, but I mean, Wukong's down, Rolling Thunder down. I mean, they force out a lot, and Roshan's now up. They haven't scouted this. You've got to make sure you got a courier inside there, lads. They did use a second charge of the repair kit, so maybe Boom just want to stay the high ground. I mean, they know TNC, they see Roche is up. The fact that they just get straight on top of the TA there. Exactly, I mean, you know, we saw... I love March's build. It's to blink Glimmer. We're pretty much the same with the Wyvern, how incredibly important it is to have the counter initiation and save potential as well. We said that they have to kind of kill the Oracle, the first hero, throughout these fights, otherwise it gets really difficult at being able to burst someone down. So here we go. Aghanim's Refresher Shard. Who takes the Ags? I guess PL? I can't even remember his Ags. Oh yeah, rooms. Alright, Wukong's up in 15 seconds. They got Rolling Thunder up as well. Radiant don't take it too fast, considering they don't have the outpost as well. Wyvern control. They've got the Stampede. FPZ on the high ground too. Looks like this will provide them a little bit of space now, but off to the side, apologies, Panko. He's going to get shredded. We'll be able to TP through. They got the outpost. They force the Stampede out, however, they are able to keep the Winter Wyvern alive. They need to get rid of this, man. Where's the gem? They got the gem on Kezcute. Looks like they dropped one. FPZ's got one too. Here you go. Get rid of the traps. I mean, it's just been providing so much vision throughout.
Invisibility.
What's the probability real quick before 55%, 54 minutes into the game? We're 6 away from those neutral items. Abyssal Blade now picked up on the Monkey. Right through these BKBs, but Roche is starting to form, man. They got to do something about it. Where's the initiation? They got all the ultimates available. Gabby makes it down just in time, however. A little bit of space still forcing them out. They need the vision. This is really important to get rid of that D ward. Be good for Radiant to try and stall the fight around their Absorb Ward on the higher gun if they can kind of bait it towards that area. But they've got to be careful with how low Roche falls in case Dire do snatch this potentially if they get outside. Dire, they got the trap. They're not taking it just yet. FBZ Stampede's on cooldown. There goes KP with the Rolling Thunder. Tim's Radiant waiting, trying to try and steal the Aegis now, but the Mortimer kisses though isn't enough. They chuck up the Wukon's command. Roshan will get claimed. Aegis on Makoto. Tim's falling incredibly low, but off to the side. KP's already popped the ultimate. Armo just can't get the initiation with the Wukon's command. Torrent Storm's going to come through with the bow. Is it enough power of control? Aegis going to get claimed, however. FBZ's got the magic lamp off to the side. Dreamer Cell straight on top of the Templar Assassin. The control. They don't have the protection through the false promise. They're able to kite him through. And now the Monkey King's the next target as well. They've already used the defensive capabilities from the Oracle. Gabby is going to get brought down. 2 cores down on TNC. They've just got to dip out of here now. Get the lanes in a good spot. KP straight away going to try and push up mid. Beautiful heads up play from the Pangolier. They lose a couple of heroes though, but no buybacks forced, I believe. They do lose Aegis. Refresher Shard used, it looks like, from Conquer as well. Couple of items getting dropped. I don't know who got Cheese. We'll take a look really quick. Cheese on KP. We got the Ags. Did Monkey didn't have Ags, right, guys? I think Monkey must have got Ags. Oh no, PL did. PL's got the Synth. Alright. Buybacks available for pretty much everyone but the Puck and the Pango. We're just seeing when they don't get the initiation with the Coil and the Wukongs properly. It's hard for them to take these fights. I think they might still have another repair kit potentially as well. Yeah, they got one. They got one. This is it. Doom ID, 16,000 gold net worth lead. They're going to walk up the higher ground here. First tier 3 for them. How do you chip them down slowly? I mean, get Swashbuckle. But Dreamer Cell level 30 now as well. All the talents, initiation with the Coil, Wukong's command as well, buyback coming through from Armor. They're going to try and commit for the fight here, but the Cold Embrace stops all the physical damage. They're just getting kited right now. The boat, Torrent, Monkey, remember, he just brought back here. Dreamer Cell's right on top of him. He's got a crap load of armor coming through thanks to the Wukong's command. They're going to chuck at the False Promise already as well. They deal with the Winter Wyvern on the back line. Armor, nice blink to catch him out here. Forced to pop the Stampede as well. The lanes, they kind of have to deal with it. Wyvern's not going to be able to get there in meantime, so it looks like Radiant. They forced the buyback out of the TA and the Monkey. This is massive. They got a big win condition now for the boys on Radiant.
Don't mind if I do.
Yeah, I thought Monkey might have had Ags. I just wasn't sure. I mean, I guess it shows now that PL has it.
Blessings.
Yeah, we're pretty close to freaking 2,000 followers. I'm just gonna put that out there. Oh, this is nuts. What a game, dude. 57 minutes in. 2 minutes 40 away under now till tier 5 neutral items. This is when Dota just doesn't turn to Dota. It just turns to literally something else. Like you say just a bunch of words and nothing makes any sense at all. Buybacks all for Radiant except the Wyvern. Dire just have the Oracle. Buyback 20,000 gold net worth lead 57 minutes into the game. The probability is still fairly even. Oh, it's getting to the stage where they don't deal with the Phantom Lancer. The initiation, though. We saw what they did last fight. Armo has to blow up the Wyvern. He's got the tools to do it with the Hex.
At this point, why not?
Along with the Meld Hit Bash. So I'd like to see, honestly, an Aeon Disc from Kezcute. He needs to be able to get the Curse off and the Embrace. Anything to be able to keep him alive. He does have the Ghost Scepter as well, so that's even better. But I think... I literally think Aeon Disc is probably just game-winning shit right there. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if Puck even goes for it next, but dude, bot is literally, they still haven't gotten this tier 2 tower. I don't know how these racks have not fallen. I swear to God, the creeps have been inside the base for pretty much the past 30 minutes. Who's 30, I should say, so just PL conquers the next closest right now. Dude, Tim's is very fast. At least level-wise, I mean, right behind the TA to mention. Oh... This is quite the game, to say the least. Radiant still putting some pressure on. They know that, I mean, they can kind of just all out. They can kind of just all out on top of TNC. The fact that they forced a lot of buybacks last fight.
Radiant are
1 minute, ladies and gentlemen, tier 5. Here we go. Dude, Tim's is doing such a good job, though. Like, this game has been heavily delayed because of how he's playing. Still trying to deal as much as possible to catch him, but it's just so difficult, man. Like, they just don't have a very good way. I think it's time. I'm very surprised they haven't put a ward on the high ground. It must get to the stage where they've got to do something like that. 30 seconds. Countdown is on. Looks like both teams pretty content with just farming. So the only thing left standing is the cheese. I'm not sure who they gave this to. What are mangoes? I swear Dai had the cheese still. Or maybe they popped it for that high ground defense potentially. Whew. Monkey's got best level 30? That is true. The Wukong's command armor is really nice. But it just doesn't give you much damage though, which they're lacking. Oh, we got a break. Shake it out. Oh, shake this out. I just... Will we... Dude, I have not seen TA Aghanims. What does he swap out for? He's gonna go Daedalus next. Like, I guess use BKB and swap BKB out. Even then. Honestly, the False Promise invisibility could be decent. He might go movement speed just to allow him to get the, for his mobility and kind of positioning, which really helps out. He's gonna go Aeon Disc as well. This is what we spoke about with the Wyvern. Yeah, TA Ags is pretty wacky, I'd say. I actually genuinely don't think I've seen it in a pro game. Like, people don't favor it. Dude, Tim's is so annoying. Oh, dude, he's also very close to 30. Like, I don't know if his 30 does much, at least. Keep it up. All good, Adam. Ooh, let's go. Dude, I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna keep it 100 with you guys. I got no freaking idea what these tier 5 items do. All good, millionaire. Dude, I got no idea what these tier 5 items do. So we're gonna learn together. I've seen them a couple times, but they're just... You see them very rarely, and I don't study them either. Alright, what do we got? What do we got? Most targeted spell is back. Wait, what does that mean? What does most mean? What the fuck? I'm actually so confused. TA's got Fallen Sky. Oh, that item's nuts. Oh, Tim's. This is important. Try and get him away off to the southern side here. I'm still trying to catch him, but he's so goddamn slippery. He's even going right next to the tier 3 tower. Tim's is going to be careful. They get the Hex. Don't follow up. He might get brought down here with a follow-up from Phantom Lancer. Oh, dead for 120, but he does have buyback. They're going to go straight to bot as well. Dreamer Cell can be able to deal with the wave. What's Ballista do? That's pretty shit, this game. Didn't do my homework? Yeah, unfortunate. Dude, what is happening? Woodland Striders? Creates a path that... What is this, dude? Oh, that's actually pretty nuts. Oh, what the hell? These are so cool. I told you, man, you hit 60 minutes and Dota just does not turn to Dota. It just turns to something else completely. And Dream Cell, these illusions are a big issue. I mean, he's got Ags, Moonshard, Synth, literally 6 slotted right now. I mean, maybe you get rid of the Fusel Blade, but even then, it's so good as the game continues. That was their last repair kit. Glyph was forced out now as well. They're on top of Gabby. Gotta be careful here. They're able to deal with the illusions right now. How do they get the initiation? You see how far back Kezcute is playing really nice heads-up play. Fallen Sky. TA. Is this even the Fallen Sky? No, he's got the Ballista blink forward. FBZ. Straight on top of the Monkey. They're going to force the buyback coming through right now from Puck and disengage. There we go. Boom ID straight up with the coil onto 2. Pistol Blade as well. Phantom Lancer falling incredibly low here, but looks like he's going to be able to get the regen thanks to the Stampede as well. Stopping a lot of the damage now. The boat fall up as well. They get the run buff. Wukong's man. It's a lot of damage off to the side, but it's enough. Phantom Lancer is falling low. Dreamer Cell somehow still alive. He's going to be able to dodge just one buckle. KP, can he find the damage? However, Dreamer Cell is going to be able to get the live steal coming through now. They've lost the Templar Assassin. TA is down, dead for 20. 120, no buyback available. Somehow they keep him alive there. These fights just are so chaotic, man. You see VR just trying to get whatever lifesteal he can. He's got the mirror shield as well. Oh boy. TA down. Doesn't have buyback for 120 seconds. They don't have blink. No repair kits as well to hold this. Full lane of racks now down. The first of the game, 63 minutes in. Monkey's got a refresher as well. They have to delay. Delay is the name of the game here, but can they do it long enough? That's the question. Fallen Sky, KP. A little bit of damage here, but it looks like straight away they just have so much sustain and so tanky on Dire. Tim's controlled. They get the Hex. Radiant, do they want to find the kills or the objective? Torrent, they're going to be able to find a couple of heroes with the boat combination as well. Tim's going to get the illusory orb away, however, somehow still controlled. Tim's, he's not dead just yet. They got the Force Pumpers coming through. Puck, somehow alive. Monkey is trying to output all the damage here. He's going to have the Wukongs in a couple of seconds. Needs to pop the refresher off for the BKB, but the Torrent Storm. Monkey down, dead for 120 seconds. KP, the next target is one with the Hex. Centaur's going to end up falling out with Tim's. He's got so much damage. Look at the waiting. Rev Cock is down as well. Snapfire's the next target. KP with the follow-up initiation. TNC, they hold the high ground. FBZ is not done just yet, though. They still have Dreamer Cell. TA's up in 30 seconds. Full lane of Rax down bot. Snapfire's going to buy back. Conker's got buyback as well. He didn't pop Refresher Orb. What went on? Dreamer Cell, they're just going to probably end this here. Look at full Megas. Can they deal with it? That's the question. I mean, they probably can, but even then, KP doing whatever he can to delay this, but looks like this is definitely Megas now. 64 minutes in, Boom ID finally caught their break. They hold the Conquer buyback as well, more importantly. Roche is up in 15 seconds. A 25,000 gold net worth lead. Tim's is level 30 though. There we go, baby. Let's see it. Give me the damage. It's got the Daedalus. Daedalus Mjolnir. Let's go, Puck. This is it. This is it. They might be able to hold the... I mean, can Puck do it, man? Dreamcold Rapid Fire is pretty nuts with Mjolnir Daedalus. Is going to go... it's Rapier territory, baby. Let's see it. I mean, who gets the Ags now? Snapfire, no Ags, Omega lol. I guess it's just the Wyvern. Wow, this... dude, I gotta stretch off this. Oh, God. Thank you for all the follows, guys. I appreciate it. Fire, they're in the area. They do have a trap still. Where's the gem? How... Alright, KP. Can he do this? Slots are up. Roshan's falling low. KP ready to set up. Tim's, here we go. Gonna start before the Pinkley. However, off to the southern side, Armel finds the Wyvern. Ketchcoot somehow still alive, but it looks like the Puck's gonna be able to bring him down. Now it's Coil onto a couple. They got the Rapid Fire as well, but is the damage enough? Ghost Scepter's coming through. KP. It's like they won't be able to snatch Roche and now Die. They might be forced to just full disengage here. Unless, can they take Roche? Actually, KP's trying. Buyback coming through. Radiant, they maybe get inside with the Wukong's command. Die, they've got everyone back alive with the Wukong's command. Mortimer kisses as well. BKB's gonna get popped out, but they have the damage. Aegis gonna get cleared by KP. FBZ gets a cheesy, somehow still alive, but off the side, however, Hex. Templar Assassin controlled. Torrent holds him up in place for a period of time, however, Radiant, they're still alive. They haven't taken a whole lot of damage just yet. But the Blessing? Someone? Oh, FBZ forced inside, however, full incredibly low. Puck shreds through him. Dead for 120. They gotta deal with the base, though. Okay. TNC. Force the buyback on Oracle. Oh, this game is nuts. Refresher shot on Pango. Aghanims. Looks like given over to KP. Yeah, I'm fine. I mean, I don't see... Look, that just goes to show how shit the Templar Assassin Ags is. Wait, what's the range on this? What? What? I didn't know it was that big. Oh my lord. What's the probability now after that? 76% still? Dude, PL is... So, oh, what's this? Don't do that to me. Don't do that to me. Just gonna bait bot. So A just got claimed, it looks like. KP to lose it. So Refresher shot on March. Aghanim synth on Monkey. Deep breath. This is nuts. And that's what the lag means? Does it? I don't know. Don't say that, dude. Centaur's down for 55 seconds here. Dude, if TNC somehow win this... Oh, I don't know. I'll be shocked. I will be shocked. Phantom Lance is going to start stacking up the illusions and burning the mana right now. Just send them at Dire. KP with Mjolnir MKB really starts to deal with them relatively well. Of course, going for the swashbuckle cooldown. I mean, it's a 5-second cooldown, so... Tim's is just being able to... Dude, Tim's has a rapier. Tim's has a rapier. Rapier alert! Oh my lord. They will hold at least the high ground, so Centaur.
Oh, I love this part.
Yeah, I guess the ballista. I haven't been paying too much attention. What's the attack range? 250. Let's see. Wait, why am I? Oh, that's Pango. I thought it was TA. The attack range pretty high, yeah. Doesn't it knock back as well? Oh, pure damage. Okay. Alright, well, they're gonna hold the high ground here. They'll try and bait up it. Tim's just making sure he deals with the waves. And I have to imagine he's got boots of travel, right? Does he got buyback? He does in a minute 20, but he needs the gold. Wonder if he buys out for boots of travel too, because they need a way to be able to TP to someone. And I doubt someone's going to buy like a necro book to allow him to do that, so... Who knows what they're going to be able to do so far. Makoto just looks like he's trying to catch up the puck potentially, but you know, we're just going to keep it on buyback status. We don't need to see the net worth. I mean, we can fluctuate really quick. Dude, look how far ahead PL is, man. But it's actually not. I mean, he's got so many items, but he just can't do anything with it. He's literally slotted. I mean, the heart's backpacked. He's got a moonshot probably for someone as well. I mean, I don't know who did he give it to? Honka Pro. Oop. He gave it to FPZ, man. That's... Honka got a moonshot. He does, dude. 69. Literally, if this was the old timing of the tier 5 items, we'd have them in the next couple of seconds here. Try and catch Tim's. Do they have the initiation, however? Looks like maybe next wave is the time for them to go. FBZ is showing throughout the mid wave, however. They're gonna smoke. This is a movement and a half from TNC. They know they're trying to catch up puck down, but this is a beautiful movement from them. Makoto, he's gonna get found here. Armor strike set up. They're gonna get the Hex, Abyssal Blade as well. Where's the protection? Keskud off from the side. Nice curse. Controlling up 2. Looks like the knockbacks as well coming through. Now the torrent boat combination onto 2, but is it enough? They need to try and find the Wyvern off the side. However, straight on FBZ. Wyvern's dead. 110 seconds now, but the rapid fire up to the backline. Puck. It's just so much time in the balance try. Gabby, he finds 3. The alternate ball rating. They lose everyone. That's it. That's over. TNC. They'll find 4, it's just up to Dreamer Cell. They should be able to deal with him 1-on-5. He's trying to juke out the illusions. He'll make it down to the river. He needs to juke and jive, but it's just not enough. Dreamer Cell, the last hope. Straight onto the march. We'll be able to find, well, 1 he gets. They don't have buyback. Go down mid, take the base. Dreamer Cell, what can he do? Abyssal Blade forward, they're able to mirror it off here. Dreamer Cell's got to be careful. Bound the strike up. LML's going to be able to close the distance as well. They've got the control, they got the damage, they bring him down. Buyback available. Holy shit, TNC. 71 minutes into the game. Oh, don't do it to them like that. When have they got buybacks, man? They don't. Conker needs 170 gold. There's no bounties to take. Maybe they can get the tier 4 towers. Maybe, but this is probably over. Buybacks are up in 30 for the Snapfire. Centaur doesn't have gold either. They're going to scout this out as well. They know this. No one's buying back. Radiant, they do have Glyph. PL, what can he do here? Long Thunder Thought, they're just going to try and make as much space as possible. Remember, Gabby, another refresher orb as well with the Abyssal Blade control. Phantom Lancer, that's it. That's game. TNC. I am stunned. What a game, man. G's are dropped 72 minutes in. Look at the monkeys dance. Quite the way to celebrate game 1 victory for the boys on Dial. Two mins after the lag. Dude. Tim's was superb. Superb that game. The amount of space they made, like literally, I said throughout the game that it felt like that bottom wave, the creeps were literally on top of the racks for like 20 minutes straight. Tim's just made so much space, and I honestly thought Boom would be able to deal with them in the late game, but the Wukong's command 100 plus armor. They couldn't kill Gabby if he got it off, and that last fight, Rapier, Dreamcall, Rapid Fire, they find 2, a 3-man boundless strike. Tim's just shreds them, and it got to the stage where Boom were very good at initiating on top of the Oracle. He was the first person dying a lot of the time throughout the fights, but then it started getting dragging once the game got on, and TNC were taking fights inside their base. It just allows the Oracle to stay a lot further back, and it's easier to have positioning because it's so hard to just dive past the T4 tower. And then the fact that March got so many important saves with the false promise because Boom ID couldn't get on top of him. And then, dude, I don't know. That's I tell you, once a game hits past 60 minutes like that, it doesn't turn into Dota. It's literally just, it's a mod. Anyone's doing anything. Like T5 items don't make any sense. They're a hell of a lot to cast. They're very fun to cast, but I wonder if this just comes, I don't know. I don't know if this comes down to the draft, honestly. I still think they could have probably done with a Razor against TA, and they would have had a much better, I think, time. But I think it was Boom's game to lose, honestly, with the fact that. But TNC, they were able to snatch that last Aegis. Well, they got Aegis, Cheese. I think they got everything. Refresher Shard and Agnum's Blessing as well, which they gave them just a little bit of an up. But I mean, what an incredible game! This TNC really, such a good performance to come back like that. And honestly, Tim's on the puck was MVP by far. So I do appreciate everyone who dropped by. Thank you all so much for the love and support. Hope you guys have been enjoying the cast. That was quite the game, to say the least. So we're just gonna hang out in the meantime. We'll hang out, chill, watch some games while we wait. We'll need a bit of a relax until then, but I appreciate all the follows, guys. We're about 50 away from 2,000 now. So yeah, if you guys have been enjoying, please don't forget to drop a follow in the meantime. But yeah, I appreciate everyone tuning in. I will keep casting CM, man. I will. Hope shouldn't be too long of a break, probably. They got 10 out of 10 people already in the lobby, so yeah, I appreciate all the follows, guys. You guys are nuts. Let's go, copper. All good, Hash, man. Thank you for the compliment. I'm with NBN. Yeah, I am. Aussie bred and born. Nothing beats a good Aussie accent, if you tell me what. Got you jacked? You love to hear that, man. Where's energy, vibe, and stream out here, brother? Copper, fuck off. That's just a high energy, vibe, and stream we're trying to output. Bounty doesn't really scale well into the late game. The hero's laning, like, he doesn't really provide any catch, which is the issue, and Ogre like heavily falls off as well. Like, they don't have any damage. They kind of just, I mean, Bounty is decent if you have like a snowballing lineup where you can just like constantly get track kills, but it feels like his laning stage just needs to get increased, and he doesn't really have any flexibility right now. Like, it feels like he's a really bad 4. Just his roaming potential is bad. I thought he could have been okay with the couriers, but no, it was really close. Game was close. And then yeah, I don't know. Ogre kind of got slightly nerfed. Like, the reason why Ogre was so strong before, because the flex. I mean, that's what you see. A lot of like first pick, like first phase, is just flex. And that's why drafts are so hard to understand and to work around, because like you have teams that can play multiple lanes with one hero. Of course, there's some that just play one lane, but they're just so incredibly strong. And I think that's really what, like, draft has really just kind of changed to a meta where if heroes aren't flexible and can't play multiple roles, then it's very easy to identify how they're going to play the draft. I'd love to cast with Toby. But me and Toby both hype casters, but do you have any story about Anna and Ozzy? I've never met Anna, but he's taking a time off. Man wants a little bit of a break, man. 2 straight TIs, who can blame him, honestly? I mean, we'd all love to see him play, of course, but you know, it's just for him to be able to have a break after that is really awesome for him. Yeah, it's really awesome for an Aussie as well, and me, just to see someone like that be able to make it to that stage. Background, it's this song. You like Dota hats? What's like a hat, like a hat that has a Dota logo on it? That's the song. Yeah, I like. Yeah, who doesn't like cosmetics? Cosmetics are pretty dope. Nah, it's freaking Chadson, lads. Everyone played well in OG last TI. You can't put it down to one thing. Why is it not coming up? Oh, okay. Sit in there. I mean, I appreciate it. Just message me, and I'll get back to you after this.
TNC Predator into ban.
Alright. Alright, let's see if this game's gonna be as much of a fuckfest as the last game was. Let me get the draft up real quick from last game. Okay. I wonder if they ban TA first phase for Boom. TNC have shown that they're gonna just pick it straight away, and I think this time I'd much rather see Boom, if they do get first phase TA, than for them to actually be able to counter the hero, because they had a lot of ways to deal with it. I mean, they picked their mid hero last when TA was second pick, so they had 4 answer picks to deal with the hero. Divine 4 for core, so 5.2 for core and 5k, or little just under 5k I think for support. Let's check. I think I'm like 4.9 or some shit. Yeah. 4.9. I don't think Anna's gonna play at TI, guys. Maybe he might, like, not on OG though.
Radiant team ban.
Like, if he comes back, it'll be like with another just kind of stack, I think. Because it's not like, remember OG, like, they've kind of like completely roster swap, so you can't just bring someone back like that, otherwise it just messes up whoever they have. Yeah, he also said he's taking it all off. But I mean, he's... Oh, shh, I don't want to lose my mic. Okay, so they do. Alright. So they banned the TA. I'm not really surprised TNC have first pick as well, so it looks like Boom ID just going to make sure they don't get this. So this leaves... I mean, the Void Spirit's still there. Wait, give me a sec, I'm trying to fix my mic. The Void Spirit's still there, the Snapfire's still there as well, and once again they haven't really dealt with March as heroes. I mean, we saw him go for the Oracle last game, not really like the Chen or anything. Starladder has been getting a lot of attention lately with the recent buff to that movement speed. It's so much easier. It feels like you don't need to blink too much anymore, just because you have very high movement speed to get on top of people. And his laning stage is pretty good. The thing, you do struggle against a couple of heroes. Like, you've pretty heavily rely on going up against melee heroes, but I think Starladder still being shown that he's, you know, back at the stage where you can first pick him, which is nice. I think the hero is really fun to watch. So this does keep Snapfire and Void Spirit in the pool. Last game, it was Boom ID to ban out the Void Spirit. They don't have first pick as well, so TNC, they're going to get the cream of the crop right now. Yeah, Jug's movement speed and base damage increase is nice. I think Lifesteal is just a better Jug right now, though. Because Jug's ulti just gets carried. They ban out the Ench. Okay, so I think Boom ID are going to pick a Lich here with their opener, but... I mean, there you go. Both the new heroes left in the pool.
Radiant team picked.
TNC going to snatch the Snapfire. This leaves the Void. Like I said, with the Enchantress getting banned, I wonder if Boom ID think about picking a Lich here potentially. They're going to go Oracle. Okay, wow.
Turn to pick.
Oracle Troll Warlord. You might just OD now, honestly. And it's very early though. They will. Okay, I mean, what is this? I got a big issue with an Oracle Troll opener. Like, this hero doesn't have any catch or kill threat, and it does amplify the Troll drastically. Like, now you go back to full HP through Battle Trance, but this hero destroys Troll.
10 seconds
like,
remaining.
The evasion's very annoying for OD to play against, but you just kite him through the Battle Trance and then the hero's useless. Like, if you get kited through Battle Trance, you are not a good hero at all. And they're actually going to ban the Pugna. So Pugna used to be the biggest counter to the OD. Heb always reliant on his spells, of course, and whenever you use Arcane Orb, counts as well. So getting that Netherward kind of tick. So we haven't seen too much Pugna lately. So looks like they're just going to make sure they don't get that big counter. Puck's also a very good hero against the OD as well, to say. I think the Enchantress ban is just so they don't... I mean, it's definitely... It's a March hero. TNC have shown that they'll put it on March, Tim's, or KP, so they have 3 roles to play. A lot of flexibility. I think the fact that he's also one of the strongest offlane heroes right now, I'd say probably top 5. The impetus damage is so incredibly high, and just your wave clear is really nice with the Enchanted creep. Yeah, the OD is a really good way to do it, Troll. I wonder if they can lich themselves from TNC. I think maybe it's then going to put the Snapfire in like a 4. I don't know if KP plays the Snapfire at all. I know Io really like, they have a lot of flexibility. Io, Raging Potato plays it on the 3, or Hio plays it on the 4, and even then you can play it on 5, like Mushi can play it as well. So having a hero that can play 3 roles like that and first phasing him just gives you so much potential for the draft. And so let's see what they want to ban against. I think you have to protect the OD here, probably. Like I said, the Puck's really nice. They don't have a lot of ways to deal with him right now either. Like, Snapfire Cookie is very easy to dodge as a Puck. I wouldn't mind seeing someone be able to buff up the Troll though. Like, mag into OD is not the greatest, but I mean, maybe someone like just to give him some protection. They get rid of the Husker. Okay, I guess just another Husker with Oracle. It also is a pretty decent matchup versus OD. OD is decent as the game goes on, but I think just the laning stage is kind of the way you're worried about and just kind of getting snowballed. OD against any tanky heroes is really nice. Just kiting them, you know, pure damage, magic damage, being able to stack up all the sanities, I think is really important.
10 seconds remaining.
So as a support route, I like either Lich, like for the Frost Shield, for the physical damage versus Troll. I like the Wyvern as well for that regard as well. And I mean, you're already showing a bunch of physical damage. He doesn't have too much magic burst, and it's just another really good way to kite him through the ultimate. They can even Puck if they want to, like it's another hero that gives them a lot of flexibility, but you just kind of think of ways to deal with the Troll Warlord. Do they Doom? Let's see. Like, they ban the Lifestealer. You kind of just go toe-to-toe with Troll Warlord and you don't really care, and you're also like a Hellwood builder, which is super nice. TNC should take Wyvern. Yeah, I think so. I think it looks pretty good for them so far.
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, Oracle Wyvern support is kind of whack though. I don't know. They gotta be really careful with this now. Tiny 4. You're gonna have to have a really strong offlane from FBZ though. That's the only issue. Like, they might even Monkey King from TNC. It's just a hero that's just gonna absolutely dumpster the solo offlane because Tiny's probably gonna roam. Maybe he plays in the safe lane with the Troll Oracle because they have decent kill potential there. But I mean, you're going into an OD and KP's just gonna get his ABBA. I mean, they can give it to March, but so a lot of flexibility coming through. Like, these two heroes can play a crap load of different roles, and it's not showing what's happening. And it's a hero that just tanks up to the Troll Warlord. Like, you build a bunch of utility armor. So, like Vlad, you can go Halberd, Crimson. Do they Templar Assassin? I think it's very good against the Abaddon. A hero that can come online around the same timing as a Troll Warlord. You give you more Roshan taking potential. Oh no, TA's banned, sorry. Boom. What am I saying? They banned at first phase. And now they and now you're fine with picking the Abaddon as a core because Troll, like, you don't have to worry about like a Slark or OD. Like, they're, because you're not going to pick a Slark with a Troll and OD's already picked up here. So the fact that you already have this really nice pick in the Abaddon, it's just going to protect the OD. And also if you get a core to just go ham for Mr. Old Gabby. I'm a little worried that Pango is going to have a rough time in his lane. Like, I think we... Do they Wyvern? So if you Wyvern, you force the Abaddon a 3. We saw how good it was last game from Kezcute. And it played really well into the Pangolier as well. I think it's great this game, honestly. You're going to get a Snapfire lane with an Abaddon melee, which is super nice. The Wyvern destroys these two heroes, like, very nice against these two heroes. They can Bloodseeker, dude. Bloodseeker looks so good as well. Just destroys the Troll, Pango as well. I can say Bloodseeker, I can say Wyvern. The core is interesting if they want to go for one route. They don't have last pick as well, which is so they might just keep the flexibility and go for the position 1 here. They're gonna Timber, okay. Hang on. Well, you don't have to worry about banning an OD with a Timber. They might get rid of Lesh potentially. Because you can't pick Ember into OD.
10 seconds remaining.
So I have to imagine it's a KP Timber. So they'll put Tims on the Snapfire. I mean, I don't think Timber's going to lane versus the Pango. And now this gives him, like, he's a very self-sustainable laner. So now you're going to be able to go help out mid, considering Tiny's going to make a lot of rotations.
Turn to ban.
I still think you Bloodseeker, but... Interesting that they ban out the Void. I guess they do. It's a nice setup with the Snapfire. They got a lot of damage outside the Chrono. Good way to deal with the Pango and the Troll. So Boom looking for them mid. I mean, do you put Pango mid actually? The disarm's pretty nice, man, but I don't think you do. I think you can still Puck, like, Puck from Boom's pretty good this game. I said earlier, I think it destroys the OD. Like, it's just a great way to deal with the hero. The fact that very reliant on his abilities, so the silence just makes him pretty useless. A little bit of magic damage for the Timber. It's also just going to kind of allow the Troll not to get kited, but... Cookie used for mobility. Yeah, it's really nice as well, actually. Just a good way to cut out the Troll. I mean, Boom don't have, like, really... they have okay initiation. It's kind of TNC that don't. Like, Tiny Blink, Pango Blink as well if he does go for it. But these fights look really difficult. Like, you have Timber and Abaddon playing the front line. OD's just gonna, you know, sit on the back, have the actual saves. If someone falls low, just stack up the Sanities. Like, this is what OD likes. It's... Just try and stack up the ultimate, sit on the backline, output the damage, and unless Boom ID can get on top of him. Intrigued about the monkey ban, actually. And I'm pretty content with Bloodseeker, but I don't know. I don't think TNC will go down that route. I'm actually stumped on what they want. Like, you can't, like...
5 seconds remaining.
I don't think they're morphling. They will. Alright, I'm glad they did. I'm glad they did. Puck against Bloodseeker is like iffy. It's not the greatest, but it's not bad either. You can't morphling. Ooh, the Silencer Core. Very high intel, so OD's not going to do a lot of damage. And what I mean by intel means he's going to have a high amount of mana pool, of course. Okay. I mean, I love TNC's draft. I think Bloodseeker destroys Pango and Troll. The global is pretty good, so I want to see March try and get a dispel item straight away. Like, if March can get yours and then shield off someone to be able to dispel that, that's really good. Who builds Earn on Boom? I guess Tiny, but then they're going to lack a lot of initiation. TNC don't have many ways to get into the fights, but I feel like just being able to kind of protect the OD. Look at their lanes as well, like KP can do a lot of harass, kind of once you get like level 5, level 6. Actually, is the Bloodseeker ever going to have that good of a laning stage? Actually, I don't know if he will. Pango's probably going to play more solo because Tiny needs to rotate mid, but I don't know. I really like the Silencer pick here. I think it's not much else they could have got. Like, the pure damage is a good way to deal with the Timber, but I think they might just have a couple of ways. Like, I think TNC just kind of get on top of the Silencer. They don't have Blinks, but maybe if they can just run at him. Like, Thirst is a great way to get on top of people, man. The main thing I bring it down to is the fact that I'm very worried that they just first phase the... Wait, what are they doing?
Prepare for battle.
How are they laning this? It's a Gabby OD? Okay. So they're going to put this Bloodseeker against the Silencer. That's interesting. I mean, I really like the draw from TNC. I think the fact that the Bloodseeker counters Pango and Troll, and they first phase the Troll. Yes, it's with an Oracle, so I mean you're going to get a lot of value out of your ultimate, but I'm just a little worried that the OD heavily counters you. Like, you just, I mean, you get Ags, you Astral him, double Astral if need be as well, and it's just such an incredible way to deal with the Troll Warlord. So I'm not a huge fan of the first phase Oracle Troll, and if they can get to, they are going to have pretty good damage though. Like, they're not going to lack damage at all, I'd say. Both teams kind of have awkward initiation. Like, no real blink pickups from TNC. It looks like they're just going to try and, you know, be as tanky as possible and kind of just steamroll the fights. Banishment setup. I don't think it's going to be a lot of damage here. Boom lose first. From quite the game, to say the least. I don't know, that was a banging game, but
The battle begins.
Gotta love the outpost, just literally just one person capturing the next person, and running away, and then another team captured it, and you just literally go like back and forth. Alright, so we got 2 bounties apiece, so nothing too out of the ordinary. Yeah, that's true, Puck, level 30 Rapier. I even forgot about that. Alright, so let's see how the Silencer works. I mean, this is going to be a mid hero up against... Sorry, a melee hero, I should say, up against the Silencer. The fact you got to remember now with the Glaives of Wisdom, of course, every right click, you're going to steal a little bit of intel for a period of time. So it does make it a little annoying. He's going to have a fair bit of damage output early. But even then, it's just interesting to see if he has the sustain to be able to keep him afloat. And does the Bloodseeker have the lanes to actually be able to get a little bit of thirst charges? Looks like Hyde. We see these pretty frequently. The Tiny just likes to cut this wave, try and soak up a bunch of experience, drag it all the way around. It does kind of affect the Pangolier a little bit. He's going to try and block this. Really nice. That's a beautiful play from Hyde. Looks like Tim's, because the way that Hyde wasted this time, is probably going to get the creep wave denied here, but a little unfortunate. But I guess Tim's just in the right position at the right time. So he got a little greedy there. You see, he tried to block the wave as well. What he was trying to do, though, was pull all the way behind the tower, and it just gives you a free level 2. And then this is when you start to see the tiny roam, because you do kind of need that avalanche toss for your combo. So, I mean, he's still going to get a decent amount of experience. It looks like they don't even lose the full wave. So if he does want to pull it all the way around, he can still definitely do it. Dude, March is on a mission right now. He's got the movement speed, so hey, you love to see it.
Has been killed.
Easy gold. And they don't really have a way to deal with KP throughout the laning stage. You see he's got a Ring of Protection picked up, so just a little harass that the troll's going to have. He'll need probably... I think level 3 he'll be fine with that extra point in reactive armor. Until then, they still kind of are able to deal a little bit, but you know, KP is going to have a fine time. It looks like top though, Snapfire. Falling pretty low. He does have the cookie set up. Tiny. It's like, does he have any assistance? FBZ, nice, use the swashbuckle. So we'll be able to juke out that cookie timing. Actually, they are making them fall a little low here, and you see Armel with 2 points up in the third. So I'm intrigued to see if TNC get pretty hyperactive throughout the laning stages, and then just try and allow Armel to get like the thirst charges. What's damage to level 2? Oh, level 1, sorry, 125 goes up by 50. Okay. So yeah, I'm intrigued to see if they just try and play pretty high tempo, at least for the laning stage, and just try and have like a regen battle, just to allow the thirst screen. Oh, Armel actually first blood. All right, well there we go. 2 points in the thirst. And I don't see anyone relatively weak. I guess the Tiny a little bit, and actually Hides is going to be in a situation here. Gabby able to find the kill. The laning stage already from TNC going quite swimmingly, to say the least, and even then, you love to see this start from the boys over on Dire. Still wonder how this matchup's really going to fare. Like a ranged hero against the melee, and Makoto's pretty good at kind of harassing you with that pure damage, considering he's already got 2 points up in the Glaives of Wisdom. So each level gets increased by 10 seconds, the int still duration. Damage goes up by 20% as well. Okay. It's interesting to see. We don't really see... I've seen Silencer Claws a couple of times. Neon like to play it. I think they've done it in the safe lane mainly instead, but I mean, Tiny, he's level 2 now, so we're going to start seeing Hyde rotating potentially, but I love this observe board, man. It's literally, it's such a perfect observe board, to say the least. Like, you have an understanding of how they're going to play it. Like, it's either, what you do is, a lot of the time you see wards on this higher ground, just because it's closer, it'll give you some vision here as well, but this is a very common observe ward place. So you try and put up a little bit further to the north, because you still know that Tiny, I mean, however he rotates, he's either going to go up through here or like around that way as well. So you get the stairs, you get this side as well. So it's going to be very difficult to de-ward. And I mean, you know the Tiny is going to be playing up in the Radiant's offlane side. So it looks like they do even put a lot more emphasis. They're going to put another observer ward down to the kind of to the eastern side. But, I mean, there's not much... Yeah, definitely Oracle's not going to go to that lane. But, you know, March is kind of trying to hang it out here. Not really much he can do. Just at least not soak up too much experience from the Timber, who see KP is level 4. So, he's gone for the 1-1-2 build. A lot of the time, we see the Timbers maxing out that reactive armor and then going back to max out the Timber chain, just because of your, at least, survivability with the mobility that you get from it. Oh, no. Poor March. Oh... I don't think he'll get it now. No, he doesn't get it. That's so shit. Kescute's just scouting out. He might actually be able to get the bounty, but I guess March doesn't care. He'll snatch the other one. So, still a 2 for 2. Even with the ward on the high ground. But right now, I'd say you're pretty content with how the lanes are going from Dire, honestly. I mean, OD, definitely is a safe lane. Not the strongest laning hero, but the fact that he was able to get a kill and is pretty much free farming. I guess the matchup versus the Pango is pretty nice. I mean... Tim's actually going to smoke up and maybe help around that mid lane. Do they have Rupture yet? They do. Bloodseeker wants to level it. It's going to join the mid as well, so we'll get scouted. They do have an observe ward towards the bounty rune, however, so you got to be careful in the positioning right now from Snapfire, otherwise he will reveal himself. But I guess maybe he's just going to go back and try and get the outpost. So, I mean, at the moment, things are going well. You know, KP now hits this level 3 points in reactive armor, so he's pretty much unkillable and very close to the chakram as well. So once you hit the level 6, this is pretty much where the lane matchup gets so incredibly easy. Like, you can just force someone out of the lane. Hide. We haven't seen anything from this Tiny right now, and this is the big thing about the kind of a roaming hero, that if you don't find the pickups, the hero's going to fall further and further behind. Like, he doesn't do anything top. Like, you can't really... OD's a pretty survivable hero because the Astral if you just get on top of him. So, it's really interesting to see. It's kind of a little hard when they have a bunch of illusions because you don't know who to Astral, but... So, we'll try and find Makoto mid, however. Cookie to allow this blood right set up. It is level 3 as well, so the pure damage very high. Can he get the TP? The answer is no. Hyde's going to take a little bit of time to TP in as well, and Armel still has that thirst. Will now wear off, of course, after someone dies. I think you get the thirst for like 3 or 4 seconds. It's a fair while, so that's another big kill now. Nice rotation. They put the Rupture on cooldown in the meantime. There you go. KP hits level 6, and exactly what we said. You just kind of force out that safe laner, and they're going to be able to close the distance onto the Oracle as well. Simpsons March. Support duo hand in hand. Be able to find another pick-off, man. Yeah, Troll Diffusal was good. Allows him to come online early as well. I mean, you don't really get any farming speed, though. He's going to go Yasha, okay. I don't know. This game is pretty rough. Surprised how well I can do ancients, but even then, dude, it's kind of cold in here. Cold. I mean, KP's literally, dude. I mean, you got to do something, lads. I mean, this tower's taking a bit of a beating right now. They're going to try and rotate in the pain go. FBZ does have his ulti, but can KP get the chain away? Looks like the answer's no. So boom. A very heavy commitment for this bottom side. KP's just honestly doing his job. Yeah, he ends up falling there, which is pretty big, but the fact that now, I mean, you've left Armel, he's level 8, and, you know, Top's free farming, Gabby getting a lot out of the map. Gabby's actually going to go 4-star first as well, considering I thought Ags was definitely going to be the play. Yeah, maybe you just want to, the mobility is really nice to kite the Troll Warlord as well. I think Force just gives you a lot more survivability at the early stages if you think Boom ID are going to get aggressive, but he's top of the net worth, man. You know, having quite the laning stage. He doesn't farm, of course, as well as what he used to, but still, if they can give him as much space as what he's getting. No, he doesn't have time to get Battle Fury. I don't think the Bloodseeker's just going to kite him, toss back. That fight is here if you can get the cookie for the save, so a little bit of space for Gabby, but still and hold him in place with a root. FBZ's got a fair bit of damage coming through, but the Purifying Flames might actually work in Gabby's favor instead. Kezcoop able to get the last little bit of damage. Now with the Armel rotation here, nowhere for the Oracle to run. Bloodseeker's going to find his target. Thirst to the blood. They might be able to try and rotate mid as well for the tower. I mean, this is big if KP can get a kill into an objective. Just the fact that, you know, Radiant, the Troll Warlord, like, not having a kind of a good time means that armor. Hang on, give us a second. We'll bring up that up after. It's not moving too fast right now. The Arcane Curse looks like thanks to the cookie once again, and now KP straight on top of Makoto here. They do get the cost, but March is in the area for the shield protection, and now Armo is just going to try and man fight. They're able to win the kill. Makoto's brought down. Now FBZ's going to be the next target as well. Let's have the Swashbuckle available, so if need be. I mean, it's just the fact that Troll Warlord, like, if you lose the lane, like, what do? You don't really farm very fast. Like, yeah, you've got maxed out Whirling Axes, but the hero kind of has mana issues. Like, you see, luckily enough, he's got the Royal Jelly, but he's going to heavily rely on Clarities to keep him up in sustain and just farming. So Dreamer Cell is going to go Yasha. Honestly, probably like Diffusal Yasha, but he really needs a BKB early as well. Like, it feels... I don't know. It's just like I'm trying to see what Radiant can do. Like, if they farm, like, how do they get to the time where they can win this matchup? But like, OD and Bloodseeker both counter the Troll Warlord, so your position 1, pretty much your, you know, he wasn't your last pick, but he's pretty much the win condition from Boom, considering they drafted around him with the Oracle. Like, he's not gonna have a game. Like, he's so far behind. He's top of the net worth. Honestly, actually surprising him. I'm not gonna lie, I've got no idea how he's there. He's farming up pretty decently. Maybe I'm just tripping. Maybe I'm actually just tripping. He's doing reasonably well. Maxed out already. He's got the tread swap, and with, as long as he keeps the Clarity constantly going, you see he's got 2 on him as well. So maybe this is enough, but it feels like Radiant just have to make a lot of space for the Troll Warlord to farm him. He's gonna come join them top though. Level 9 Yasha is top of the net worth, so here we go. Do they want to try and defend this though?
is under
Looks like
attack.
Dream Soul's going to show. I mean, they're fine with this. They'll just take mid tower. It doesn't really matter, honestly.
Radiant structures.
Although KP is going to TP in, so it's not an easy person to bring down. However, KP might actually scout up Tim's. He's hiding in the trees. Nice rolling thunder. FPZ's going to be able to bounce back as well. So Boom ID take a pretty good fight. They'll at least start off with the stat fight kill, but now with the global silence on cooldown, where's the follow-up control? However, Kezhoot's going to try and go for the TPR. They need the Astral. Looks like they won't be able to get it, but now off to the side, March with the ultimate on cooldown. They do find 2 heroes here. They're going to keep their mid lane tower as well. Now Armel's diving incredibly deep. Sam's going to help out, and now they'll get the Fortune Zenzu. At least Armel does have a fair bit of movement speed coming through from the Serp. That's a long route, man. Even with level 1, now it looks like poor old Bloodseeker. They've got the vision. Should be able to bring him down. I don't know how the heck he's still alive. They'll get the toss with the Oracle. There we go. But now, Oracle, Tim does have the Mortimer Kisses if he wants to try and chuck it out, but it looks like it. Don't think this is going to be enough to find the kill. March with the rotation coming through. Boom. They might be able to dive the tier 1 tower if they want to. Looks like instead they'll just hold out. So 1,000 gold net worth lead for the boys over on TNC after these couple of pickoffs for Boom. A lot of their kills right now, 5 to 6, just coming through that last period of time. Dreamer Soul is going to go Battle Fury, man. Does he have enough time? My only issue with you going Battle Fury is that you just get completely kited without getting a BKB Lincoln. So I guess maybe late game if you can get like max items potentially, but can teams? No, they can't go to the minor. You can go to the major, of course, but not minor. Oh, FPZ. Like, how do you get the initiation? I'll chuck up Rupture. That's a lot of damage with a swashbuckle, so FPZ's gonna get chased down here. Although he does have Keska. Can they get him? Oh, false promise. Looks like he's just going to try and TP out. He might make it back to base here, but I don't think the heal is going to be enough. Needs a couple. Oh, he's got Selvin fit. And the 1. Okay. Jeez, man. Just got in range of the Oracle. Okay.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
This does go to show that TNC don't have great ways to start the fights. Like, I think, you know, through 25 minutes that they just need to be, like, really tanky. Like we saw how Radiant played last game and just kind of allowing... Just really wanting Boom ID to run at you, honestly. So, you know, if they do get caught out, that's going to be a big issue. It just goes to show that they don't really have the stuns and the control. I mean, the only stun they have is really the cookie if you count the Astral as well. Previously, teams could also attend minor qualifiers. Yeah, I think it was when... Dude, wait, Tiny is... What? How does Tiny have Blink? I guess he's only gone Brown Boots, nothing else, but he's only died once as well, so... Was at the very start, I think, so the fact that he's been able to get this natural GPM. Alright, well this is a very good blink timing, honestly. He's level 7 as well, so almost has the combination maxed out. They're going to try and find Armel. Launch toss, FBZ with a follow-up as well. They're able to damage right now, but looks like TNC, can they rotate heroes in time? March the first person to come. The heals will be enough to keep him alive now, and boom, they're just going to disengage with the Rupture. FBZ's just going to try and straight TP, and they need a Usept on KP. This is getting out of hand, man. This is just getting quite out of hand, to say the least. I mean, I'm intrigued about the Hood pickup. I'm trying to see why he goes Hood this game. Because Swashbuckle's physical, I guess, you know, magic. Silence is pretty pure damage. I mean, I never really think about the last word in the Arcane Curse. I swear all these damage is just from the glaives. Yes, it's good against the Tiny. Even then, we'll find Armel. Straight toss back. Actually, the neutral is nicely played there with the global. It's going to stop the Abaddon save potential coming through. They get the slows thanks to the lucky shot proc. Armel with a couple of heals. Looks like TNC just don't have reinforcements in the area, however. Makoto's going to be able to show up as well and get +4, and they're just going to smoke straight away and try and protect the tower, but looks like it will force. So they lose 2. I mean, Boom ID are honestly playing this very well, man. Alright, so he is going Euros. I mean, I think he had to... Is he going Spirit Vessel after the blink or no? Is anyone going Spirit? I do think this is a very good Timber game, and if they don't go Spirit, it's going to be difficult to deal with them, but... KP pops in it straight away. It's got a fair bit of reactive armor stacks to work around with as well, so this kill's not easy, but they do have 4 heroes on Radiant with the pure damage from Makoto. Gonna try and Chimba team out to that southwestern side here, but they got the follow-up. TP potentially available with 4 points in the chain, man. They just struggle with the catch right now. FBZ coming hot in his tail, keeping the toss. Makoto's got the damage, KP! They find him. Boomer playing this game very well, man. They are playing this game so well. What did someone say? Santa does so much damage to Timber with Curse and Last Word. That is true, yeah. But it's... yeah, I can see.
Radiant are scared.
I mean, I guess you don't really want to rush Hood, right? Because, sorry, rush Yules. Hood just gives you so much more. Like, the regen's really nice too. What has he maxed it to? He's gone 442. I mean, what? That's +6 now for Silencer. I think OD's going... yeah, OD's got Blink Force, man. So he's not even going to go for the Aghanims route that we thought. Like, he could go back for it always, but... the net worth lead is still, you know, just in Boom's favor. I guess the last couple of pickups, and all of a sudden, man, Troll has Battle Fury. 16 minutes into the game with this Yasha completed as well. Troll's going to be very farm. Boom don't really want to take too many fights. Like, Battle Fury is very similar to the Midas. Like, what you do with this item is you just farm, you know, try and get that next item. It's just a very, a nice steroid farming kind of utensil, I guess, to say the least. So, as long as they can give Dreamercell a lot of space to get these next side items. But he has got some pretty good neutral items. I mean, Jelly, Ring of Aquila.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, I guess Dire aren't really being able to push the tempo though. Like, without any blinks, I mean, OD has blink now to, I guess, to set up, and this just kind of goes to show that they're lacking a lot of catch. So, I mean, Gabby is recognizing that he kind of has to go for this mobility tool, and oh, dude, he's glitching out. What is happening? That he has to kind of go for this, you know, Blink Force route and just have a lot of mobility across the map. So this is interesting to see how they're itemizing differently to trying to deal with the lack of catch that they have. But that Astral, nice setup. Even then, still actually top hide, trying to blow up Tim's here. Looks like with the March Shield, this will be fine. So they're going to get a return kill. First one for a while right now. What I was speaking about in the draft as well is that it's going to be interesting to see if March does go, like, if he rushes your Scepter, like what item he wants to go this game. Actually, give us a second. Dumbot, Gabby. And I do have this outpost with a couple of rotations on top of Dreamercell right now. They've already committed for the Astral, so if he pops the Battle Trance, but starting to stack up the Sanities, and now with the Mortimer Kisses on the backline, Dreamercell, can he get the ultimate off? Looks like with the Global, Candles the Snapfire, but now Makoto straight on top of the Bloodseeker here with the Thirst Charge. Is going to try and manfight, pops the Essence Ring, but it's just a kill for the Bloodseeker. Now he's got the Thirst movement speed to close the distance. A Timber Chain forward, looks like KP will be able to bring down the Oracle before he can get the ultimate off. There we go, man. I mean, just straight on top. You know, this is the good thing about the Bloodseeker, that if you bring someone incredibly low, that's, you know, once you get BKB especially, that there's just really nothing a Silencer can do. Like, he's going to go Force, but still, you know, it's not the greatest way to cut out a Bloodseeker considering once he gets a BKB. So, as long as they can just kind of close the distance and stay on top of him, nice Chakram. Mid actually hide, toss back. They'll have the follow up as well, so Tim's looks like he will fall. Teammates on the higher ground just trying to bait up this Observe Ward right now, so it's probably time for Dire to disengage considering, but Radiant, they're going to try and take the fight here. Smoke up. KP's not an easy person to find. Although with the Arcane Curse, it does make it a little difficult. They're going to get the last word out the last second, but instead they'll turn their attention to March, so a sacrificial lamb it looks like the Abaddon will be. Try and just drag him away from the rest of the team there.
Take me.
I think the important thing is... so what I was trying to bring up before they took this fight, but do I even get a chance? Hide. Trying to find KP. Doesn't have a Yules to cancel this. Dire is still in the area as well. It's just going to come through. Poor old Hyde. It's going to get brought down. They do have the False Promise if they want to chuck it out here, but Gabby is going to blink forward and be the one to claim the kill. But not Dreamercell. They have at least held on to the False Promise as well. BZ doesn't have the ultimate, though. Instead, they can just potentially kill the Pangolier because he's swashbuckled into this now. Nice setup for the Cookie, and they've got the damage to bring him down. So Radiant, I'm kind of surprised with how they're positioning. Gabby's just going to continue fighting. They get the Disarm, but the Astral's just going to stop any retreat potential. And I mean, I don't know why Radiant are kind of playing this position. Like, they have, like, you have the Battle Fury. Why, like, just allow the Troll to farm, man.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Alright, but like I was trying to say, I mean, I don't think it'll get to the stage yet. Okay, so Abaddon's gonna go Medallion. I would not mind, honestly, March going for Yules first. The reason why I say this is because if you global silence, you use yourself, so you purge off the silence, and then you have the shield as well to dispel the global. So that's now two heroes that aren't affected by this big ultimate. Yours is a lot more gold than what a Medallion is, and we'll probably see him go for a Solar Crest. just so incredibly strong on Gabby. You know, the Outward Devourer used to heavily rely on his Arcane Orb to be able to get the stacks. Now it's a little bit more different considering you have the Astral as well, but I think it's still very, very important to allow them to siege and just protect them from the physical damage that the Troll will output. Now, we haven't really seen too many finds with this Blink. They're just waiting on the backline. Armel, 10-second BKB, TNC, very good position with the ward on the high ground. They might be able to find FBZ, actually. He does get the silence now. Gabby with the follow-up Blink. He's going to try and provide a little bit of space right now, but do they have the follow-up? Gabby can drop the hammer if he really wants to right now, but the false promise, KP going to commit to the high ground. So they should have the heals afterwards, but a lot of thirst, so Radiant going to be careful if they try and take the fight. Looks like Pango will still tick out, so KP is going to be the one to claim the kill. Dead for 40 seconds, doesn't have buyback. Can they Rosh? I mean, OD, not the greatest Rosh hero, neither is the Bloodseeker. They are kind of walking around that area. I don't think they have Medallion just yet. He's going to go Lotus next. I mean, this is very similar to the yours, but instead of... I think it might be... it's more gold? It's a lot more gold, so... it's kind of going to work out. You can literally dispel any silence on one of your heroes. That's kind of, I think, the only reason you're really going for it. I think yours is better, though, because it's cheaper than Lotus, and then you use yourself and then shield someone out, so you don't need as much gold. Lovely positioning from March. They'll drop a sentry. March is just going to be fine. He makes enough space here. Now, they can follow up if they want to. Force, Cookie. Nicely played here. Oracle's going to get controlled. Ultimate is on cooldown as well. What a beautiful Force, man. That looks so incredibly strong with the combo of the Snapfire. So they get a pick off. Oracle down for 25 seconds, but even then, 5,000 gold net worth lead at the moment, 22 minutes in. We haven't really had a break, honestly, just kind of TNC going toe-to-toe throughout the game. And there we go, KP going for a Helmet as well, so... I mean, it's such a good item. You know, Silencer relying on his kind of right-click, so is the Troll Warlord as well, but now, Astral set up, FBZ, nice force in the backline here. Gabby probably could have committed to the ultimate, but maybe it wouldn't have been enough. Does have 2 points in it, but only 5 stacks right now, so... they're just going to be able to take a tier 2 tower. They can walk up high ground if they really want to, but instead they get all the outer towers. Might just use this Aegis to farm and potentially get a pick off beforehand. There is now BKB picked up on Dreamer Cell, but I want to see... does anyone... I think he got the Battle Fury like 16 minutes, yeah? So the fact that you got a BKB... what, 7 minutes after your Battle Fury? I think it's way too long enough. Dire. They got the high ground positioning with the Observer Ward as well. High toss away. KP's incredibly tanky right now, and they're going to be careful if they take the fight. You can see, do they want to commit up to the high ground Radiant? Kind of baiting them out here potentially. So we're just going to try and play around. They really need to protect the Observer Ward. You see how they're positioning right now. Just going to make sure that Boom can't walk up here. I mean, it's a lot of map control getting lost. Three camps. You know, this northern side of it as well, because a lot of time you see Radiant, this is kind of where they play, and Dire, they play this side. That is true.
Radiant's
with the start line. I'm still very surprised it's not going Ags, but I guess still just one Astral is enough to kite the Troll. What's the battle trance duration? 6.5 seconds. 4, so it's literally like pretty much 3/4 of duration, so I guess it's still well worth it. They smoke? They do. They got Aegis for another pretty much 2 minutes 50 right now. Smoke's gonna pop. FBZ will be able to disengage here. This just comes down to the fact that they don't have the greatest catch, but stuck on the high ground. Where's the fault coming through? Tim's shoot with the Blood Ride as well, but off the side, however, straight on top of the Bloodseeker. Armel still has the BKB. They're going to turn around and get the Rupture out. Dreamer Cell, can he run himself away? However, Blink forward. Gabby pops the BKB. Global Silence as well. Now he can't get the Astral off. Gabby's going to get brought down, but he does have the Aegis, however. Yule Scepter up on Timber. Dreamer Cell's going to try and disengage, however. Nice use of the BKB. Global as well. Stops the kite ability on the Troll Warlord, but now... that's exactly how they need to take the fights, and this is why it's so important to get some way to dispel off the global silence, which is why I think Lotus is a little bit too expensive at least, but I mean I think that's the only way they can take a fight. Troll Waller BKB into the global silence, so he just does not get kited, but I mean now you get one kill, it's literally just Aegis. That's now a 9-second BKB, and this hero that is heavily reliant on not getting kited throughout fights. You know, as the game gets later and later, you know, once it gets a 5-second BKB, it's going to make it very difficult for you to actually do anything.
A tribute to my house.
And now they're just suffocating. Boom ID inside the base. Like, even without the ages, TNC well aware of how they need to play it. Like, they're so tanky, man. Like, KP is just playing on the front line. Feels like March's positioning always has been pretty strong as well. And the fact that... Oh, who do they find? Tim's follow-up, Dreamer Cell, Blood Ride as well. FBZ's going to try and come in the area here. They do have to be careful, but with the rub shot, forced to cancel this straight away. KP straight on top of him. They got the pure damage to rip through him. And a Dreamer Cell, he does have the BKB available. Battle Trance going to be up in a couple of seconds, but can they kite the BKB? He's going to try and TP out. I don't think they have the damage to bring him down, but instead, Armel's stuck inside the base. Instead, exactly where he wants to be. Finds the Oracle, 2 dead on Radiant. They're just going to walk up the higher ground here. I mean, they can push relatively fast. It's not the greatest pushing lineup, but with 2 heroes down, they'll shred through the towers. And you see, I mean, Troll Wallet literally does nothing. You just get completely kited, and this is my issue with first phasing the hero. Gabby still waiting for that big ultimate that we haven't seen just yet. The Senators starting to group up right now. Blood Right. 1-2. Tiny's going to get brought down, and now with the toss as well. Timber stuck well behind the throne here, but it looks like KP just way too tanky. I mean, Radiant thought they were going to have a little bit more damage right now, but Troll just hasn't been able to get the items in, actually. Gabby still stacking these bad boys up. Melee Rax is going to end up falling. Range Rax for the next target as well. Another Astral Dreamer Cell. BKB is going to be up in a couple of seconds here, but if he pops the Battle Trance, he's going to get completely kited. They do have the Global Silence, however. Pops the Battle Trance now with the Global coming through. A nice 4-staff. OD will be able to disengage, but here comes FBZ off to the side, so they're going to be able to find one. KP, Snapfire, Cookie. Gets him a little bit of space. Another 4-staff as well, but it looks like the last word will be able to bring him down in our Armel's the next target as well. Has a BKB, TP potential. Looks like he will be successful. Just Dreamer Cell does not find that. I mean, what do they get? Timber, Tiny. They force Global. Couple more BKBs as well down. 8-second BKB now on the Troll Warlord. Yeah, that's a pretty big kill. KP was quite farm, but I mean, you're pretty happy with that, I'd say, considering you only lose one hero, you get a full lane of racks, and now you can just get your farm up, get your next set of items. I mean, this game is very much in the favor of Dire, and they're going to be able to continue that lead with Hyde. Gabby's got the mobility to be able to cancel this TP. They might be able to find more as well near that the old shrine area, but it looks like instead they'll just disengage. March didn't have the vision to be able to follow up. I mean, couldn't really do anything anyway. Battle Fury is just too slow, and I think as soon as Dire saw the Battle Fury, they literally just said, alright, we're just going to suffocate you inside the base. And now they have to chuck out False Promise as well, so this is on cooldown for your high ground defense. Jeez, man, he almost died. They got the Thirst as well. Do they want to take the fight, actually? Right set up, Makoto, Force. Still get silenced here, but it looks like FBZ's going to get aggressive. Gabby. On the backline here, they're going to try and get the Troll on top of him. Do they have the chain lockdown to kill him with the Basher? They will find the kill. No shield to be able to keep him alive, however. In TNC, they're going to be forced to disengage, however. Dream Cell runs up the high ground. So has the BKB ultimate to work around with now. Straight on top of the Bloodseeker, pops his own BKB, but the Bash is going to come through, and now with the further stack, Dreamer Cell is going to be able to find second Bash. KP, boom. Can they do this? Steel Scepter up. Another root coming through. Oh my lord, triple kill for Dreamer Cell. Alright.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
That's some pretty big kills. Fortunately, Roche isn't up, and they're not going to get any objectives out of it. Troll is very farm, top of the net worth. Hasn't died just yet, but I mean, he was 303 beforehand, about what, 27 minutes into the game, we'll say. But if they, alright, so I think I'm trying to think how he plays this, man. I don't know. This game's rough. Missile. May as well just take the stack, brother. Oh yeah, FBZ's gonna find a couple as well. Has the ultimate if need be. Needs a lucky shot proc to come through. That's gonna make it a little bit easier. But now Makoto finds the Outward Devourer here. It's a lot of damage with the glaives. Gabby's gonna be careful here. God damn, he's gonna end up falling. Oh, Makoto. Uh-oh, they're not done just yet. March as well, the next target. They get the toss on the high ground straight to Dreamer Cell. He's got the ultimate. They need a bash coming through. Will they get it? Looks like FBZ. Instead, the body blocks. They'll get the lucky shot slow. It's another kill for the boys on Boom. What is happening? 2,000 gold net worth lead. That's another kill for, another death, I say, for Gabby. Boom do push very far. Man, they've got a Troll Warlord. These teams are trying to Make some space. Classic Tims we saw last game on the park. Top's getting pushed in as well, so...
Dire's middle
They're
tower
buffer
has
buildings, I
fallen.
like to say. The buildings that protect the tier 3 towers are about to fall here, but they're going to try and force a couple of buybacks here. But OD's up in 20 seconds, so Radiant, they do have to be careful. And it looks like they're just going to disengage with a couple of bounties. Looks like the top one's available. This is, oh, Makoto's got plus 16. Perma Agi now. I mean, that's an interesting smoke, but instead it looks like he's going to try and get to the boys in time. They do have the outpost, so OD's going to be able to rejoin them soon. Unfortunately, it looks like Hyde probably going to get brought down here. At least Roche isn't up just yet. It's going to be up in a minute, so Hyde will be the sacrificial lamb. The rest of the Radiant are able to disengage. I mean, Dreamer Cell's got a Abyssal Blade now, man. Okay, so... I think the way they got to win... Oh, Dreamer Cell. He had to double back because he thought they were Roshing. We'll be fine. I think the way that Radiant have to win the fight is with the combo with literally Battle Trance, BKB, and Global Silence. Like, because OD doesn't have a BKB just yet. He's going to go for it next. So they either rupture the... I think you leave the Pango, honestly. I think you have to rupture the Troll. This is the win condition from Radiant. They have a Lotus now on Snapfire, so this is important. I just have to make sure they kite the Troll. Like, they have ways to do it. Like, him not going for a Lincoln, so you can always get this rupture through, even, you know, if he has the BKB active. On top of KP, the Sun's going to fly Epizet as well, straight on top of the Outward Devour, but won't get the follow-up chain lockdown now. But Makoto, Global Silence, Abyssal Blade, Bloodseeker's going to get brought down, can't even get the BKB off, and now KP with the Battle Trance caught out. 2 dead on TNC, they both don't have buyback now, they're going to chase for more, however. Tims with the TP out, do they have a way to cancel this? The answer's no. I mean, Roche, no, stay in there, brother, stay in there. Uh-oh. Thanks for the follows, guys. I am seeing you. I appreciate it. Closing in on 2,000, so at this rate, we might actually be able to hit it today. This is looking good for them. Dreamer Cell, I mean, about to hit level 25 as well, considering Tims. He's got a little bit of vision. Instead, they're just going to be able to catch him out here. They need a root and a bash, but it looks like with the toss, Tims can he get the cookie inside the base? He does. Oh man, that he somehow just got... I don't know if I'd call it a glitch. Not even glitched up, but... Oh, did he drop the hammer? He did. Epizet the blink! Oh my lord! Oh, tip him. Give him all the tips. Tilt the hell out of him. Now Fury Troll not bad at all. I mean... I don't know what's happening, dude. I got no idea. They're just... It feels like these fights are just not doing a good job at kiting him. The fact that last fight, Bloodseeker didn't get Rupture, like they didn't Astral the Troll. And it's just a free Roche. Aegis Cheese for them. They shred through it, man. I mean, just nothing they can really do about it. Aegis Cheese on Troll as well. They'll give it both to him. How many stacks does Silencer goes? 24, almost a Hex as well. So, I mean, they're starting to get the item from Boom. It's a 3,000 gold net worth lead. You know, the probability is 61% in their favor as well. But we kind of saw this same thing happen last game as well, considering. So let's see what TNC are able to do. But they got a double damage run on Troll. They're going to try and take the fight. Ward on the higher gun. They do find KP. I got a good ward on the backline too, to say the least. But Avalanche, unfortunately, off the mark. Won't be able to find anyone. Probably just going to try and take the tier 1 down bot with the DD, I imagine. I mean, just this top side is such a big issue. It was the same last game with bot. TNC just always have these lanes pushed out. They're a very good team at being able to split push out the map. And you see Boom just haven't been able to deal with this. I mean, Oracle doesn't have any D push. You know, Silencer is not the greatest as well. It's kind of just going to be up to the Tiny and the Pango. So I'd love to see the Pango playing a lot more of the side lanes, considering. But yeah, I mean, Boom getting their items now. If they can kill the Bloodseeker before he gets Rupture, then you have the BKB to not give a damn about the Astral. Even then, I mean, if you can't Astral the Troll, you just try and Astral yourself, which is still the important thing. It's still a very good way to be able to kite out the Battle Trance, but Boom is just getting a lot of farm across the map, and you've seen that the ODs slowly start to fall off, and this is kind of the issue with the heroes, that you still don't farm very fast. Like 3, 3, and 9, you're not doing 2 crash shot in the last hits. You know, Troll's what, about almost 200 ahead, considering with this Battle Fury. So Dream. Honestly, it's just Dreamer Cell. This is your win condition. So I mean, I like how Armel is going to itemize. He's going to go Abyssal Blade next. They know they just have to kite the BKB duration, and that's it. After they do, Troll Warlord won't really be able to have too much impact, but he goes for the Battle Trance Strong Dispels as well. I'm trying to see. I mean, I guess it's still really nice versus the Cookie.
Dire's bottom tower.
There's not too much else, but I guess Abyssal Blade once it does come through, so... Yeah, BS does kind of fall off as the game goes on, but I still think the Rupture is... It doesn't really matter. Like, Rupture's a really good scaling item against the hero like Troll. Like, if he pops Battle Trance, you can just Rupture him, then it's a shitload of damage to say the least. He also went for the Rupture cast range, which I think is so important considering, but... Uh-oh, KP. They have, I mean, they're literally itemizing on Dire. They recognize the win condition on Radiant is the Troll Warlord. You see the Helmet getting picked up from Timber. I love this item on Timber as well. Like, the percent amplification for your HP regen just works so well with the hero. That's why a lot of the time we see the Lifestealer go for his own Helmet, because amplifying the lifesteal that you get. But TNC, they're just going to try and delay this, you know, at least bait out this Aegis potentially. Just, you know, waste the timer, keep all the lanes pushed out. You see how they're trying to play, you know, setting up for a kill around this top side potentially. How close is the March? So March does have Lotus, so they got double Lotus now. So the global silence that we were talking about with the Battle Trance BKB isn't going to be as easy. You know, now Abyssal Blade can just kite you if you get it off at the right time. Evasion is very good as well against the Troll, to say the least. And Silence, it doesn't kind of build MKB ever, so... Yep. Lotus on Pango. I guess your Rupture, it's also very good for himself if you just Lotus then Rolling Thunder, but... My stomach's crumbling. Man's a little bit peckish. Uh-oh. We'll be able to find the stat fire here. Just a little bit of pick off for them. Makoto's going to get some plus intel. You'll take it. Rolling Thunder's not the biggest cooldown. I love how it says Halt. Oh, I mean, we got some time. Let's take a look. Oh, actually, bot's getting pushed in. Never mind. We might not have some time here, Dreamer. So, I'm going to start trying to stack up the Sanities. They do glyph very early. Remember, I mean, he's got the Satanic now, so a little bit of status resistance, but they're just going to kite him out as much as possible. They don't have the Agnums on Gabby, which is a little annoying, and they've already popped the Lotus Orb as well, so the toss. Not too far away with the Blood Rite set up. Dreamer Sword just trying to deal with the base, and it looks like he will be able to get the tier 3 tower, so it is a lot of armor now as well for the boys on Dire. Instead, he'll turn his attention to KP. Snapfire does have a buyback available. FBZ will not be able to join them on this engagement, although they do have an outpost. He wants to. He's got 15 charges now. They've got to be careful. Abyssal Blade forward. Where's the fall? They chuck up the global silence. BKB is going to get popped from Gabby. Doesn't have the Astral available, however. Nice 4-star. Dreamer Cell now with the Battle Trance on cooldown. Abaddon's going to be able to pop the ultimate. They're going to buy back coming through, but they've got to be careful now. Aegis going to get timed out in 15 seconds. Dreamer Cell, he's already committed to a lot of things now. March will get brought down, but off to the southern side, however, Armel finds a silencer. This is a really good engagement for TNC. They need to get on top of Dreamer Cell here. Aegis about to time out. 4 seconds right now. Can they close the distance, however? They'll find someone mid. It looks like it is Hyde, but still now KP's in a bit of a scenario here. Straight on top of Dreamer Cell, not making it so he can disengage, however. He does have the Satanic available, but it looks like with the buyback coming through, how they still have the Senders to clip. Can he get off in the meantime, however? The bash, the Brood as well. OD, Gabby just able to get the Astral, needs to be able to drop the ultimate, however. Satanic, he has it available. It's not going to be able to get the ultimate, though. OD somehow ends up falling, and Timber Sword's the next target as well. No chain, a buyback. High, gonna try and get the initiation on the backline. They get tossed back as well, so Tim's will not be able to fall back inside the base. Triple kill for Kesku of all the heroes. How did he not get the ultimate off? What looked like an incredible fight, man. They kited out Global, they kited out BKB Battle Trance, and they don't have buybacks. I thought they would have just shredded through the Timber. So shredded through the Troll, and now FBZ will be forced to disengage here. He's actually just going to TP fully out, so KP's going to try and make this as difficult as possible, but I mean, he's got BKB and Battle Trance now back available.
Dire's bottom barracks has fallen.
Alright, well, they get a full lane of racks. Silence is going to be back alive as well. Roshan still going to take a little bit of time. Looks like Armel just going to try and get the bounties potentially. Looks good, Woody. Dreamer Soul just going to still hit the high ground. We haven't... I mean, Rupture's down for 30 seconds. You got to get it on the Troll, man. At least OD's going to be up in 5. It's down for 2 minutes 20 as well. Just trying to do whatever they can to kite away the Troll Warlord. But, I mean, this chip damage, they can force out the Satanic potentially. But now Radiant They're all back. Actually, they'll cancel. Yeah, I mean, I guess TNC late game is a little rough. I can see what you mean. I thought the rupture would be a good way, but it feels like they're just rupturing the Pango every fight. He's got Abyssal. It feels like they're just not using the abilities on the right heroes. Like we've only seen Gabby use the ultimate once, and that was for the Pango up at the the top lane area. So I don't know. They're gonna try and bait bot. Armo's gonna be so careful, man. Does have buyback available, but they're just gonna initiate straight on top of him. He can't TP out either, considering they got the Abyssal Blade and Armo controlled. Hex coming through, Outward Devoured. They have a Lotus Orb to potentially keep him alive here, but a Force still trying to get in on the backline here. Global Silence is available as well. Nice toss away with the cookie. Force off Armo. Somehow still alive, but they're going to get the Soul now with the Blink Forward. FBZ's going to be able to catch him on the backline with the Rolling Thunder. However, March just stacking up the Glaives of Wisdom right now for Makoto. He's falling full HP now, but it's not going to matter. Makoto has got so much damage. They'll finally chuck out the Global Silence as well, but it's a double kill for Dreamer Cell. Make it on the high ground. Lotus Orb's going to come through, so it controls up the Silencer, but it's not going to matter. Tim's getting brought down off on the side as well. Dreamer Cell finds the Timber, and this is just game. They'll be able to end way too fast with the Troll Wall if they don't have buybacks available. Armo's just the next target with the Vassal into the Battle Trance. This is a hell of a performance from Boom ID, to say the least. Ultra kill from G-Missile. The G's are dropped. I mean, what a game, man. Gabby finally drops the ultimate, but they're just going to lose all 5. I don't know. Damn. Well, now I understand how... Dude, this Silencer was... I mean, it looked little rough early, but... I mean, the Global Silence, and I'm very surprised OD didn't go Ags. But I guess he kind of had to go, like, Blink Force because they had no pickoff. You know, we saw literally anyone was TPing out right in front of them. You know, that's why KP usually wants second item Yules anyway on Timber, but... You know, it was a very good way to be able to cancel TPs and control the Troll, but... I think it just got to the stage where the fact that they don't have stuns, so Gabby has to go this item build, so it stops him from going Ags. I don't know, like, surely Force into Ags is enough and then Blink after. I don't know. It just got to the stage where, like, Dreamer literally got, I don't know. He farmed very well. Like, maxed out Whirling Axes was enough to be able to get him the items. And for a stage, I was a little worried when he got Battle Fury and Boom ID kept kind of forcing the issue. It felt like TNC might actually be able to take the game. The fact that, you know, they weren't giving a lot of space for the Troll Waller to get any farm. But Dreamer just literally didn't die this game, and I think it came down to the fact that some really nice Global Silences, like it looked like Boom ID took a lot of good fights around this, you know, never doing it preemptively, and I don't know where the ruptures were, but I can't remember the last rupture we saw on Troll, the last OD ultimate we saw as well, and it really just turned around. Like Boom ID, you know, quite the comeback from them. This time they're not on a secondary throw. But with that being said, I don't know, but Boom, they're going to be able to take game 2 though. I mean, that's a pretty nice way to come back after their game 1 kind of deficit, you know, with TNC somehow, you know, the Rapier on the puck, but quite the performance for them to kind of untilt from what was going on. I mean, game 3, this is going to be interesting. This series has been a cracker already. Boom going to hit back pretty hard. We'll see what TNC are going to be able to offer though throughout the next. I mean, still very surprised at how the they played really well around the Troll actually. I guess it just shows that Bloodseeker really doesn't scale well. I knew the hero didn't, but I thought the Rupture would be okay to deal with the Troll Warlord. Boom are a good team, man. They're playing well. I mean, they probably almost won first game. They won second. I appreciate all the follows, guys. Thanks for all the support. Don't forget to follow if you guys haven't already, though. Hopefully going to hit 2,000 followers tonight, so do appreciate all the support. Yeah, they did. They played very well around the Troll. Let me put this up. 14. We'll go like 03. Oops. What did I do wrong? Oh. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Thank you for the compliment. There's 10 out of 10 in the lobby. I don't know, brother. I don't know, but you really should follow. I'm glad you told me though. That's nice. Sometimes like you don't actually recognize what words you're constantly saying. So I'll keep that in mind. I'll make sure I don't say it. Yeah, I'll be casting them later.
When you feel it's hopeless, when you think that you lost, oh, I will take your hand and we'll rise up from the dust. Oh, here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life, we're still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. All you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. All you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and clean my throat. We all have our reasons why we are on this track. Oh, we all have our burdens, yeah, but we just keep on fighting and we never look back. Here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life, we're still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. All you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. All you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and clear my throat. We rise up from the dust and clear my throat.
ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for game number 3 between Boom ID and TNC Predator, and of course it is for the minor qualifier spot. It is MLP Dota and John X Fire. John, surprisingly, we've ended up in a 1-1. I've got to admit, I was not expecting this, but Boom ID, they have been putting on a real great performance today, almost 2-0ing TNC, in fact, had that game 1 not turned out the way it did. However, as we saw Boom ID just demolish TNC almost in the later stages of the game in Game 2, I need to ask you, sir, for all the TNC fans out there, what do TNC need to change in this Game 3 to try and pull off this victory?
I think a big part of game number 2 was a draft issue. They did not have the control early on to maintain that aggression they were pumping out. They were making deep journeys into the enemy jungle, trying to find pickoffs. They couldn't find the kills because they could just TP out. They had no control once that cookie stun was used up, and if Gabby wasn't there with the OD, they just had no way of stopping that TP out. So it's something TNC can correct in their draft. Otherwise, I think they played that pretty well. They couldn't really shut down the troll, and Gabby couldn't quite hit the timings he needed on the OD to turn that around. They were also playing OD into Silencer, which is rough before the BKB, and Gabby's BKB timing was just a bit off. So if they manage to tune out that draft issue, find a way to be aggressive and really secure those kills to start to snowball, I think it would be easier for them to get what they want from the game.
I certainly agree with you. Of course, we did have some awkward moments, and I don't mean to pick on any players, John, but we talked about the Sanity's Eclipse. Now, I feel like that was dropped once in the whole game, maybe twice. Not the greatest of usages. It was definitely held out a lot. Now, it wasn't the easiest game in the world to throw it out. You were up against an Oracle and a Troll. It's very hard to find those kills, but regardless, you're up against an Oracle again, so the same problem is going to be there. That being said, though, interestingly enough, Boom ID seemed to want Tims to play the Snapfire, because if he does, he's kind of limited, because the hero does only have one stun. That's not really that effective.
It's only got one stun. It's not the most mobile hero in the world, beyond just the cookie, of course. And it really just does damage. You do finally see the Void Spirit coming out here for TNC.
Uh-oh.
So we'll see whether or not they manage to maximize that hero. It's been popping out here and there. The win rate has not been amazing. But if there's any team that could probably pull it off, it should be TNC in a Game 3. A lot's on the line here. They don't want to have to slog through that lower bracket, of course.
No.
So they are probably just pulling something that they're confident in and kind of maybe practiced in the background a bit. You have that Enchantress as well, which is pretty darn annoying to lane against. So we'll see just how far TNC can push the effectiveness of that hero out here. Of course, Boom ID, they've already got the Oracle, followed up with a Monkey King, why not? It's a very clean follow-up. You can keep that Monkey alive for a lot longer, keep that Wukong's command up and running. You can have some nice initiations with the jump in and the root coming out from the Oracle as well.
But can we just talk about the Enchantress for a second, John? I mean, this support Enchantress being picked up, it is so impossible to lane against. Because at level 1, you just get Impetus, and suddenly, on top of your normal base attack, you're doing plus 60, plus 70 pure damage. Based on
ridiculous.
Distance. It's kind of, it's pure damage at level 1. It's high?
Ridiculous. Most supports can't trade right clicks in that case. I think one thing you will have to watch out for is perhaps the Oracle in this case. Going for a very early disarm instead could be annoying. Granted, that's really not a favorable trade in terms of mana pool. Like the Oracle will burn out faster than the Enchantress would in that case. But that is still something you can do to mitigate that output still. Enchantress can just gain a couple of levels, dip into the jungle, come out with a couple of creeps and really force a lane out that way. And the possibilities with this hero early on are endless. And, once you hit your 6, once you have that attack speed slow, it's much harder to burst you down without the spells. And so far, Boom ID does not really have any spell bursty heroes. The Monkey King could, with his crit strike, I guess. Committing that just for an Enchantress is a bit rough, though.
It certainly is. Of course, secondary ban phase, Clock will be banned out by Boom ID. Fair enough. Clock's one of those heroes, John. We talked about it before this series started. It seems to be a very, very powerful position 4 right now, but we haven't seen as many teams pick it up. This time around, though, Boom ID, they don't want to risk anything. They will ban it out. I can't quite blame them as well. With that clock, if you jump the back lines, you get rid of that Oracle with your battery assault, or at least force out that false promise. Suddenly, Boom ID's team fight would have been a lot weaker, but luckily for them, that will not be the case this game.
Yeah, and I like that PL ban out as well. And the Monkey King is okay against PL, I mean, early on, but as it escalates, of course, PL just kind of takes over. You don't nearly have enough durability to stand up to all those illusions, and your damage may be good when you use your big stick womping to clear out the illusions, but you can only rely on that for so long. So clearing out that PL, smart move from Boom ID, should set them up quite nicely with whatever the Monkey King has to face off here. You've got a bit of flexibility where to lane at Monkey King as well.
John.
You can go down mid if you want.
Sorry to interrupt, John. Husker hasn't been banned.
Oh, yeah.
They have an Oracle.
That
Husker
should
up
be straightforward.
against Husker up against Void Spirit. I don't think that's a bad matchup for Husker.
No, it's not too shabby at all. I reckon the Husker is just... It's good to have in any case, even if the matchup's not going to be amazing. You have that Oracle. You want to maximize a hero like that. It is a possibility for Boom ID. I'm actually surprised TNC doesn't ban it out. Perhaps they don't figure Boom ID would go for that pick anyway. Like, maybe they don't expect it to come out at all.
I mean, look, they've got the Shadow Demon there to disrupt, so you can't get the life break off as many times as you'd like, but I mean, there's going to be times when the Shadow Demon is not going to be around, and even in the laning stage, you've played against the Husker, John. It is hell.
Yeah.
Nevertheless, Boom ID, they'll pick up the Rubik for now, not revealing any cards, just keeping them close to their chest. I don't mind the Rubik pickup. Of course, you want to try and steal that disruption. The Shadow Demon does. Oh, the Morphling into the Rubik. Okay. So now we have Morphling from TNC Predator. Rubik is there, so naturally Rubik does enjoy somewhat going up against the Morphling. Interesting to say the least. I'm not really sure what TNC's up to here with this draft, though.
10 seconds remaining.
I guess they're falling back to what they're comfy with. Of course, TNC is the team that likes to run this Morphling. Despite all the nerfs it's received, they like falling back to the Morphling Shaker. Unfortunately, the Shaker was banned early on, so they're not going to have that combination here. But it's a hero they're comfy with. It's a hero they know how far to push, and I don't blame them for going back to something a bit more comfy, a bit more reliable for them in this case. Boom ID, with Air Draft, it's going to be interesting how they respond. I mean, the Morphling is still fairly potent if you're not careful. They go to Centaur. So I like that pick. It allows them, again, to engage, disengage quite nicely. TNC's team fight is not looking as strong right now as Boom ID's, just off the back of that Centaur and the Monkey King. It's going to be a lot more potent once Boom ID tosses all their bodies in. They're going to have a lot of wide control here. We'll see just how far TNC can kind of push this draft off. They've got great single target control, and I suppose you have the Morphling to turn into whatever you need him to be, the Monkey King, the Rubik, or the Centaur, even the Oracle, for added control in these fights and just to act as a nuisance. But overall, Boom ID is shaping up quite nicely for that aggression they've been consistently pumping out in this series.
Well, one ban for either side left. Once again, Boom ID has not shown their hand in terms of that mid lane. Snapfire has gone unbanned and unpicked, which is extremely surprising. And neither side wanting to play with the Snapfire. In fact, both sides did lose with the Snapfire, to be fair. So the game losing hero apparently is TNC Predator. They'll get rid of the Storm. It is a free Storm game had it been available, but I will repeat, there's still a Husker here. Now, it doesn't do quite as well up against the Morphling, to be fair, but it's still a Husker. It could just take over the game before your Morphling's even online.
5 seconds
Yeah,
remaining.
it's still a scary prospect for the draft here. Whether or not Boom ID picks it up is another question. It looks like a free pick, right? You've got the Oracle. We're going into last pick, not banned out yet. Really eating into that reserve time, though.
Perhaps the thing is, though, with TNC Predator, I mean, you look at those heroes, they got the Void Spirit, they got the Morph. If Lifebreak was committed on either of those two, they could just make their way back very quickly using their own abilities and suddenly you'd have a Husker very out of position. So it's maybe TNC Predators kind of baiting out the pick.
That's possible. It is still kind of rough as a Husker as well, especially if the Enchantress comes out onto your lane. Okay, they go with the Ember Spirit in the end. So you've got this great team fight, great mobility from Boom ID. They've got a great way of just jumping in, taking these fights. Monkey King, the Centaur, the Ember, just gap closing quite fast. And I think this lineup's really tied up. It's not the most outrageous draft we've seen from Boom ID, but it's well stitched together, and it really gives me the idea that their mindset going into game 3 is just to play a consistent game, play aggressive early on, play it cleanly. And again, that was my biggest issue with Boom throughout, not just in this series, but really every single time we covered Boom ID. Their main issue has been that consistency. This is the most consistent I've seen them carry a game out in a while. And if they can close out this game 3, that's just a step closer towards DPC for these guys.
I mean, looking at Boom ID's draft, to say the least, John, Ember Spirit, no lockdown for him. No real lockdown for the Monkey King. And you could morph into the Centaur, steal Hoof Stomp or Lift, I guess, from the Rubik, but you talked about Boom ID's consistency. Like you said, today they've been fairly consistent. Draft's looking good. TNC, they'll go for the Pango. They know they needed that team fight, so that's fair enough. You'll give KP that offlane Pango. Is it enough up against this kind of draft? Because it's such a mobile draft from Boom ID. I just don't know if they have enough lockdown.
It's going to be tricky. They do have the tools to turn it their way. The execution is much harder. I'd say it's easier to pull off Boom's draft than it is for TNC to pull off their draft in this case, especially if you hit those timings on Boom ID. They just need to hit 6 and perhaps a blink on their Centaur. That's really it to start forcing something out. It's not going to be as rough. TNC, they're going to have to really think about who they commit their control towards and how they initiate these fights. They don't have a real clear-cut initiator besides KP's Pangolier to roll in, but you don't have someone that's truly frontline and tanky straight up. Pangolier is, but it requires either a big shield crash or a fair bit of farm to really get yourself going there.
Fair point. Should be an interesting game nonetheless. I mean, both drafts look perfectly fine, don't get me wrong. It's more about how they play it out, and like you said, if Boom ID, if they can get a good start going for themselves, it looks really good for them. If TNC are able to buy Gabby time in that Morphling, though, it is still a Morphling at the end of the day, and it is still very painful to try and play against. And of course, we can't forget about Armel and the Void Spirit. Can't underestimate these new heroes. I mean, they could really run amok in this game if given the chance. But we'll see. Definitely. We'll see what happens. I'm just happy to see some good Dota.
Oh yeah, it's been a wild series, right? Like game 1 was just something else to watch. Game 2 was, I want to say, nearly the same tempo as game 1, but Boom ID just closed it out.
Yeah.
And if they can do that again here, if they can run around TNC as they did in game 1, hit their own timings well, and exploit the weaknesses in TNC's draft. Again, that brings them one step closer towards that DPC minor. And that's something they really want. Of course, Boom ID's been hungry for a long time.
Oh, they're definitely hungry. That's for sure.
I mean, it's lunchtime as well. So they're actually literally hungry.
I'm literally starving right now, though, John. I've got a comment on this Ember Spirit, John. He's holding a nunchuck and a Divine Rapier at the same time. Don't know if I like that. And I didn't realize that was possible, to be honest with you. I thought you had to have one or the other, but...
No. They're separate weapons. They're separate weapons.
Okay.
So you can't have this interesting look.
Can you use a nunchuck as well as a sword in real life, John? Is that...
I mean, nothing's stopping you. Whether or not you're effective is a different question, but you could.
Fair
Technically,
enough.
Yes, Mike, you could.
Fair enough. We'll see. If Dreamer Soul loses this game, we know what the problem was. We'll talk about it later, Dreamer Soul. We'll sort out. I'll buy you the other nunchuck or the other Divine Rapier, whichever one you want. Do you have a pause coming out? Curse a bug. Even the curse is confused now, John.
Oh, man. We haven't had a pause in a while as well. You know, that's one thing. The internet has been holding up for everyone, so that's good.
Always a good sign. Of course, there was that unfortunate incident, I believe, in the major qualifiers.
Yeah.
We won't
It's
speak
just,
about that because we'll get a bit upset.
you
Or
know
you
me.
will.
I enjoy it. I enjoy it sometimes. Being upset. You know, it lets out some tension, Mike. Gives you some good tension release.
You must love when your internet drops out every second
I love
day.
it. Oh, I love it, Mike. You know me. You've heard me when it drops out. Love it.
Well, actually, I haven't because your internet drops
'Cause I
out,
mean,
John.
God.
There's no way to talk to you when your internet drops out.
At the very least, you know, I take cursor bug over internet issues. So, Dreamcell, you're good. He's back.
Even gives a sorry. Very professional from Dreamercell.
Look at that clump up top. TNC. Formatting.
Clumped up. They want that disruption. It could be a very easy first blood on FBZ, but they're not in range. Tim's, he misses the fog, cancelling the animation. He's still going for it. Could he find perhaps the Rubik? He is not in range. He's getting close though, and he will not throw it out. He'll just right click. Fair enough.
It's going to be 2-2. Runes, as we have seen the past few times. So both teams just trading evenly. Still, that forward posturing from TNC. Really trying to find something to exploit there.
I think that's the name of the game here for TNC, right? Like if they could just get a good early start and shut down this draft of Boom ID early to mid, it's going to be very hard for Boom to contest.
Definitely. They just need to maximize these strong laning picks. I think having Tims and March in one lane for a bit, just to completely shut it out, is the way to go in. That is what they're looking to do here. March still hasn't leveled anything up. Should see the impetus sometime soon.
Where are you going?
No, it actually goes for the enchant.
Fair enough. I can't say I agree with that, but the thing is, though, he can just rotate into the jungle and steal a creep now, and I suppose you could argue that's even more effective in some sense, especially considering they are running a tri-lane with the Shadow Demon, so if you get lucky with the Centaur, then you essentially have a secondary stun.
Yeah, it's really potent in that case as well. At the very least, if this lane is going to be shut out as well, like TNC falls behind, you can also just farm in the jungle very early on and just have the big creep tank it up. So that is something that TNC is considering. They're trying to cover all their bases here
There's a Centaur.
so far.
Finds one. Doesn't have much time, to be fair. Only about, 30 seconds? Yep, 30 seconds at level 1. You'd assume they'd go for hide because it's the much easier kill, but they needed the disruption setup, I believe. Though Kescute is there on the Oracle. And, well, Tim's has already TP'd down bot, so this trial lane's over for TNC. With that, Dreamercell gonna struggle a bit on his own. They're gonna force the dual lane out from the side of Boom ID, it seems, by doing this. Boom so far have not reacted though. They have not TP'd down to help out the Ember. They're just gonna leave him be.
It's an interesting choice from Boom. These supports they have do need EXP to be online, so splitting it up in a tri-lane like this is going to hurt, particularly Kescute. I don't think he's going to be escalating as fast, although they TP him out.
Disruption is there again. Kescute realizing he needs to come down as Dreamercell. I mean, he literally just salved up, and he's back to the point where he was anyway. So, Kescute's going to be there to help from now on. So we do go immediately to dual lanes. Because we haven't really talked about the mid lane yet, but it is Armel versus Makoto on the Monkey King. And this is a much harder matchup for the Void Spirit, as that Jingu Mastery makes it very, very hard to get in close to get those last hits.
Definitely. And there's a bit of a range advantage as well for Mikoto, so he can just apply that pressure just a bit easier.
That's a bit unfair, isn't it? The staffs are pretty much the same size, but Armel can't reach as far apparently, although Tims will come in. Disruption. There's the hold, I suppose you'd call it. The remnant, excuse me. Boundless Strike does hurt, though.
It's harder for Armel to trade as well. Like, the mana cost in his spells and the mana pool he has doesn't really give him too much leeway to play aggressive here.
Tims finding a nice little courier pickup up at the top lane. That was Hides, and he's going to find another Tims. They'd never expect the second time. He'll find another straight towards the tier 2. See you guys later. The mid lane, Armel does go down to Makoto and immediately, well, it's a tip towards Makoto, which is fair enough, but I suppose that's the Monkey King versus Void Spirit matchup, right? It's very hard for the Void.
Definitely. It's going to be interesting to see how Armel plays catch-up here in that jungle, perhaps. It's going to be a bit rough. I don't think he's the fastest farmer in the jungle. It's not too bad. He has some mobility as well, but not the position you really want to be in with this hero.
In terms of last hits, he's behind by about 13 now. Not to mention that first blood he just gave away. Kodo, with the XP advantage, he's a full level ahead, so he can just do this. He has Boundless Strike up, so Armel cannot risk anything. We'll get the shield off. Oh, Boundless Strike misses, but he at least gets the creeps, I guess. Meanwhile, Tim's falling very low up that top lane. FBZ was chasing him down, but wasn't able to find the kill secure. So things will carry on. Very least, FBZ has been able to somewhat shut down Gabby in the top lane. In the sense that he has gotten quite a few denies off on this Centaur, but Gabby more than likely will be able to catch up. It's not like they can really kill him.
Definitely not. Not at this point. The biggest issue for TNC now is that their supports are again stuck in this weird tri-lane up top. So they're going to have to split that EXP up. And it looks like Tims will be copying the short end of the stick, walking around, trying to find stacks, I suppose, at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it's fair enough.
Radiant are scanning.
Tims is kind of used to, you know, getting the short end of the stick. He just kind of makes it work no matter what. Kez cute. Smoke dump. Gonna steal a nice little bounty rune for himself. Armel would have loved it for himself, but unfortunately for him, he's gonna have to walk away with only one charge in his bottle. Kez cute is not gonna make it easy for him. He'll place a nice deep observer ward down behind that T1 tower. That does pretty much indicate that Boom is planning to be very aggressive towards that mid lane.
I like seeing that from Boom ID. They understand their timings in this case. Sure, it's been a pretty slow early game in terms of kills, but the farm is being secured by Boom ID so far. All of their cores are having a bit of a better time overall, especially that mid lane, of course, which we talked about, and their supports are getting a bit more EXP as well. So they're escalating quite nicely into that mid game.
They're going to try and make a rotation. Kezcute is there, but Armel does have wards to spot him out. Pretty nice ward, actually. You wouldn't expect it to be in that location, so it doesn't get D-warded early on. Hyde now, going to say hello to March. March will say hello back. It's Mikoto. Still basically free farming in the mid lane. In fact, they're going to try and make maybe a bit of a jump here. March will throw the Centaur in, but it's spotted very easily. But here comes Tims. He needs a disruption on Hyde and he'll get it. This should be a very easy Rubik kill. And, well, with the Remnant there as well, Hyde surely doesn't get out and doesn't, though Mikoto is going to try and punish for this. He'll move forward onto Tims. He has Boundless Strike if he wants to. And Tims, he may not even need it. Mikoto, one more right click will do the job, and he does get it. In fact, he may turn onto March now, or just Armel. And never mind, Remnant comes out, Jingu Mastery is over. They get the stomp off as well. Mikoto needs to get the hell out of here. Armel wants to chase Mischief. It will not dodge anything, but Mikoto is still running. Fairy Fire! It won't be enough. Armel does find the kill. And that is pretty massive for Armel, considering how far behind he was. It's going to be a fair bit of golden XP going to the way of this Void Spirit.
It really is, and that was a bit of a greedy play from Boom ID. Just holding out too long in that Boundless Strike. They might find more here, TNC.
Yeah, Tims just finds the disruption and Armel gets in there. Tims will take the kill for himself this time around, but what does it matter? Armel, he just needs XP right now and he's getting all of it. Like, they're going to jump in again. Mikoto, this is very risky. He'll go after March. Remnant will be there. He cannot mischief dodge that, and there's a stomp from March. Boundless Strike is perfectly placed from Mikoto, but it's not enough damage without the Boundless Strike active. Excuse me, Jingu Mastery active. And you could almost sense a little bit of frustration there from Mikoto jumping back into that mid lane.
Definitely. He held out just a bit too long in that Boundless Strike. Long enough that his Jingu expired, so he couldn't really trade afterwards. And Armel, from a rough lane start, I'd say is pretty close to even now. He's not doing too bad for himself. Gonna be happy with those kills. Mikoto is still definitely ahead.
Radiant's middle tower.
But now, at the very least, TNC doesn't need to worry about their Void Spirit too much.
Gabby gets stunned up. Won't be bothering him though, as disruption will come in onto Hyde. Stampede immediately, but they have the net from March's neutral creep, and with that, Hyde is a sitting duck. They'll chase Tims though, FBZ. In fact, Hyde will be able to get away. Kezcute, he'll find Tims. Gabby now just wanting to get himself out of there safely, and he does do so. They didn't actually manage to find Hyde on the Rubik. They switched their attention over to FBZ to try and protect Tim's. It does not work out in their favor.
Yeah, it's a bit rough. I mean, it's not the worst trade in the world, just losing your Shadow Demon, at the very least, is not too bad. And FBZ will get a bit of a push going on this tower.
Kodo, straight onto Gabby. He does wave for March. He was there to spot that out. And now they'll turn around to Hyde again. They're feeling very confident, but it's 4v2 right now. More heroes to TP though. KP, he'll Rolling Thunder. Straight after that, Oracle and Armel will be able to take Kescute out, and now they found Hyde as well. So both supports go down. The rest of Boom ID just TP the hell out of there. And it looked like it was going to be pretty bad for TNC, but just great rotations coming out from KP, coming out from Tim's, does make it so Gabby survives and keeps farming up.
That's really one of the key things TNC has to do anyway. They have to keep Gabby alive. They have to ensure this Morphling has a good time. And so far, Gabby's not been doing too bad, all things considered. Number 1 on last hits for his team at the very least. He is trailing just behind that Monkey King in terms of net worth, and considering how good a start Mikoto has had, it's not too bad. So TNC definitely keeping themselves in, not lagging behind too bad. I'd say the timings on this Morphling are going to be okay as long as they maintain this sort of pace. Boom ID, they are feeling frustrated. They need to find these core kills.
They're going to try Mikoto. Jumping in the tree line again, going towards that top lane. Jump in. Primal Spring won't connect on KP. He'll just swashbuckle out. No, Mikoto, he's not trying for this kind of farmy Monkey King build. He is just trying to roam around and find these kills. He hasn't found any quite yet. I say that, he does have 2 kills, but I'm saying since he's been roaming, he hasn't found anything. But KP, actually a nice chop of the tree, does get the stun off onto Mikoto, though he'll just tree jump away again. Armel now going to be here. They'll go after FBZ. There's the disruption coming out with the Remnant setup, though you still have this Monkey King to help FBZ. He's a very tanky boy. They're going to stampede in straight after Tim's on that Shadow Demon. They'll get the hoof stomp off of Mikoto. He doesn't want a part of this. The Rolling Thunder. They'll find Tim straight off the bat, but can they get Mikoto out of there? It looks like they may not be able to as the chains come in from Dreamer's Soul, and now they'll go after KP instead. So they'll make it a 2-for-0 trade so far for Boom ID. Now March is a sitting duck. He's trying to run away, but they should have enough damage. March is still tanking all this damage coming in from Boom ID. And well, eventually they'll get it. Hyde will pick it up on the Rubik. But still a fantastic team fight coming out from Boom.
Definitely was a bit of an extended fight at that, but they still find a couple of big kills there. Would have really wanted to see a lot more go down, of course. I think they really want Armel's head. In fact, he comes back in.
He certainly does.
This pleases me to no end.
Be able to walk out of there okay. Of course, while all that was happening, John, Gabby's still free farming bot lane, and he's kept up in net worth. He's about to take over this Monkey King, in fact. Going straight for that Ethereal Blade, and once he's got that up, the supports of Boom ID are going to just explode. So it seems like TNC are taking solace in the fact that Gabby is just farming.
Yeah, it's okay for TNC. Again, they understand what they need to get done as well. Just protect Gabby, buy him space. Hopefully the Morphling will be big enough that they can just fall back to him. It's a hero they've played around for a very long time, so they know its timings, they know what to expect. And I think going 7-5 with only a 1k deficit for TNC, they're not doing too bad. They're still finding space in the map, they're still finding farm. In fact, beyond that Monkey King, their own cores are pretty much matched up quite nicely with the opposing cores, so they're keeping up in farm. Distribution's good. They just need to hold out until the moment when Gabby's confident enough to take these fights.
Boom. We'll take their outpost back. Armel now starting to get closer and closer to that Yules that he desperately needs on that Void Spirit. Of course, Gabby's still going for that Ethereal, just rushing the Eagle Song rather than going for the Ghost Scepter. Look over to this Monkey King Mikoto. His farm is slowed down a hell of a lot. I mean, he's still top of the net worth board. He's going to have that Diffusal Blade soon, but it kind of makes you question, is he having enough impact yet?
I think it slowed down a bit too much. Then again, these fights have been a bit scrappy. If they find this kill in Mikado right now.
They could. Remnant does not connect though. Makoto still Armel with a double damage. It's a very scary hero to try and go up against, so they'll just back out of there safely. Meanwhile, Dreamer Cell is still farming the top lane, pushing it out. Getting very close to his Maelstrom, and once that Maelstrom's up on the Ember, he does have a little spike in power. Rather a massive spike in power. And both teams seem pretty okay with just continuing to farm up. Hyde, gonna get caught out at the bot lane. Gabby will actually morph into the Rubik for the lift. Still though, Gabby might be in a bit of trouble here with this Wukong's command. He's falling very low and he's out of mana. There's no way out of this, Gabby. He does go down. And some very quick rotations coming up from Boom ID though. Tim's disruption in the tree line. Makoto won't mind though. He just jumps out with his new defusal, and Tim's has no way out of this situation. Boundless is there if he needs it, but he does not. Makoto will clean up the Shadow Demon though. Mid lane, the T1 has started being taken. Dreamer Cell, he could not save it, but he wants to take a team fight. KP falls very low very quickly and does go down. So it's going to be a 3-for-0 trade, and maybe it may even be 4 as March does get Primal Springed up. Makoto does need a bit of help here. Or maybe he doesn't. Once the Boundless Strike's available, he may just, you know, kill him. In fact, Dreamer Cell will take it for himself.
Fair enough. And again, you are seeing Boom ID identify the targets they want. They make a good bait down bot to grab Gabby out. They rotate down mid right after to find those kills as well. They lose their tier 1, which is a fair bit of control going the way of TNC, but they should be able to find a tier 1 in return as well.
Looks like they will.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
I like seeing this itemization being queued up on Mikado. He's going for that early BKB, and it shows that Boom ID does understand. They want to hit that early timer. They don't want to wait out. They don't want to give Gabby that opportunity to be massive, so just having that way for the Monkey King to be right in the middle of this fight without worrying too much, going to be a massive help for Boom ID.
Oh, absolutely. Still, Boom just looking fantastic. KP, I mean, I thought he was doing better in the lane, I'll be honest, John, but it looks like he's struggling in terms of net worth a bit. He's a very squishy Pango at the moment. Has the treads and the Vladimirs. That Boom. See if they continue this aggression up, as it looks like Makoto just wants to secure that BKB beforehand. This is going to give Gabby time to finish the shotgun though.
Honestly, the shotgun is a strange prospect. On the one hand, of course, it's a lot of damage. On the other hand, you've got pretty much a way of stopping it. You know, you've got the Edict to stop the magic damage coming out from that. So you do have a way of mitigating the damage from that shotgun.
That's true. I can't say the same about the supports though. They're kind of screwed. That Oracle, if you could just burst him down before he gets the Edict off, that is a pretty darn nice way to start the team fight, and Gabby, I believe, knows it. In fact, he's got it coming out right now. And get a bit of spell life still with the Vampire Fangs if you really want it, but he's going to jump in and he does not actually get the Oracle. Not quite enough damage. Kescute got the False Promise off, and now the Rolling Thunder. KP, he wants to go in. He finds 3 of them straight off the bat. Makoto wants to get the hell out of there. Or maybe they go back in. FBZ, he's still around and still ready to go in. They did commit the Stampede though, so they haven't got the best entrance into this team fight as FBZ falls very low, but now a cube is rolling around the map. Hyde? That's not how that's meant to work, John. Mel. Gonna set up with the Remnant once again. Still, FBZ, he's so darn tanky. Just with that pipe, they just aren't able to burst him down. And now Tim's, he's falling very low. And Dreamer Soul, he'll pick up the kill. And in fact, they'll keep going for more Dreamer Soul. Can he find anybody else with the chains? It's not off cooldown yet, so we'll have to wait it out. But perhaps just with that one kill, they may be satisfied enough to just try and take the safer play and force in the T1 tower. In fact, never mind. They got the chains off on the Pango. KP was a bit far forward. He got the shield crash off, but it doesn't mean anything. Gabby again trying to burst on the Monkey King, but it does not work out in his favor. And Dreamer Cell gets the chains off. Now they get the ensnare, and it looks like they may lose the Morphling, though no, the disruption was there in time. Gabby, he'll wait for him out of there barely, but Dreamer Cell again with the chains, and now the purge as well, though Gabby's still surviving throughout all this. He's just Agi and Strength morphing his way to victory. Dreamer Cell, he does go down in the end. Now Kesku trying to run out of there, but Armel has the remnant. And Gabby, I mean, he was on the brink of dying for at least a minute there, John. He just survived the whole way.
Oh man, it felt greedy from Boom ID. They didn't quite have enough there, even with that good chains onto KP. They couldn't burst them down fast enough. The damage isn't quite there yet. I say that, but TNC's been struggling with damage as well. That's the shotgun under Morphling not killing anyone for a very long time. That's a worrying prospect. In the end, TNC does win out. Like, they're going to be happy with that trade. They got a lot of kills in that. It just took way longer than it should have. And once the BKB does eventually get finished for Mikato, he's not going to have that issue anymore. Right now, he's just a bit too squishy. He was far forward. Didn't manage to get that strike in with the Jingu on top to get his HP back up and running. So he was teetering on the edge just a bit too much. But with a BKB, I don't think that's going to be a major issue. So we'll see whether or not TNC can get a lot more done before that timing. It's not going to be too long for Mikato to have that item up and running.
Armel gets a nice double damage bottle up for himself, so you can imagine TNC probably want to try and make a play happen with that. You do have the option for the Roshan with the double damage. I mean, you could give that over to the Morphling and he could hit like an absolute truck. Perhaps they may just force a team fight instead. It's KP keeping eyes out on FBZ. Rest of the team are coming in. Stomp is there. KP. Armel, meanwhile, top lane. Going after Hyde, and they're going to be able to find this Rubik kill. Though bot lane, they do end up finding FBZ with the stun, but the rotations are slowly but surely coming in. But there's a shotgun. It won't do enough with the pipe. Tim's falling very low, and he does go down to Dreamer Soul. And now the Boundless Strike straight onto Gabby. He's still morphed into that Centaur form, and now he'll morph back. Dreamer Soul just juking himself around this team fight as the rest come in. And it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Both pulse 4s. In fact, never mind. They go for more KP. He's been caught out of position. It's not going to be enough, though, as Armel jumps in the backlines and again finds another support with the double damage rune. KP looking for more. There won't be anything else to be taken for TNC, but they're going to be more than happy with that, it seems.
That's a bit rough there for Boom, not managing to find that opening. I think the one thing that really got them over that top engagement in particular was the fact that Hyde, he was in that stolen Rolling Thunder, but he broke it off for some reason. Perhaps with his spell steal. He just broke the form off, and they couldn't maintain that lock on Armel, which cost them. If they could have found that kill on the Void Spirit, that bottom engagement might have worked out a bit better.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Bot T2 does go down to TNC. They won't force anything else, so just a few Mantra illusions, or rather just illusions. They're pushing that tier 3 tower. FBZ, that's a lot of damage from those Morphling illusions, my god.
Oh yeah. Looks like a Smoke into Roche is the name of the game for TNC.
Yeah, why not? I mean, you don't have that double damage any longer, but you don't need it really. Gabby's just hitting so hard, especially with those Shadow Demon illusions. Boom ID don't seem to know what's happening. If they did, I don't know if they'd have an option in all this. But it seems like they weren't expecting it this early on from this kind of draft from TNC. Unfortunately for them, that is how it pans out. And just as the Aegis goes to the way of the Morphling, Mikoto does finish off that BKB now. Bit of an awkward timing though for Boom, as they would have loved to take that Roshan fight had they had the BKB.
For sure. They are jumping on March, but that's an Enchantress.
It is. Boundless Strike does connect. Hoof Stomp is there as well. March is healing up though. And well, you could probably just TP out.
No. I mean, it's Enchantress though, right? Like, you should know that is bound to happen. In fact, Remo Cell up top.
Oh, that's a big catch. Armel, can he hold him down? Remnant not being thrown out yet, but here comes Gabby. Ethereal is available. He just needs vision. Remasaur has no remnants left, so he's going to make a run for it. And Armel, well, there was a remnant out towards the north. Now he really doesn't have any, as Tims gets the disruption off Dreamosaur. He needs another 8 seconds. No real mana to spare, though, anyway. So he's just trying to waste time at this point. If he gets out, it would be an absolute miracle. There's a remnant. He's trying to juke them out here. He doesn't actually have the mana to commit to go to the remnant. And Armel may assume he's gone. Dreamosaur. No, they'll find him. 1,040 damage from Tims.
Yeah, that's what you get when you really cop all of those Shadow Poisons and the Soul Catcher there. Unfortunate, but that was some good play coming out from TNC. They were microing their courier to keep tabs on those remnants as well. So there would have been no escape for our Ember Spirit in any case.
Armel jumps in on FBZ. He's surrounded though. That was a bit of a bait coming out, and unfortunately for Armel, he fell for it, and now Tims. Well, Armel gets baited, and then Tims gets baited by his own teammate. It happens. But with that,
It happened.
it's not good for TNC though. They lose their mid-void spirit.
And potentially a tier 2 tower as well. Not in position to take that trade up top. Looks like Boom ID will just secure themselves a little bit more control on the map, evening it out.
Not to mention getting ever so close to that Aghanim Scepter now on the Monkey King. Gabby, though, finds Dreamosaur alone. Just bursts him down with the Ethereal Shotgun. Gabby, though, going to try and make a run out. He has morphed into the Ember, throws the chains up, bit of a slight, and Gabby should be okay. They don't have the catch for the morph.
Yeah, that's rough. Just taking that kill afterwards, it's a bit more of a win for TNC. I think slowing down the Ember Spirit is going to be big. That does delay the BKB by just a tad bit more. And it's not like Gabby was in any real danger.
Oh, they have found him though. Now he may be, as he does Ethereal up. FBZ, nice hoof stomp there. It's a lot of damage, but Gabby looks to turn around. He still has the Aegis. Stampede is there. They're looping around here as March was trying to find a nice little slow on the side of Boom. It does not pan out, however. And this Morphling is proving to be a massive problem. They'll smoke up now. They've still got the Aegis. Why the hell not? Straight towards that mid-tier 2 tower, perhaps trying to bait the side of Boom ID with Armel on the Void. FBZ. Be careful where you position yourself, sir. Do not have Stampede available right now, and well, Makoto, I can say the same for you. They're going to jump in, Armel, again, trying to bait them out. Now they're rolling Thunder from KP, straight onto the backlines. In fact, no, straight after Makoto, but he BKB's up. He wants to try and fight this. KP, though, going to roll out of there, and they can just wait out this BKB duration, though, no. FBZ, he will jump in with a stun onto the Morph. Gabby, though, cops absolutely no damage, and now Armel, straight on the Rubik. In fact, never mind, they want FBZ on that Centaur. Glimmer Cape will save for now. Can he actually get himself out, though? They get the Yules off by Armel, and FBZ is basically a sitting duck, or is he? Remnant is there to bring him back, and now the false promise. FBZ is still alive somehow. TNC, though, want to really bring this man down. It looks like they will not find him, as he does manage to get up thanks to that false promise.
Yeah, it's a pretty tight way of bailing out your Centaur there, and that is a cause for concern now for Boom ID as TNC cleans out the map. No control left for Boom, no outer towers left for them. And TNC, 5k advantage on gold. They're in a pretty good spot. Like, they have all the farm they need in Gabby. The timing's not the issue for his hero this time around. Boom ID, they need to find a way to force these fights out. They need to find a hero to burst. And it just hasn't been working out. They've been trying to jump Armel to no effect. Armel has not been dying in a while.
Boom. Finding themselves 5k behind, and look at TNC. They're just happy to continue that aggressive positioning. As we should have a look at that win probability, and TNC currently have a pretty nice chance, 75% their way. Boom, not looking too healthy right now, as, I mean, Makoto still trying to get that Aghanim Scepter, and even then, I just don't know if he has the damage output. I mean, the Axe is annoying, that's for sure, but does he get the job done?
Not quite. He needs a lot more beyond just the Ags. It's gonna help. The stats are nice. I guess just added durability is always good at this point, but take a look where TNC's playing. They're just playing so far aggressive.
Yeah.
They want these tier 3s. And they, you know, the Aegis is gone, but they have the confidence to go up in this high ground.
Well, you have a Manta and the Shadow Demon illusions, John, so you could just keep spamming illusions. They hit pretty hard because he's max Agimorphed. They'll back off. They did a hell of a lot of damage. Their own tier 3 at the bot lane's being pushed in, but that's really copped no damage. I don't think TNC backs off here. I think they just keep this up.
No reason not to. Again, they have all the tools they need to get anything started. They actually smoke up.
Dream Missile is showing at the bot lane, so it's not a very easy kill. You could only imagine he has a remnant somewhere, but he remnants to it, and it looks like TNC are aware that he may be somewhere around that area. Now he throws another remnant. TNC, are you going to run into that remnant? They scan him out, he TPs, but if they spot it out, they'll just wait. And, well, it looks like they may not know. They're not seed in that neutral camp. Maybe they just leave it. He's not going back anyway, so it's fine. Arch would have spotted it out now, but too late.
Too late.
Wouldn't matter.
Yeah. Boom ID trying to build back in. Of course, they have that BKB on Dreamo Cell that has not been used yet since they bought it, and they have the Ags up on Mikoto, so that the added stats are nice. The slightly added damage, and I guess the information you get from those monkeys are good as well. Good to have.
They are quite potent. Like, I'm not going to lie. It's a hell of a lot of damage output, and considering they stick around for a while, it can be super annoying to try and disengage a team fight, because those statues are just everywhere in a team fight, but I just have my doubts. Up against the Morphling that's hitting this hard, it's hard to believe that Ags is going to make all the difference, but we're about to find out as they are making their way up towards TNC. Of course, it is painfully obvious that the Monkey King has Ags, considering there are statues laying around. We'll see Gabby. He does have help behind him, though, in the form of Tims, but there's the Boundless Strike into the Primal Spring. Now the lift as well, but disruption straight away from Tims, but they'll jump on the backlines. Straight away, try and take him out. He's being forced stuffed out of there, but FBZ does find him now. March, he's a sitting duck. He doesn't have the heal this time around, and he does go down, but KB with the Rolling Thunder. Armel in the back, controlling Kezgoot, forcing out the False Promise, and KB does get chained up. Dreamer Cell does find himself another nice pick, if he can get it though, as Gabby is still around the area and Tims has brought back with March. They're all making their way back in. Dreamer Cell, they're going straight after that Void Spirit. Armel being chained up, he'll be okay. Meanwhile, Tims, that's a dieback on the Shadow Demon. He does go down to Makoto. Now they've got that Ember once again, but he's still surviving throughout all this. Dreamer Cell, Madden to live. He still survives the disruption coming out from the Rubik. Now Gabby's falling low. Makoto, he'll find KP. No buyback available on him. It looks like Dreamer Cell is somehow still alive, and Armel's forced to TP out as they will lose Gabby. And March, he just bought back as well, John. It's going to be 2 diebacks, and nobody's going to have buyback available on the side of TNC.
Oh man, it feels like we've seen this one before.
Ultra kill for Makoto.
Oh, just off the back of a fight like that, that is going to be a few objectives lost for TNC. I don't think the high ground's under heavy threat, but it's a possibility. They might at least lose a tier 3 there. And you can't really do too much. Like, the respawn for Gabby's pretty darn long. The diebacks are going to cost them as well. It's going to be a very hard defense. At the very least, they have to fortify to buy some time.
It's just, I guess you wouldn't be expecting Boom to be pushing tier 3 this early on, but never hurts to save buyback gold. It's going to be 1 Rax. You could run down bot, as there is a mid tier 2 still standing, so you don't have the mid option. Looks like they won't bother, they'll play it safe. They've got a Basher up coming out onto Makoto now as well, so it's another nice little surprise item for the side of Boom. And speaking of surprises, the Aghanim Scepter on Dreamer Cell is an absolutely huge item for him.
Yeah, that's gonna be. That's going to make it so much harder to punish Dreamo Cell for his forward movement. We have seen him die a couple of times because of that, but this time around, with that tool available, you're going to be hard-pressed to get that done. Kezcute hanging around that pit, waiting for the rush to be back up as well. Oh, don't go yet. Don't go. Spots it.
Very nice.
And
that's
right
an
after.
awkward pause. FBZ has been spotted. Ursabug
Actually,
again.
no. Like, FBZ has not been spotted. Check that vision. That's low ground.
Whose ping is
Fortunate.
that, though?
FBZ sees KP. FBC sees KP, but KP does not see FBC.
They're pinging something out, though. Is that a Radiant ping? It looks like a Dire ping. Perhaps they're just guessing?
No, I'm checking like the vision between teams.
Okay.
Like KP does not see. TNC does not see that.
Fair enough.
They might suspect something though, but
Darn
as long as
Percy.
FBC's quick, I'd take it over internet. Again, this is better than internet issues, at the very least. Fixable. Just reset your client or reset the PC. Usually gets the job done. Usually. I wonder if they're having a bit of a bite to eat in the downtime, you know? It's lunchtime. No, it's like...
Are you implying that you would like a bite to eat while we have this pause, John?
No, there's no time. I mean, it's one thing to talk about food, it's another to cast while eating, you know? That's just not what we do. We're professionals, or we try to be.
That's very funny, John. One pause very, very soon as a reconnection is there. Sorry, go is the call from FBZ, and he, of course, blinks out immediately after seeing KP on the low ground. And right after that pause, Gabby does have now the Eye of Skadi up, so a lot more stats for him. He's looking pretty darn good in this Morphling. Just a matter of his support's not getting caught out, though, because as soon as they are, he's basically in duck and fact hide with the disruption. They won't go after Gabby, but they'll steal his illusions, and now the chains from Dreamer Cell. Just playing around with this Morphling. Do they go for the Roshan attempt? Looks like they may, as Makoto does make his way there, and yeah, they're going to start this Roshan now. They want to try and force out this team fight, and you've got to admit, with these new items coming out on Boom, they have really, really spiked. It's going to be a very, very tough team fight to try and take, especially with that Wukong's command.
Definitely. They do know something's up. The pings are flying out.
Remnant. Get the Roshan. So it's very, very low. They've got to hurry up if they want to try and contest, and KP, he'll jump in. Still, Wukong's is there, and Roshan alive, and KP, he's bursted. Makoto, he does manage to pick up the Aegis, and now they want to go for more. Remnants forward straight away into the back lines. That's a lot of damage on March straight away. Mel, meanwhile, getting caught out with the double damage active, but it's not going to be enough as Makoto is on top. They get the disruption off from Tims. Is it going to matter? It is absolutely not. Shotgun is there from Gabby, but it doesn't do enough as the balance strike comes in. Gabby, no! And now March gonna get chased down. Tims. Oh, I think that's over, John. It's no buybacks on your cause. March, we know he doesn't have buyback. He just died back. He'll run towards the fountain, Makoto. Do you keep diving? Not really. But there should be megas.
It should be. They've got enough time for it. They've got the Aegis. There's really nothing to worry about right now. And just like that, TNC. The big thing there was that Armel tried to dissimulate out, but he got caught on the lower ground. He didn't manage to cliff up.
There's March trying to do something as an Enchantress, but he is just going to die. Although, maybe not. He's going to walk out of there, apparently. They don't even care about him. They're just going after those tier 4s. He does have them healing up, though. So if they can delay this with this Rolling Thunder, it could be massive. In fact, they've delayed it enough that their teammates are coming back online, so it's not going to be GG. They hold on for another at least couple minutes. As 2 Raxes go down, but they did not get the Megas, and they didn't get the tier 4s. And it looks like that repair kit, John, it's a pretty potent item.
Yeah, it's keeping them in the game. At very least, it's going to keep these tier 4s relatively healthy. But TNC now. Backs against the wall. And still no buybacks up.
Yeah, I
on
mean,
their morph.
that's-
So you've got to watch out.
That's one thing, though, right? Is every time this happens, they just don't have the gold for it.
At the very
Both-
least, like, the buyback on Armel is going to be up in about 150 gold.
I
So you're going to
guess-
have that on Armel, but without it on Gabby, it just doesn't feel like it's enough.
No. Ooh, Boom ID, the game is in their hands. Got to be careful not to make the mistakes they made in game number 1, though. That was also a similar situation that they were in.
Oh,
Makoto, gonna find KP, gets used up. He's alone right now, Makoto. Does have the Aegis, though. Yeah, okay. Gabby decides to morph and jump in the trees himself. Of course, you do have the Centaur War Runner with a heart now, so he's just casually sitting at about 5k HP. Nothing wrong with that. Very, very tanky boy.
seems about right to me. Like, FBZ has no real worries now. You can't burst this guy down straight up, or you'd have to expend all your spells, really, to even make a dent.
TNC, they're trying to push out the other lanes and force the side of Boom ID back, but Boom ID not falling for it this time. They'll just have to delay this as long as possible, but Gabby gets caught out. There's the Abyssal as well.
God.
Can they burst him down? It could be really bad, though. No, Gabby, he will survive. Now Makoto getting very low. He pops BKB!
Oh my.
That's his Aegis gone. This is the opening TNC needed. They'll get the Remnant off. He's just stuck there right now, but there's the Wukong's command coming out. They just need to run out of that ring. March, he will go down. Buyback is still on cooldown for him, so he can't get back into this, but it looks like they've protected
Armel?
that tier 3, though. Armel still going. He'll get out of there safely. FBZ now still moving forward, trying to find somebody, but perhaps that heart doesn't matter. He's falling quite low. Armel jumps back in. He's going to be so careful not to die, though, as they do jump back in straight after Armel, but he'll use up. Still alive throughout all this. He does get out of there just barely. Now FBZ
Gabby?
straight onto Gabby. Gabby's falling low. He'll Strength Morph and Ghost Form up, and now he'll steal the Ember Spirit form and does manage to barely get out of there. But Boom ID are still in the lead in all this. They are still going to try and force in this tier 3 tower.
It's gonna be rough. They still can, but with these two cores still alive,
Oh,
you still run a bit of
KP,
risk.
KP, no, you can't get caught like that. He gets caught by the Centaur FBZ. He's gone.
Gabby?
He'll buy it back. Gabby falling low, but not low enough. In fact, Armel falling even lower, but he'll get out of there. KP now with the Rolling Thunder, but immediate BKB coming up from Makoto and the Abyssal straight onto Armel. He does manage to get out just barely. They don't have the Boundless Strike available. KP keeping them away with that Rolling Thunder. Now they may just find the monkey. It's so darn close, but no, Armel. He goes down to the Boundless. Still, they'll find the trade. FBZ, he just wants the racks. He just wants the objectives. Can he find it? He's trying to run away now. It's been disarmed and he will not get it.
No.
It's one right click away. But the Heavens Halberd coming out from, I believe it was KB. In fact, no, it wasn't. Who was it? Who disarmed him?
Probably just.
Oh, it was the Swashbuckle. KP with the
Oh yeah,
Swashbuckle.
swashbuckle.
Fair enough. But it barely survives.
Oh yeah, and KP's in a spot of trouble now.
He is.
Popping the down.
I don't think Dream Missile risks it here.
And with that last fight, TNC clawed her way back to stay in the game, not facing off against Megas. We have seen TNC turn around from Megas anyway in game 1, so it wouldn't be all done and over with just because they're on Megas. But still, a lot more hope for TNC, clinging on to this last game of our first series. Take a look at that Dota Plus, Mike. It's 95% for Boom ID.
That's a big percentage. Dota Plus is really never wrong, so I know how TNC are going to win this one. Unfortunately for TMC, Tims is not on a hero that can buy a Divine Rapier this time, John. So it's going to be a bit harder for them.
I mean, you could. I wouldn't recommend it, but you could go for the Divine on that Shadow Demon.
Are you telling me he should?
No.
I see. That's disappointing. I would love to see it. Shadow Demon Divine Rapier. Fantastic. Just
It's a meta beyond my comprehension.
Is that?
It's a decision. What?
Never mind. I have no clue what I just saw on the screen.
Do you have a cursor bug as well?
No, but I had some smiley thing pop up on my screen. Like some words.
Oh, no. Someone was asking for recommendations. I believe that's March asking for item recommendations by accident. Perhaps alt-click here and there.
I see. Smoked up is the side of Boom ID. Looking for an opening. They do spot out Armel, and they seem to really like prioritizing this Void Spirit first. Satanic now up on Gabby, so he has a way of forcing his way back up in HP during these team fights, though Armel does manage to get away just barely from Dreamer Cell's Slide of Fist Chains, although the team fight has started Makoto. He found KP. FBZ was not in position to get a hoof stomp off, but he's still looking. They fight. They just want those megas. TNC, they've got to defend anyway. There are super creeps coming in through the top lane. Now the team fight split, so FBZ, does he continue moving forward? It looks like he wants to, but he's just a little bit afraid it could be bait though. Here comes the Remnants forward. They won't find Tim, so Glimmer Capes up, but they found Armel with the chains. Still Rolling Thunder coming in from KP now, just controlling up the side of Boom ID. Where's the rest of the cavalry? There's the False Promise coming in, and now they found Gabby. That's going to be massive if they can take him up though. No, Tims, he gets the disruption off. Dreamer Cell though does take down Tims and Gabby. He falls too low. He does go down. He doesn't have buyback.
Oh, boy.
It's not on cooldown.
No.
He spent all his gold on the
Satan.
He spent all his gold on the Satanic, and he didn't even get to use it properly because he ghost scepted.
Oh, boy. Armel now as well.
Oh,
he has buyback at least, but...
Can they hold?
Without Gabby... Oh.
We saw March and KP hold by themselves before. This is a bit of a harder situation though, as KP getting caught out. He'll be okay with the Glimmer Cape though. FBZ has caught out March. Still FBZ somehow falling low to Tims. Makoto gonna move his way in once again. Just wants that Enchantress though. March is standing his ground and now will back off. Aghanim Scepter now up on the Rubik as FBZ, a great stun on Tims, but he does manage to Glimmer Cape away once again. And now per Dreamer's Cell, the Lincolns will be broken. Armel, oh, the Boundless just on the tip. He'll get the Yules off in KP. He needs to save Armel. He does manage it. Again, the Rolling Thunder not allowing this Rax to go down, though. They need to buy 25 seconds for Gabby. They get the chains off on March. He'll heal his way up. Still, the Rax is being protected. March managing to get out. And now Makoto, he's falling pretty darn low. He has to be pretty darn careful about this, though. No, False Promise will be there. They get the Megas, but still TNC hold on to the base. Gabby will be back up in time, so they will not force the Ancient Dive.
It's not much of a base, though. Tier 4s are gone.
They certainly are. It's an exposed Ancient. This is a very, very difficult situation, harder than the first game. The question is, can TNC do it?
I'm actually more worried if Boom ID manages to close it out. This is a very similar situation to Game 1. They're going to have to be patient. They're going to have to be smart. You're going to have to keep buyback rule in mind.
Gabby apparently is not. He's going straight for a Divine, John. He's had enough.
I get his point there. Like, it does certainly feel like the damage is lacking.
Uh-oh. Mid lane. They're moving. Armel jumps on 2 straight away, but there's no follow-up. Smoke is completely gone, unless Armel's trying to bait here, but Boom's not falling for it. TNC not willing to give the Roshan up, but Boom hasn't even started the Roshan attempt, so that's not happening. You have the Leveler up now on the Morph as well, so I suppose you have a nice way of pushing in those tier 3s if you ever get the opportunity. Still, the Divine would be much more appropriate, I feel. FBZ jumps on the cliff. KP, is this bait? Gabby, he's moving in. Armel now wants to find a target. In fact, that was Hyde, excuse me. Rolling Thunder, KP, not going to find anyone, but they get the Rubik. Still, they shotgun him down. It's a 4 versus 5 now. There's no buyback on that Rubik. Gabby now going after FBZ. He's still on the cliff right now, John. He can't blink off. He's dead.
Oh, God.
He'll buy back. Double chains is there from Dreamer, so Armel, he's very low, but he could get out. In fact, no, the Abyssal will be there in time. Makoto's not playing games this time around. They'll go after another. KP does go down, and both those heroes do not have buyback.
That's at least going to be the Roche going the way of Boom ID. And with an exposed base, they can't afford to actually turn this fight around. Now, the good thing is March makes this really easy to defend. Look at that. Surrounded by the creeps, is slowly losing HP though, but should be able to hold on to that Ancient. They will have to surrender to Roche. Force the buyback out of that scent. But you're gonna have to play against Aegis and Cheese.
Well, smoke up. They want to try and finish this game right here, right now. Now, mind you, there's only 2 heroes on the map that have buyback. Enchantress and of course, the Ember Spirit. So, Dreamer Cell can Remnant back in straight after dying if he needs to. The Ancient is exposed. Gabby pops the Minotaur Horn straight away. How do you hold this? It just seems so difficult. The Makoto, Boundless Strike. KP starts with the Rolling Thunder. He's going to roll in straight after Makoto, but there's the BKB immediately coming out, and they go after Tims. They don't want any of these games coming out from Tims, though. He force-staffs himself out of there with the Force Boots, it seems, and now they'll move in for the team fight. There is one dropping low. I think that's the Monkey King, in fact, falling very, very low to Gabby. Gabby, can he take him out? Not quite. Dreamer Cell. He'll find the kill onto Tims in the back lines. Meanwhile, Gabby, a nice double hoof stomp, but he's dealing no damage here. Gabby, he may fall too low. He doesn't have Satanic to pop any longer, and the Ancient is gone. Boom ID will not throw game number 3, as TNC will be dropped to the lower bracket of the minor qualifiers, and Boom ID, I want to say against all odds, John, do move forward in the upper bracket, and now they'll either be versing Reality Rift and or IO Dota 2. And well, I mean, what a series. Boom ID, they looked really darn good.
Definitely. This is the best I've seen Boom out of all the tournaments we've seen them in. Out of all the qualifiers we've seen them play in, this is them at their best. And this is them playing consistently. If they can keep this performance up in their next match in the upper bracket finals and into the grand finals, I wouldn't be too surprised they go the distance. It's arguably their hardest opponent was TNC. So the fact that they managed to clear it out, it's a good sign for them.
Well, nevertheless, John, luckily for us, we do have another pretty interesting series coming up. So, IO versing Reality Rift will be up very, very soon. Now, I believe that there is going to be a bit of a break. 15 minutes, I believe, was the estimated time. So, please do have some patience. In 15 minutes, we should be back with
turn my heart into something gold. No, I sold my soul to the devil long ago. I rode it all along on your wave right before it broke. Time was thrown down the well, so I let you go. What I do right now. What I do right now for you, for you. Carolina skies in the night, floating by your side. I fell up when you fell down, but we stayed in flight. I'm laughing to myself, 'cause I know that I can't deny. I can't find what you can't hide right inside my mind. What I do right now. What I do right now for you, I've been working part-time jobs, chasing all my dreams now lately. No matter if I try too hard, nothing's ever enough, baby. No, I don't care too much. I don't care too much. As long as I can keep you by my side. I don't care too much. We got time, no rush. In your eyes, I always see there is something meant for me. In your eyes, I always feel different. Tell me everything's alright. Life is just a bunch of faces, and if it's not, we'll still be fine. I know we're going places. I don't care too much. I don't care too much. As long as I can keep you by my side. I don't care too much. We got time, no rush. In your eyes, I always there is something meant for me. In your eyes, I always feel different. In your eyes, I always see there is something meant for me. In your eyes, I always feel different.
It's so high from here, you can see the world, and we all insisting to be small. Set aside your subdivine. I'll show you how it's done. There's no sight, we go inside. The many is the one. You build your walls with faith in God. They never come around. Then wonder why we all defy the burden to be born. We're coming home with a mission to bring an end to a terrible land. We are here to your omission. We are many of one. We're coming home with a mission to tear you down from your undeserved throne. We can take your conviction. We are many of one. You may call it a virus, but we call it the antidote. It's an answer to silence. The future is here to revolt. so far, but so far from close. It's so hard to find my destiny. Try not to drift apart, 'cause you'll be right back at the start. And I don't wanna keep on falling. I gotta stay recalling memories we've lost and found. Explain to me what it's all about.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. We are back for our second series of the day between IO Dota 2 and Reality Rift. It is, of course, MLP Dota and John X Fire. John, should be another pretty interesting matchup here between these two, and perhaps even closer, as we do see the draft already starting, the form of a Snapfire, and of course the Abaddon Rubik being picked up straight away.
I like the response coming out here from Reality Rift. I think that's we've seen these heroes to great effect. You do have ways of playing around a Snapfire in this case. At the very least, the durability of the Abaddon is going to be key. The sustain he can give to any teammates caught out is going to be pivotal in these fights. Although it's a very, very early pick of the Abaddon, unless they're going to go offlane with it. I always kind of am iffy about picking your two supports straight up. However, you do have room to make it just a core Abaddon in the off, if you so choose. Otherwise, you're leaving yourself with a couple of gaps in your support duo that IO could exploit. Now, IO, Snapfire, been a steady, constant pickup in these qualifiers. The lifesteal has been fairly popular as well. Interesting to see that neither team really banned it out, so does slide right in through that first phase, and it is picked up by IO. It's an interesting matchup, to say the least. This is more like a... I want to describe this as like a cross-straits match. Now, if you're not from Singapore or Malaysia, you probably wouldn't know what that is. But, you know, those two countries are right next to each other, separated by a small strait. And this is pretty much a cross-straits match. IO kind of representing Malaysia, Reality Rift kind of representing Singapore there. So it is, I'd say it's a lot more fun to watch, simply because you do have that history there. And you, of course, you have to remember that Mushi, Ohio, Miracle, and KYXY were all teammates at some point. So you've got that history going on between the players as well.
You certainly do. No doubting that. That was a very long time ago. Of course, the good old days. Nevertheless, one more ban before we get to see where these drafts are headed, as we did see them Morphling being banned out by IO. Alright. Gotten rid of the Lich so far, which has been very popular, and they'll get rid of the Puck as well, which is fair enough. Up against a Snapfire Lifestealer, you definitely don't want a Dream Call on top of that, and RR will actually go into the Shadow Demon.
Yeah, that's a interesting one. That does tell us the Abaddon's more than likely going to be core. Of course, you have the option for a Rubik core. I don't think we're going to be seeing that one coming out here. but it's a possibility I have to toss out there. Still, Shadow Demon coming out here for Reality Rift does allow them at least to catch someone out. If Snapfire does try to bail someone out, you do have that disruption, keep them in place in the end. It's going to be interesting to see what they pair up with this as their hard carry and mid laner. The team fight potential for Reality Rift right now is sort of lacking, really. Their lockdown is not amazing. It's mainly on the Shadow Demon and Rubik's Lift, and whatever he steals. Granted, Rubik's can make big plays by stealing the right spells, so you have that going for you. It's just not, I wouldn't say it's straight up going to be great team fights for Reality Rift. It's up in the air, really, with how they run that. Rubik, Io, they have a lot of ways to draft around this. They go with the Undying. Now, we have been seeing that hero picked up again. Excuse me, but it's... I still am a bit on the fence about the Undying in general. I guess with the changes to, its timings for a lot of supports and with certain changes to talents overall as well, I think the Undying is solid. You're not going to be straight out useless by the 15-minute mark now. And with a Lifestealer, of course, you're going to be keeping that hero fairly healthy. You're going to be dropping these squishy supports even lower. And the Abaddon in particular does not like getting his strength sapped away for obvious reasons. Of course, he wants a big health pool to have a lot more to play with his ultimate. So that Undying coming out here for Io should set the pace.
They buffed the Flesh Golem as well, right? Like, I believe it went up in terms of damage amp. So I suppose you could also argue that does kind of give him a bit more utility for the team. I think it was the damage amp that he gives. Perhaps even the slow.
It looks like, just looking off, it's the debuff duration increased from 5 to 6. The actual Flesh Golem duration from 30 seconds to 40.
Right.
And plus 30 move speed on you.
Okay, fair enough. Well, that's pretty decent buffs to the Flesh Golem though, right?
I suppose his issue is never Flesh Golem, in my opinion.
Right.
His issue is that the rest of his kit are so timing sensitive. Like Tombstone is amazingly broken until you reach a certain point, and Reality Rift with the Troll basically takes that out of the equation. Like, Tombstone's not going to be a major threat.
Fair point. Troll does not care. It can just burst down very, very quickly. Of course, the Troll is also a fantastic frontliner up against that Lifestealer. Doesn't really care about that Lifesteal coming out. Has very high armor and hits very, very quickly. The Lifestealer probably not going to enjoy the fact that he's going to be up against that Troll Warlord. However, Io, they will respond with a Bat Rider now, so you do have a way of locking that Troll Warlord down, especially after the Battle Trance comes out. You can just lasso if you still have it available. So there's that.
I get the pick. Like, you've got the Lifestealer to ride in the Bat Rider, but you pick that into an Abaddon? Like, that is just asking for some trouble there from Io. Granted, we have seen, Ohio play that Bat Rider quite well before, so I wouldn't be too surprised if he still manages to pull it off, but Io into Bat Rider into Abaddon is tricky. That Aphotic Shield just ruins you.
It certainly does. I mean, that was a point I didn't really go on, but yeah, the Aphotic Shield's there. Not to mention the disruption from Shadow Demon.
Yeah. It's a hard match to get someone out, but it's a good match to get your Lifestealer in. So even if that lasso doesn't play a big part, you've got that Lifestealer in to basically just kill whoever you jump. You just gotta...
So they'll know what they're up against.
I reckon you do have room for it this time around. The issue is it doesn't bring in your team fight. It doesn't tighten up your cohesiveness as a unit. I think you want something that can give you a bit more in terms of a 5v5 right now, Io, despite the weakness the Batrider is giving you into the Abaddon, you're playing into an Undying, you're playing into a Snapfire. That's a lot of damage over a wide area. That's a lot of debuffs in a wide area. The Batrider as well, of course, with the Napalm spam and the Firefly. It's going to be tricky for Reality Rift to force something big out. They're always going to have to play with the pickoffs, so they're going to have to look at whether or not they want to try to give themselves a bit more for big team fights, or really go all in on just finding one target and bursting them down.
Still 33 seconds left for IO. They are thinking quite heavily about this mid pick. We wonder what the game plan is here. I mean, something like a TA would have been nice, but that was their first ban that came out. Of course, you could go cheesy, you could run something like a Brood, but generally speaking, you want the last pick if you're going to do something like that, and they'll go for something very safe in the form of Lena, who really loses the lane, right? Like, Lena will more than likely just trade evenly, maybe win it out, depending on who she's up against, but it does round out the draft of IO.
It definitely does. I think it's a good response to the troll. At very least, early on, you should be able to burst that hero down quite
10
well.
seconds remaining.
Does give them a bit more tempo here for IO, so should be able
5
to
seconds remaining.
find that aggression they want once they hit their 6 on Lena plus 1 or 2. Like, that's going to be enough to get a rotation down mid, or pressure out a side lane. You're not going to need too much farm for IO to really get online with the Lena at the very least. You will need farm in your Batrider and Lifestealer, but your two supports in this case just need EXP. So you got to ensure your Undying gets EXP and Snapfire as well. I would not want to see a tri-lane forced out from IO. I don't think these two heroes sustain a tri-lane too well. EXP split is way too harsh. You want to rush those levels, especially on Undying. Like, you just want to either get your decay stacks up or the tombstone up and running, or, if you're going to go for its soul rip, for the sustain and nuke potential. But you definitely can't afford to have any of these heroes fall behind in EXP. Like, even a Batrider can't afford to fall behind in terms of EXP. All of these heroes need a steady lane. Reality Rift, they go for the Storm, and this is a worry for IO. They don't have the best lockdown for Storm Spirit. They've got the Lena, they've got the Snapfire Cookie, and I guess the Lasso, if you can make it work without the Abaddon around, or even a Shadow Demon. But I feel like there's a lot of space here for Reality Rift to make this Storm Spirit work.
I mean, it's sort of ironic, right? Like, in any other kind of draft, if you chose a Storm into a Batrider, you'd be like, well, that's a bit crazy. Why would you choose Storm into Batrider? But again, we talked about it. You have ways of purging off the Lasso. So essentially, like you already mentioned, it's a free Storm game. He's able to zip in, catch Ohio out in the backlines on the Snapfire as well. This is really concerning for IO. I don't see any answers for what RR's pumping out.
It's going to be interesting to see them execute this draft. That's going to be the big thing, just making this work. If they can get the XP, if they can get that laning presence these heroes require, they can run down lanes. Right? You can't underestimate the power of the Undying, the Snapfire of the Batrider. The Lifestealer +1 is really potent as well early on. So if they can play that right, if they can play their spacing right and just win out these lanes, that might not be an issue. If Raging Potato, if you do that, Raging Potato is going to have space for an early blink or whatever else he may go for first. And you can maximize that split up from RR. If they don't get that early snowball start, you have a timer on Undying. That's the big one. Undying's timer is so big. Like, he just tapers off a cliff past the point. So you want to maximize this pickup here for Mushi.
Certainly do. Mushi is the one who drafted it after all, so he must be feeling fairly confident. See, as the game should go fairly soon. It's like the are definitely set to have a pretty darn good game number 1, though of course we mentioned. See what the plan is here from IO.
Prepare for battle.
I mean, that laning phase for the Storm up against that Lena, it's probably not going to be as smooth sailing for the Storm. So that's going to be one issue for Reality Rift, I suppose. Alacrity still has to not give out the lane too much to Alina, and Lina just tends to get what she wants, and if she plays her cards right, if she plays with her superior range and spammable spells, then it's going to be hard for Alacrity to wedge his way in. It's much easier for Ben-Hur to get what he wants out of that lane.
Interesting to note as well. I mean, you look at a Hustler on the Rubik, John. Straight brown boots. Very confident, only one set of tangos. I suppose there's not too much to be afraid about. I mean, there's not much that IO can do to harass the Rubik down, apart from maybe the Undying. So, us is going in very confidently with this game.
Does look like we might be seeing a lane swap as well. Drew is standing at the start of that bot tower. So it looks like they might be throwing that Troll Warlord off lane and dragging the Abaddon up top.
Yeah, they certainly are. Yeah, Drew, he's definitely going down the bot. Already setting up for that creep block. Of course, Alacrity will be mid. And yep, KYXY, he runs up top. It looks like they may have assumed that it could be some kind of tri-lane, or other than that, I mean, of course, an Undying is rather painful to go up against as a Troll Warlord, so I suppose it's more fair to just get the Abaddon there. He doesn't mind too much.
Yeah, I think the key thing is just having Abaddon face off against Batrider. So you negate the presence Batrider has earlier on, and even if you pressure this Abaddon, he won't really care too much as long as he gets that EXP. You want to secure the farm for this troll, and they are investing in that tri-lane down bot to try to protect Drew early on.
I think that's fair enough, right? As long as Drew gets the farm in the mid game, he's just going to be such a powerhouse. Just making sure he can get those creeps. He doesn't care too much about XP. And Miracle, of course, can't really farm comfortably like this. Like, Nuts has already got 4 stacks of Shadow Poison. A fair bit of damage if he gets the 5th one, and he does. This is getting scary now. Nuts, can he get a 6th? Probably not, but Drew will start harassing Ohio now. Ohio gets rather low, and Miracle will lose half his HP.
It's a rough spot to be in. This is not a lane you're going to be enjoying for the first 2-3 levels. At some point, I do expect Hustler to walk away, but again, we talked about that top lane. If they just want to secure farm for the troll, this is probably the best way to do it. Just let KYXY cop that hard lane. You're going to have to sacrifice your support's EXP in this case for RR, but as long as the troll finds farm, I guess you're going to be happy.
That's a very awkward spot for IO, though. And KYXY, you just said it, he doesn't care. He's already level 2 anyway, so he has a Photic Shield up, and he will go for the Curse of Avernus. Mushi trying to get some kind of pull off, but KYXY, he'll pull that creep wave away, bring it back towards his own dire creep wave, and that'll pretty much equal out the lane for KYXY, as you still are allowing Raging Potato to basically free farm on the Batrider, but that's not really a concern. I mean, the Batrider really only scales so much.
Yeah, it's not going to be too rough again. Even if Raging does get this free farm lane, you're really not maximizing that potency of that early game Undying. Like, he's trading hits with KYXY, but it's pointless for KYXY. He doesn't care.
Yeah, he'll go again and chase him down. A Phonic Shield comes out and Mushi can't go any further. We'll leave it be. Meanwhile, Hustler down bot lane does get the Snapfire Courier. Ohio gonna have to lose that for another minute. Again, you just keep looking down to this bot lane. Miracle just isn't able to farm. He's trying his best. He's got 4 last hits right now. Meanwhile, Drew's at 14. They have complete control over this lane. Just seems like nothing good's gonna come out of this for IO.
Definitely. It's the opposite in the top lane. KYXY is at 3 last hits compared to Batrider's 14 to 10, but this is a trade-off you're having. You're sacrificing Lifestealer farm for Batrider farm, and that just doesn't sound worthwhile. Miracle is going to have to find a way to escalate at some point.
Not to mention KYXY on the Abaddon. I mean, he doesn't need farm. He just needs levels to be effective. He doesn't need farm at all.
And he's still finding that EXP. He's solo after all.
Yeah, absolutely. Level 4 already on KYXY. Raging, sitting at level 3. Miracle is getting dived right now, and Drew, can he get some vision? There's a cookie coming out, but no, the first blood will be there. Drew does pick it, and it may be a double as the blocks are there from Nuts. Ohio tries to stick charge up, but no, it will be a double kill coming out. On the brighter side of things, though, Ben-Hur does manage to find the solo pick-off on Alacrity. In fact, I say solo, but Mushi was there. You do get a mid trade-off for the side of Io, but you do lose your whole bot lane for that.
It's a good pick-off for the Lina, and slowing down the
Miracle.
Storm is something important.
Ops the rage. Drew may just keep going. Hustler's there. He has lift in a second. He couldn't quite get in range, though. Now, Mushi has decided they need to run a tri-lane up against this RR tri-lane. It's exactly what they'll do, but I just fear that it's a bit too late.
It certainly does feel that way. At the very least, he does have mana pool to sustain himself, and he has his
Miracle?
level 3, so...
Rage up again. Every time he gets close, Drew just gets very aggressive. Switches to that range form and just starts making things happen with this Troll Warlord. Just one ensnare essentially makes it so he has to pop Rage.
Basically, like, he can't afford to really give out his life like that. So, he's gonna have to expend that rage every single time defensively. And, you know, normally lifestealers play pretty aggressively with the open wounds, but he's really just not able to maintain that.
Oh, Mushi tried to steal a bounty rune off the side of RR. Is probably going to end up paying for it, and yeah, Nuts will pick up a kill on the Undying. Didn't even get the bounty rune anyway. I believe Alacrity did manage to pick it up. So, again, it's going to be a 1-3 RR, 1k net worth lead on the Dire side. Looking very, very healthy right now, and everything's going according to plan, I'm sure. As again, you look down at the bot, Ohio's trying to make some space for Miracle, but there's zero space. He's still on 7 last hits.
I don't think we've seen such a rough start for a lifestealer in a very long time. Miracle. Just not having any sort of time down here. I don't think he's even playing in this bot lane. I can't say this is playing Dota 2 right now. He's just trying to survive.
Mushi may get caught out. Hustler doesn't go for the lift, although Mushi is still around, but it's not an easy kill. Tombstone is going to be dropped. They're trying to secure the power rune, and now Alacrity, he may turn around. Mushi, he's getting very, very low right now, and yeah, he's gone. Lift. They found Ben-Hur. Ben wants to try and turn around and find some kind of punishment. He does have Laguna. They'll get the cookie off, and Ben does have Laguna if he needs. He doesn't even need to commit it, so they will be a 1-for-1 trade anyway. And Ben-Hur is one of the heroes on the side of Io doing very well for himself right now. Top of the last hits board at 40 and 13, and is, I believe, at the top of the levels, about to hit level 7, out-leveling Alacrity by 1.
It's been a good lane for Ben-Hur, and that's the one positive side for Io. They're just managing to find the space for the Lina. Again, that matchup against the Storm pretty much favors the Lina. She has superior range. It's easier for her to spam her spells out. And she has found a couple of kills for herself now. She did get one takedown on our Storm as well. So Alacrity is going to be slowed down just a bit. But you have to consider what that came, you know, what the cost of having that happen. It's still this bot lane. It's still Miracle. He's the cost. He's what you sacrificed.
Nuts gets stunned up trying to steal the outpost. It's a very awkward position for him to be in like that. Ohio just jumps in with the cookie and Ben-Hur just follows up. Now they're looking to try and punish Drew on that troll. Ohio doesn't have another cookie available right now, but perhaps they just dive the tier 1 instead. Perhaps they just go for the tier 1 instead, although Ohio still looking for that range for the cookie. He'll have it available now. Does have a mango to pop if necessary. Nuts will be there to help out though, and they're just trying to force Miracle back. As Ben-Hur, with that double damage, is very threatening, and a nice cookie comes out on the creep. Ben-Hur, he doesn't have mana for Laguna, though now he does. He barely regions it up, but he doesn't commit it. I don't know if it would have been enough anyway. They'll take the tier 1. The Lifestealer does get that bonus gold, and it look.
Huh? The stacks?
He had that many?
I suppose so. He looked really healthy to me at the disengagement event. But just unfortunate. You've really got to watch out for these shadow demons. I mean, it piles up. It piles up. You walk the wrong way, you're done for.
I mean, it is level 3 shadow poison, so I suppose perhaps he was assuming that he went a different kind of skill build on Nuts, but it was not the case. That's a big hero to throw away to the side of RR, but I suppose at the least, you get the T1, you open some space up for this Lifestealer to get some farm going, and he'll go straight into that jungle and start making some magic happen. But I've got to tell you, John, he's 1.8k net worth. He's behind Nuts on the Shadow Demon. This is going to be a miracle if he does manage to catch up. Excuse the pun.
Definitely going to be a bit of a miracle for him. Nonetheless, you know you're in a rough spot when your Lifestealer is behind the solo Abaddon, right? Who was laning against a Batrider. In fact, the Abaddon's ahead of Raging Potato at this point. So that top lane, which we said they were trading for their bot lane, that advantage doesn't exist.
Dire's middle tower is under
RR, go ahead, take their outpost back on their side of things. Just before that 10-minute mark, Raging Potato may try and steal it back though. There's no one there to stun him right now. I say that, Hustler is just behind out of vision.
top tower is under attack.
So Raging Potato, he'll leave it be. They've already got their own outpost. So Hustler, can he get a lift off? It looks like he can. It was a very long TP. And Raging Potato, the man who had free farm in the off lane, unfortunately does go down. And of all people, he goes down to Alacrity on the Storm.
Yeah, it's rough, right? Like, again, they sacked their bot lane with their Lifestealer for the top lane with their bat. In the end, the Abaddon draws even farm at the end of the laning phase. The only real lane Io really has going for them now is just Ben-Hur's mid lane. So he has early BOTs up. They're going to have to rely on this Lina to get the damage done, to force the rotations out, to find these early kills.
Ben-Hur? Alacrity going to catch him out. There's a double damage rune right behind Alacrity, but he doesn't even need it. Straight after Ben-Hur, Laguna comes out. He does dodge though, and it will do no damage as Ohio. Nice cookie onto 2. He wants to try and deny the double damage and does, but they've already given a double away to Alacrity as well as a tombstone to the side of RR. Mushi trying to turn this around, but they're pretty much all out of there. They may catch Nuts on the Shadow Demon, but that's not going to make it worthwhile. Nuts disruption is out. Raging? He's falling pretty darn low. He does find the kill, but he does not want to give another kill away. Luckily for him though, or rather the Storm, Alacrity did not have mana available to zip in. AYXY goes down. Up at the top lane apparently. Ben-Hur just comes in and cleans him up.
It's a excuse me. It's a consolation prize for Io at this point. Like, yeah, it's a nice kill. I mean, the Abaddon was free farming, KYXY was worth a fair amount of gold, and at the very least, Miracle was around to soak some of that AoE, but it doesn't feel like it's enough yet. You really want to be getting more. They might find more.
Alacrity, that's a massive kill if they can get it. Lasso, Laguna straight away. Alacrity, he could not zip out in time. The Snapfire ultimate does fly in. Ohio just ensuring they could kill Alacrity off, and in fact, Ohio is the one who picks up the kill. A nice little play from the side of Io, as Miracle does fall very low, but will be able to infest and walk his way out of there. In fact, never mind, they want more. They're going after Hustler now. Hustler on the Rubik. Cookie is there from Ohio. This could be bad for RRs. They'll lose another. XY, he'll get the Tombstone, dodges the LSA, trying to run his way out of there, and it looks like he'll be alright.
Radiant structures
A Rubik trade for a Tombstone.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Not the worst for either side.
Definitely not. And at the very least, they saved their tier 1. They're forcing Io to play as 3 to 4 heroes every single time, which means Drew has free farm.
Tower is under attack.
Certainly does. That's a man we haven't really looked at for a while, John, but 6.3k net worth on this Troll Warlord. Going straight into the, well, he got the Yasha first, but he's going into the Battle Fury next. Things become very, very hard once that Battle Fury is up.
Definitely. His farm is just going to really kick it up. And compare that to Miracle. He's got 1k in the bank. He's 3.6k overall. Trying to work towards that Maelstrom. Let me tell you, that timing is not... It's not great for Miracle. He's going to have to... He's going to have to really try to get his team to either buy him space or play really aggressive once that Maelstrom's out. to try to close that gap out.
I mean, look, in the end, right, he was up against a very difficult trial lane, so it's not exactly his fault that he's that behind. He's definitely trying to make stuff happen with the team as well. We'll see. I mean, he's slowly creeping his way back up, right? Like, he is very, very low in net worth, but you never know. Give him 5-10 minutes, the game could change, but certainly up against this troll warlord, it doesn't look great, as Drew is farming out of his mind. Oh, Alacrity, how's he doing right now on the Storm? He's going to have that Kyra up soon. He's still 1k behind the Lena. Ben-Hur did manage to go straight for the BOTs. He wants to get active on this Lena. Although they are behind in kills on the side of Io, so regardless of those BOTs, it hasn't panned out in being that amazing quite yet.
Not just yet. I mean, we have just been seeing the rotations coming out from Ben-Hur recently, with those couple of kills up top and down mid. Still needs a lot more, but as I mentioned, Io is riding off the back of Ben-Hur to get themselves space, to get themselves momentum here. And as long as Ben-Hur applies that appropriate pressure, goes around finding kills for the Laguna when it's up, then they should be able to buy enough space for Miracle to find something. The issue is RR has been relentless in just slowing down Miracle.
And we see 3 heroes from Io grouping up mid. They'll go for a smoke. Ben-Hur going to rotate up to the top lane. Again, they do see KYXY, and Miracle is already there, ready to go if necessary, and it looks to be the plan. Now, mind you, he does have borrowed time available, so it's not the easiest kill. They're going to try for it. KYXY gets stunned up. The rotations are there, though. There's the borrowed time kicking in. And it's essentially going to lead to nothing apart from a few rotations being forced out. In fact, make that only one, and it was from Nuts on the Shadow Demon.
Yeah, it's still a slow going game. Like, again, they're clumping up, trying to force something out, but RR is really, they're responding now though. They're smoke behind.
They get the lasso off, and Alacrity jumps in with the zip straight onto Ben-Hur. He wants that Lena gone. LSA though does land Ben-Hur Laguna. It's not going to be enough. Drew will clean up that Lena. KYXY still running out of there alive somehow. And meanwhile, Raging is about to fall though. Hustler, he's in the same boat. He does go down to Mushi on the Undying. And Drew meanwhile just trying to get that tombstone down. It turns out to be a 1-for-1 trade, but it certainly is RR favored.
It really is. You trade your support away for that Lena who's supposed to be setting the momentum here,
Miracle.
and they might find Miracle.
Does infest. But Drew does find him. And now the ensnares start coming out. He's forced to rage TP. It's really his only play here. Well, Drew is just a monster that's a little too big for the lives to take down right now.
Definitely, and we don't even see anything on Drew yet beyond the Perseverance and Yasha. Like, he has his boots and those 2 items, that's it. The Battle Fury's not up yet, the SNY is not up yet, so he has a lot of room to grow, and he's gonna grow fast. Miracle is just about 600 gold away from that Maelstrom, so he's gonna have that up and running at the very least, just to give himself a bit more speed and farming, and gives him a little bit more damage to play with. He needs a lot more.
At least we do see the Javelin now on the Lifestealer, so you do have a bit of bonus magic damage coming out. Does help. KYXY. Cookie does not connect on the Abaddon. And no matter what lane Miracle goes into with this Abaddon, it's just hard. It seems like someone's there every time shutting him down. They are not giving this man any space. They're trying to force him into his own jungle. They do so now. He's not the fastest flash farmer though. It is not going to be the fastest of farming in the jungle, that's for sure.
Definitely not. but it's the only safe spot he has left. At the very least, they managed to clear that tier 1 down mid, so they have a little bit more control compared to RR. RR has not taken any towers as of yet. So that is giving IO just a bit more control on the map, a bit more gold to play with overall. It's still a 2k deficit in favor of RR. And IO, you know, they've got room to grow. You have the BOTs up in Raging Potato. He's going for his Ults next. And by the time he has Blink, I think you're in a very comfy spot to start forcing stuff out.
See, the problem is, John, is Drew just picked up his Battle Fury. So that 3k net worth lead right now, I'm imagining it's going to start to escalate very quickly. That's the problem I'm seeing for IO right now. Like, just feels like this troll is out of control. I just don't see IO being able to keep up right now. They don't seem to have any kind of game plan as to how to shut him down either. Drew hasn't died once, has 3 kills. He's going for a Sarge and Yasha, so he's looking to pick up that Sarge. Not such a bad item on the troll, who can make it very, very useful for himself. Perhaps they try for KYXY again up at the top lane. They really want this top tier 1 tower. While they're doing that though, Alacrity grabs the bot tier 1. Looks like Raging Potato will go in, trying to get a lasso off. They may find Nuts. He's just sitting still, but now the Tombstone does expose this Shadow Demon. Aphotic Shield keeping him alive for now. He gets his Purge of Disruption off. The Snapfire ulti flying in as well, but this will only lead to 1 support kill, and in fact it may cost them as Drew getting a bit low, but he's going to back off the safeties. They don't really have a way to lock him down, and he does have the Battle Trance anyway. And I'm kind of shocked that RR, I mean, even though you lose your Shadow Demon, they don't want to fight into this with that Battle Trance. So they'll let the tier 1 top tower go down, and IO will essentially secure a free objective.
I think it's down to RR just trying to play it a bit safe. They understand how far ahead Drew is. So the moment he dies, that's a lot of gold bouncing back to IO. And there are a lot of ways for IO to
But they left Miracle behind.
Oh.
He can rage TP, but Disruption comes out. KYXY, there's the rage, Miracle. They don't have the damage output with KYXY. Had the troll been there, it would have been a very different story. But I suppose you've got to take risks to catch up in a game like this, and that's exactly what the man's trying to do. Has his Maelstrom up now as well, so he does have a bit more effectiveness.
Yeah, that should help him out in that jungle, which he needs a lot of help, really. I'm surprised IO has not been committing as many smokes as you'd expect. Again, the key thing is to play around Ben-Hur, play around his burst potential, play around that Laguna Blade. It's level 2 now, and I believe you do have enough to keep Drew in a stun lock and burst him down if you so opted to. So if they wanted to go for that route, just plant a couple of aggressive wards and hunt the troll. I think that is one way to really keep things in check. But Reality Rift are going to be happy playing this farm game.
I mean, you're close to BKB now and Drew, so there's no real reason to force anything. Once that BKB is up, there's not really an answer. You don't have the burst potential after that.
Yep. It's going to be rough. Again, they need to try to get the jump in that case, but no Blink Dagger up on Raging Potato. He's going for the BKB next after his Ults now. So, just no easy way to start these fights for IO.
They're going to force in this top tier 2 tower. RR, they're not actually in position to try and defend this. They do fortify, but that's going to be that. As Miracle and Ben-Hur keep at it. So the bot tier 2 will start being pushed in by RR. They are a bit slower, but once Drew gets started hitting the tower, he does take it very, very quick, especially with the Dragon Scale.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Drew now sitting at 13k. He is 4k ahead of the secondary net worth, being the leader. As the full BKB up, I believe it's being brought out on the courier now. Do you think he bothers waiting for the Sergeant Yasha or whatever else he's going for, or do you think you just make a play with that BKB?
I think you make a play. You've got it early, you've got a huge advantage with that item. You force something out. There's no point in farming when you just buy BKB. and he's not being jumped anyway. So you want to maximize that item, either force a Roche, force an objective, or force a fight. And I believe RR should be setting themselves up for that. They are smoked on 2 heroes.
Oh, bro. The outpost back. I don't want to risk them looping around the other side. Drew will run in. Again, not really much for him to be afraid about, as he does still have battle trance available. Got KYXY there to protect. Even with the new Soul Crest he just picked up. So things just got that much harder in terms of taking down Drew. Although there's the Tombstone being dropped. They have a bit of vision on that Roshan pit, but do they jump in? They do not. They don't make it in time. In fact, they didn't have a jump to get in there, and Alacrity now just jumps in with the Storm Spirit, though LSA does land with the Laguna. They might be able to burst down the Storm, though. No, he survives just barely with the Bloodstone, and now Ben-Hur has lost his life. That battle trance is a lot of damage. Ohio being chased down. Meanwhile, in the back, Hustler in a bit of trouble here as Miracle going after him, though Alacrity jumps back in now. This should be too much as Drew is still going with the Aegis. They'll get the Snapfire. Do they have the control for the Lifestealer? They probably will, although the Ensnare comes out on the Troll. But Miracle gonna try and run his way out. I don't see him being successful in doing so, and he does go down. It's like they tried to contest that Roshan, which is great and all, but they had no way to get in apart from the cookie.
Yeah, it was questionable at best to reveal themselves like that with the Tombstone. They did scan it out. I mean, I get you want to do something, but you weren't in position, and it cost you a big team fight. You don't get the Aegis anyway, you're gonna lose your tier 2 down mid, just like that.
Actually, a little thing we never talked about, the Curse of Avanus with Drew on the Troll Warlord. That is a crazy attack speed. In fact, Mushi, top lane, gonna go down to Alacrity. Ben-Hur is going to be there, but they're looping around from the back. In fact, they found Ohio first. Drew immediately just going to go after the easy Snapfire kill, but a nice 4-star from Ohio. Can he get out of here? KYXY is going to be there to help him chase him down, and Drew is almost certainly going to find the kill, and it looks like Ben-Hur wasn't able to find the trade. Hustler was able to get his way out, and now they find a tier 1 tower. Looks like they'll go for a tier 2. And they've got Battle Trance up again, John. They can just keep going.
I mean, it's off the back of that one bad fight, and suddenly, IO just has no outer towers. They just have nothing to hold on to anymore. Just like that.
Look how fast he attacks with the curse.
Oh, God. That's ridiculous.
Plus 100 bonus attack speed.
He's got a basher up now as well. So, Drew, you know, you can't just TP out in front of him now.
Oh, Miracle. They know where he is. They're going to jump him. They get the Vortex off. Can he rage TP this time? He can, but Drew is chasing him down. He has Battle Trance available on Miracle. He won't go for the TP. He's going to try and bring his team in to try and fight this, it seems, as Rage Potato is there with Ben-Hur. They won't commit, but they'll take the outpost. They'll try to force out more from the side of IO. There's a 10k net worth lead is currently active for RR. Dota Plus currently saying there's a 93% chance that RR pull off this victory.
Yeah. Nah, I can't disagree with that. I'd put it a bit higher, if I'll be frank with you. So many things IO needs to get done, but they're losing so much map control. In fact, they've lost all map control. Not a single outpost, not a single outer tower left. Age is still up and running for RR. Means that Drew's just really not going to care. Is level 19 now as well. Compare that to Miracle. By no fault of his own, he's still level 14. Hasn't even gotten his second talent yet.
At the very least, he does have the Halberd up now, I guess, so there's that. Raging Potato uses up the Troll, but doesn't realize he is completely surrounded. Very easy kill going to Drew, and now Alacrity, he's not done. Won't bother trying to chase the Lifestealer as the Rage TP is available, so instead he ignores it, he pushes out the wave, and he'll let the rest of his team push in that mid tier 3. And John, you saw how fast it was before. Once KYXY gets in there and activates the curse on the tower, there's no saving that tier 3. In fact, he's already getting started. Meanwhile, Mushi, he gets lifted up. Nice LSA to stop the Troll from moving in, though they don't have the burst potential. And he has an Aghanim Scepter anyway. They'll use him up again. They really want to try for this. LSA, but it's purged off, and now the Laguna, but the Aphotic Shield was there. Maybe they still can find the Aegis? No, they can't even find that. Alacrity, he jumps in now. He wants to find Ohio on that Snapfire. They even got the Lifestealer Drew. He's falling quite low, but he pops the Battle Trance. And with that, he's just going to heal himself up. They'll get the lasso, but there's the disruption coming up from Nuts. And maybe they just turn onto the tier 3 instead. They still have the Aegis on Drew. He can keep going. They'll at least find KYXY now on the Abaddon. So Io, they have a chance of winning this team fight. Miracle trying to move forward, trying to find somebody, but he's just getting kited right now. He gets lifted up. They don't have any sort of way of disabling the side of RR and holding them down. It looks like Nuts at the very least will be caught out. So Io, they do successfully defend. And they do find 2 pickoffs. Maybe even 3 as Hustler is in vision of Raging Potato. Suddenly it's looking nicer and nicer for this Radiant side, especially if Miracle does manage to find the kill. Rod of Atos will be there, and Hustler does pick it up. In fact, never mind, it's Mushi that gets Hustler on the Rubik. It's a 14-17 now, but still an 8k net worth lead for RR. And that really goes back to well, Drew just didn't want to commit the Aegis. It seemed like he knew it was expiring, John.
I think that's fair. Like, it's good game sense to know it's been a while since they took that objective anyway. So, good game sense from Drew, managing to just pull out right in the nick of time. Of course, he did pop his BKB before dying anyway, so that second life probably wouldn't have amounted to too much. They lost KYXY earlier on as well. They did need him to spam that shield out to keep Drew alive in the front line, pretty much scotch-free. So that early pickoff did play into Io's hand there. Still, they have a lot to overcome here. They've got to try to find those kinds of fights once more, try to focus down the Abaddon if possible, and possibly a support. It's really going to be those 2 heroes, the Abaddon +1, that's going to be causing issues. If you can take them out, Abaddon +1 support, then you can take these team fights as Io, no problem. The issue is catching that backline right now is not the simplest thing in the world. You have to wait for RR to overextend, although they do have the Blink Dagger up on Raging Potato now.
Well, this could be the opportunity, John. There is a smoke from RR. So, they may overextend at this moment. We'll find out as Drew starts moving in. He's the frontliner and Mushi going to be the one to get caught out. Hustler, of course, is there with the lift. Mushi isn't exactly the kill they wanted to take. They would have rather wanted the cause, of course, but they'll take what they can get. Drew, Raging Potato does not get caught out. Drew's the only one around. Just going to keep vision on this troll. Not RR. Are they going to force a mid-tower? I don't think they have the time while Mushi's gone, but perhaps just using these illusions may do the work.
Haste!
It looks like that's the game plan. Just send in some troll illusions and just chip away at it.
That's one way to get about it.
Ben-Hur forced the BKB. That was his 10-second charge, and he will be out of there. Drew, though, they're gonna find Raging. He tried to farm the jungle. Nice little stun from the Centaur to try and help Raging Potato out, but he is almost certainly dead.
That's unfortunate. They need that Bat Rider up and running for the defense. So if there is an opening for RR, it's now. They could go in, force the buyback, or punish by taking a tower out.
Again, there's a loot. Oh, Hustler!
Wow.
Nice 4-staff. I believe that was that from Mushi? Yeah, he committed a 4-staff, but very quick on the fingers from Hustler. He blinks out. I've got to say, John, I still don't see a way back into this game for Io. They're just so far behind right now.
It's rough. Like, they need to get a lot more on Miracle. He's at 12k now. About 2k behind is Lena. A bit of an improvement. Still pales in comparison to what this Troll Warlord has.
Oh, they could catch Alacrity, though. Alacrity, Lincoln's is available, so Lasso does not latch. Like, that wasn't even a Lasso being committed.
Oh, God. Raging.
Yeah, gets caught out. It was bound to happen. RR, they can just rotate so darn quick. And to make matters worse, the Roshan's up. So RR going to find themselves even more advantage. There's a double damage rune at the bot lane that Io will be able to deny, but that won't matter. This Roshan will go down way too quick thanks to Drew.
Yeah, and that's going to be Aegis and Cheese this time around, going the way of RR. So you've got a lot more to go through here. I believe that is going to really put a dent there into Io's game plan. The Aegis going the way of Alacrity this time around, and I believe the Cheese is on Drew. So you've still got a lot to deal with here. I want to point out as well, there are a lot of tier 3 items just in the stash for both teams. So you've got the Enchanted Quiver stuck in the base for Reality Rift, which makes sense. They don't really have a core that could make use of that. The Vambrace is probably better for the Storm. But for Io, you've got a lot just hanging in there as well. They've got the Greater Fairy Fire and Titan Sliver. That's surprising. The Sliver's not picked up by even just a Batrider, I'd say.
Alacrity finds Miracle. Miracle's alone right now. He doesn't have a way out of this, I don't believe. He can infest, of course, but he's losing creeps. He keeps farming up. He may just go for the Rage TP play, and yeah, Alacrity can't really do much about this one. Although, no, the Abyssal Drew. He finds him. And with no Rage available, there's no way out. That's one of the positives about the new Abyssal, John. Just blinks you forward. Gets that bash off immediately.
Oh man, that's a really greedy play from Miracle. He must have known Alacrity would have had backup there, somehow. Like, it's so obvious. You don't waste time chasing a Lifestealer because you know they're gonna Rage TP. So if he was keeping that up, then surely you would have known something's up.
Now Drew will move his way to that bot tier 3 tower. Another Abyssal straight onto Ohio. Does he have a way out? They do force staff him, but it's the wrong way. But still, he does get force staff towards the fountain and does miraculously survive. But I can't say the same for that tier 3 tower. Drew is hitting very, very quick. And without the life stealer, there just seems to be no chance. That'll be the first tier 3 of the game going down, and now the racks. It's still free real estate. Back to Alacrity, jumps in, doesn't find anybody. They found Mushi, but he's a bit of a tankier target. They want to take that tombstone down immediately. The lasso is there on nuts. Get rid of those supports and maybe the game gets easier, but the disruption is there, and Alacrity jumping back in straight away. He just doesn't care. Straight onto Ben-Hur. The BKB is there, but Alacrity finds him anyway. He just doesn't really mind at all. In fact, a 4-man LSA coming out from Hustler in the enemy fountain. Doesn't lead to anything, of course. But RR, without Ben-Hur there, they feel very confident, I'm sure, to just keep going. In fact, yeah, Mushi gets jumped on. Glimmer Cape will save. Alacrity is very low on mana, but now they found the Lifestealer Miracle. He does rage up, but that's his rage gone. Hustler will steal the rage for himself now, as Drew will just keep going. They move forward. Disruption is there from Nuts. Miracle, gotta be so careful. They do throw a cookie, but Drew is gonna find the secondary racks. They'll slow him down the open woods, but Drew just man fights. There's no surviving this, as Alacrity jumping in the backlines, going after Mushi on that Undying. He's so darn low. Alacrity should be able to pick this up though. Nice cookie, but it will not matter as Hustler had the little shredder available, and that's GG. There's just no way back into this. Not with Drew this big. Not with Alacrity this big on the Storm, and they're fountain diving. They know.
Oh boy. Io, rough game 1 coming out here. Reality Rift gonna be very happy with that victory. I have to say, a lot of that was down to draft. Sure, the execution was a bit off as well, but the draft was just super strange. The fact that they forced the lanes out with the matchups they knew they had and went through with it anyway meant that Miracle, by no fault of his own, could not find farm. They figured that Ben-Hur would win top lane enough that he'd overtake, but a Batrider versus Abaddon draws even, especially when you leave him 1v1. So it's just a bit strange there, and hopefully they do correct that in game number 2.
Well, we'll find out very soon, John, as we won't be taking too long of a break this time. It should only be maybe 5 minutes or so. It is MLP Dota on Gen X Fire. We'll see you all very, very soon for the second game of this best of 3. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for our second game of the best of 3 series, for our second series of the afternoon. I know that sounded very, very confusing. It is MLP Dota and John X Fire. John, RR taking game 1 rather convincingly. Game number 2, I need to ask you, what do I need to be doing differently to pull off this victory?
Team pick.
IO's got to... They've got to be able to tie up their draft a bit better. I think the last one was definitely a bit of a drafting issue, but it came down to the fact that they were forcing up these matchups that just didn't pay off right from the laning phase. I think when you're faced with a situation like that, you should be able to adapt out and try to make these unfavorable lanes much more favorable. We also saw some lull moments where Ben-Hur was pretty much ahead of everyone else except for Drew's troll. But at the same time, they weren't maximizing his rotations out, his presence early on. They let him farm up for a good 2 to 5 minutes before forcing the issues on other lanes. And that was enough time for Reality Rift to get their own farm going as well. So I think it's an issue of timing and draft. And if they can fix that up, then they're pretty much set. They do change up their draft a bit. This time around, IO goes for the troll. So it's a bit of a shakeup here. Reality Rift, they still got the Rubik Abaddon.
Certainly do. I don't know. I like the fact that the Troll Warlord came out. They denied the pick away from RR. But with the Abaddon Rubik, it seems like RR got pretty much what they wanted to start with anyway. See what IO do differently with this draft. Of course, they did go back to the Snapfire, which the Snap wasn't really the problem. Ohio was doing a pretty darn good job of playing the hero, but we'll see. There is one ban for either side before we get to see where these drafts are going to be headed.
Dire team ban.
I like that Batrider ban out from IO this time. Realizing they have the troll, they don't have the Abaddon. You've got to watch out for that Batrider. Still, Reality Rift, it's the same opening. Rubik, Abaddon, Shadow Demon for Reality Rift. They're feeling confident here. They know how well they played it in the last game. So it's up to IO to really shake it up here and bring something else in.
IO, what do we do about this? I mean, RR's draft is exactly the same so far. Nothing's changed.
5 seconds remaining.
IO, I'll be wondering what the game plan is here from RR. Still a very strong opening anyway. The Shadow Demon into the Troll is very nice. He pops Battle Trance, you just disrupt him. Suddenly Battle Trance doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's a great pickup up against that Troll. And it's, again, a bit surprising why IO went for it so early, considering that these options were still there. I get they banned out the Batrider, that's great. But Shadow Demon just does exactly the same thing. This time around, IO does go for the Train Protector, and that is pretty darn potent. The hero is just annoying to play against, and when you combine that with a Snapfire, you've got great control in team fights, great damage that could come out as well, and great laning presence from your 2 supports. But Reality Rift, they just go into the Razor, so you've still got the issue of the Troll perhaps not finding as much as it wants. You've got to wait.
Fourth pick for them. They're going to dive into that reserve time. Saw the last draft go very, very quick. This time around, not so quick. IO are taking a bit more time to think about this one.
They've got to think hard about their mid lane matchup and the off lane they want. They want something that can play against the momentum that the Razor brings you early on and the disruptiveness the Abaddon gives in his own lane as well. So they're really thinking hard about that matchup. You've got to find something that doesn't care for the Razor as much. But that's tricky, especially since you already have control anyway. They go to Storm. So this time around, it's Reality Rift without the best way to keep him in place. And that could work in the favor of IO. Like, what does Reality? So you're in a tricky to rectify that with her next pick. Of course, the laning phase for Storm against Razor is not the worst in the world to play against. It has to watch out for the static link chase, but considering its range against Razor to just run down.
Well, see, I mean, final ban outs now to come. Clockwork will be the final ban from RR, so they don't want to be very disruptive in these team fights.
I think that's a really good ban, mainly because for in the end here. I like that flexibility at the end. It does leave a bit of a question in my mind. They have a really solid first 4 picks, but the Invoker, if he doesn't get the space, EXP, and gold he needs as whether a core or support, he can taper off. I mean, he can have less impact than you'd imagine, especially with RR going for this kind of aggressive build again. The Abaddon shielding the Razor's running around getting the damage off. If they get an offlaner here that enables RR to just run straight forward, or a mid laner here, or a safe laner or mid laner here to give RR that capability to just run people down, then it is a bit of a timing issue for IO. Storm requires farm. Troll requires farm. Invoker requires farm. And RR, with what they have, the Abaddon doesn't require farm. Shadow Demon and Rubik just need EXP. Razor definitely doesn't need too much farm to be effective by 15 minutes in.
The question I have, though, is how do you close this out? Like, you need somebody that's going to be able to just go at the side of IO, right? Like, you don't want to get someone that just wants to farm the whole game here for RR. I agree with your sentiment. They've already got a pretty nice foundation here on the side of the Dire, but I'm just kind of confused. How do you finish this off? It just doesn't seem like there's a perfect pick to be made in that position 1 role.
It's a bit tricky. I'm half tempted to argue that you throw the Razor safe.
Okay.
Go for something else mid that could be a bit more aggressive. Or you go wild. Razor down mid, Abaddon on safe lane farm, get something that's more of a traditional offlaner and just run the game down. Husker, I don't think that fixes the issues you have with this draft. I mean, he can run down early on. The issue is the control is there from Iron to keep that in check. They go with the Slark instead. So that's the smarter pick, right? It allows them to still be aggressive early on, gives them some options for scaling up. It doesn't quite lock in that Storm, but it is going to be interesting to see that one play out. It does look like Raging Potato is on the Snapfire, though. So,
the thing is, John, I apologize for interrupting here, but I guess with the Slark, you consider the Battle Trance, right? if Battle Trans pops off, it goes after someone that's tankier, like KYXY, Slark can just keep stealing stacks from Troll. As well as that, all these team fights, especially during the mid game, from what I can see, look to be very prolonged. Looks like they could go for a very long time. So I think the Slark, I was thinking about it, but it didn't seem like the greatest pick up against something like the Storm Spirit, who could just zip out a pounce anyway. So, I don't know. It could work well, right? Because if the fights go on for ages, he could just steal so much agility, and he could just become a powerhouse.
Definitely. The issue here is control. Slark does give you a bit of control. It doesn't do anything against Storm, though. That's the key takeaway. But if Ben-Hur doesn't get that good start anyway, then that's probably a non-factor in the first place. We'll see just how well Ben-Hur can play his mid lane matchup against this Alacrity's Razor. So we'll see whether or not he's going to get enough space for himself to really escalate up, or if reality were to just start running down. I'd argue Storm is just not going to be a factor if he doesn't find that early farm. And again, you look at Io's draft, it does feel a bit greedy, especially with that Invoker being played by Ohio. That is going to require a bit of investment from Io to make it work.
That's Pos 4 as well. I mean, Raging Potatoes on the offlane snap.
Yep.
It's interesting. I don't have much faith in a Pos 4 Invoker, I'll be honest. Maybe it's all the pub games that I've played recently, John. These support Invokers make me sick just thinking about it. But
I do recall a match we casted, I believe, where there was a support Invoker, and if I recall right, that did not end well. I think that ended in like 15 minutes. The last time we saw this pop out in our own cast, okay? So, based on what we've seen and had to talk about ourselves, it certainly hasn't worked. You do have potential for it, don't get me wrong. I understand the mindset behind the Pos 4 Invoker. In this case, with a Snapfire tree, a tree and 5, that is super greedy. These tree heroes alone need a lot of EXP. And certainly a lot of farm, especially that Invoker.
Not to mention, by the way, and I'm not doubting Ohio can play it, but of all the times we've casted Ohio, we have never seen an Invoker from... There hasn't been one time.
No.
I don't know what to expect.
He plays a beastly offlane. Like, his offlane's just great. It's just, in this case, yeah, it's gonna be something to watch out for sure. But RR, I mean, their lineup is much more traditional in the sense that you can kind of figure out what to expect. In fact, it looks like they might be considering throwing Drew down bot once more.
I don't blame them, because if they run a tri-lane up against this safe lane of RR, it could be disastrous for the Slark, right? Like, there's no way he sustains.
Yeah,
if it's a tri-lane.
It's gonna be rough for Slark in that case. He does walk up top in the end.
Okay.
So Drew is gonna be up there, but looks like they are maintaining the presence of these tree heroes up top first.
Fair enough. I mean, you're gonna see Mushi. He's gonna start dishing out harassment to Drew. Of course, Drew will just start hitting him back, but this is not Drew favored as Ohio moves in and has Cold Snap available if he wishes to throw it. I've got to say, I do like the fact that Ohio does go for the Blightstone as well, so that added minus armor with the Treant and the Cold Snap. It's just so much damage that he could pump out on this Slark. I'm very, very curious to see how Drew farms this lane. It just seems impossible. Here we go. The Cold Snap comes in, they slow him up, he doesn't have Pounce, he doesn't have Dark Pact, and he will survive. He will be forced to salve up. That's at level 1.
I think that's fine. Like, you're perfectly fine with that. The Treant is TP'd out of your lane anyway. You really just had to survive that one combination, and now Drew's gonna be pretty happy overall. Like, I mean, you know, he had to waste a salve, but he's alive. He's not missing out on this first wave.
Ohio is still putting a lot of pressure on, and that Blightstone does pay some high dividends when you're this early on in the game. They're nuts. Spamming Shadow Poison, which is equally as, in fact, more hurtful, I'm sure. In fact, he has a Mango. He can go for one more. Misses the 5th one, though. If he could find it, he could probably just kill off Ohio by himself. And he will not land, and in fact, it wouldn't have been enough anyway. Would have been darn close.
It's a bit unfortunate, but this is really just how it goes when you're Shadow Demon, right? You waste your mana pool, regen back a bit, and just keep throwing out that damage to keep the enemies in check.
Oh, Hustler survives bot lane. They find Mushi, and now Miracle. He doesn't want to be in this position. It looks like he's gone.
Ooh. No. This is reminiscent of game 1. Didn't the exact same thing happen except Drew got the kills?
I think so. The difference is, though, I mean, going up against an Abaddon, even at level 2, that Aphotic Shield is very, very hard to get through. Hustler almost baiting them in the tree line like that, and they just take him out.
Oh, it's going to be rough for Io if this aggression is not going to be matched up. We saw what happened last time. At least this time, Miracle is finding farm. He's actually finding farm, and they might even find this counter kill in Hustler, although the shield comes out and can't do anything.
Yeah, meanwhile, top lane, Nuts was getting rather low. Mid lane, Alacrity and Ben-Hur going at it as well. So everyone's having a bit of a fight with themselves. Not generally advised to try and fight a Razor 1v1. It usually ends up pretty badly. Though bot lane, in fact top lane, Drew, he does get taken down. So Ohio does manage to find the first kill on the Slark with that Invoker. So it was a Cold Snap and Tornado that secured the kill. It's a nice little turnaround there for Io. Even though you lose the troll down bot, you at least find this Slark up top.
Yeah, it's a little trade for them, at the very least. I think you're going to be a bit happier about that as Io. The Slark tends to not farm up as fast as a troll. So slowing down the Slark early game is going to cause a few issues for RR. Whereas Miracle just needs to farm up, and he does a pretty darn good job. With a hero like this, you're farming much better than you would be than, say, a Lifestealer.
Well, Ben-Hur ends up going down in the mid lane. Alacrity finds him, and now Mushi falling very low, though KYXY falling even lower. He'll stick charge up and he'll survive. 1-3 now for RR, about 4 minutes into this game. Very, very close calls for this Dire side, but Io just not managing to find those kill secures at all. The top lane, Nuts. They may find Nuts. Ohio is getting low and he has a lot of stacks on him right now. He'll Tornado. He will not cop the fifth one again. Nuts misses that fifth one, but finally gets it and gets the kill. Now Raging. He does get the kill eventually, but Drew should be able to get some permanent agility off this, and he will secure it for himself.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. At the very least, they did get that consolation prize on the Shadow Demon, but I'm sure he doesn't mind too much. Drew did find himself a nice little pick-off on that offlaner now. So the Slark having a pretty decent time up top. His farm is about tied up to that troll, but with these kills, he's going to be much happier off.
Drew? I find Ohio does commit the pounce. He could just steal some stacks. In fact, he might just go for this, but no, the ghost form is there. Sentry was dropped, but it was all too late at that point. One of the scary things, though. Luckily for RR, at the very least, Drew didn't go for the level 2 essence shift, so he doesn't hold those stacks as long. Feels like in this kind of lane, it may be worthwhile trying to pick that secondary level up in the essence shift early on, considering there's so much fighting going on.
Yeah, it's fair enough. I think the added damage from Dark Pact this time around is a bit more pivotal. They just need to drop these heroes low, and Nuts can clean up as needed. So Drew should be fine. I don't think Drew wants to be up close to trade hits with the Essence Shift too much against two ranged heroes anyway. So the Dark Pact does allow him to find that burst damage as needed.
KYXY. An annoying Mushi here who was trying to go for a bit of a pull, but unfortunately for him, it will be ruined. Well, same thing happens at the top lane. Radiant pull going on, Drew will disrupt, and he will go ahead and take the creep wave away. And they're just playing this perfectly, RR. They're really not allowing the side of Io to run over them in these lanes. Securing basically every lane. Even the mid lane, Alacrity is won by a mile, which is, you know, fair considering it's a Razor versus Storm Spirit. There's no way the Storm wins. But even the bot lane and the top lane, it's just all going the side of RR.
definitely is. It's a bit rough for IO. They will start to pick up the pace once they have some levels up, especially on their Treant. Once that 6 is up on the Treant and the Snapfire, you can expect a little bit more aggressive plays coming out as it is right now, though. Ben-Hur early rotation on bot.
Yeah, KYXY does get the Aphotic Shield off. It's still a hard killer now. Alacrity's here, and that's a lot harder to go into now. Mushi goes down. KYXY, they're still trying to go for this kill, though. Miracle gonna end up dropping, and Ben-Hur, he doesn't have much mana, but he will be able to zip away just barely. Ohio will walk his way out. It's another 2 kills going to the way of RR, and more importantly, they found the position 1 of IO once again.
It's been a rough game for Miracle. Like, the lane matchup's been rough. RR has been putting most of their focus down in this bot lane for the rotations. They have left Drew up top, which allows Raging Potato to get some free farm. But it's not like our Slark is lagging behind too bad. It's certainly a better time than Troll, still.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Invisibility.
Alacrity going after Ben-Hur. Ben-Hur does have an invisibility rune, so he will be perfectly fine. Still, everything going swimmingly. Dire's side is... The one argument you could make is Drew's having a really rough time, and he certainly is. Like, Raging Potato has done a fantastic job of shutting him down, but look at Drew. Even considering the lane, he's going to move forward. He wants to go after Raging. Doesn't have any help around, though. But now, maybe with that broom handle coming out of the Razor, if he does manage to pick that up, things could get a little bit harder for Raging. Drew going to come in, cops a Scatter Blast. Here comes Nuts, and this looks like Raging is probably just going to die, as Drew does have Pounce available, does have Shadow Dance as well. He does try to throw a cookie, but Drew... Oh, no!
Oh, man.
And now Ben-Hur comes in to clean up.
Oh, that's disgusting. Oh. Just point blank. No respect for the Snapfire burst.
It's a lot of damage point blank, 50% extra. I thought they were going to be able to take him out faster than that, but apparently not. And so now, I said all lanes were won by RR. I retract that statement. Top lane has been won by IO.
I don't think it's been completely won, though. Like, Raging Potato, he's having a better time, for sure. You haven't really shut down the Slark as much as the Troll's been shut down. Sure, you got that 1 kill, but, you know, Drew still had 2 assists under his belt and some AoE from that.
Raging tried to secure the outpost and deny the XP away from RR, but it cost him his life. He was top of the net worth board at that point as well, so it was a fair bit of golden XP going to Alacrity. Meanwhile, Hustler ends up fighting Mushi but gives his own life away, but now look at Drew going after Ben-Hur. Stick charges are up as well, but Ben-Hur, they'll both just walk away. Neither one really wanted to risk losing their lives here. Drew didn't have Shadow Dance up for another 5 seconds at the time. They may turn now though, as Alacrity does move his way down, but unfortunately for him, the Storm Spirit does have plenty of mana.
Yeah, it's going to be rough to commit to the Storm as he is right now. Ben-Hur, he's had a pretty decent time. Like,
Look at KYXY.
2 kills. Oh.
Top lane, just chasing Miracle. Miracle's in a very similar position as last game as well.
Oh, yeah. In terms of farm, at the very least, this time they have slowed the Slark down as well to a considerable amount. It's just still not as slow as the Troll. Miracle's gonna have a rough time going into even a Battle Fury. I don't even know if you want to go that route. The build-up is just so slow.
See if he changes his mind. He bought something. It's just treads, so...
Yeah.
Yeah. What other item options do you go for? Like, I guess you could pick up a quick Yasha in mid lane. It's a big kill on the Rubik. Hustler will go down. KYXY will try and force something, but gets nothing out of it. So Hustler his life away. Now, that's a big kill to give. The Razor, Alacrity in trouble. Disruption will be there. Mushi just holding him in place with the Snapfire ultimate. Isn't enough? No, a Phonic Shield comes in as well. Ben-Hur still trying to secure the kill. Alacrity, he does go down. KYXY could not save the day with Nuts, and they're losing quite a lot here on the side of RR. Looks like they're going to lose KYXY to boot. And IO, I mean, we doubted this draft, but they're starting to come up online. I'm surprised RR are losing these team fights.
It's a weird response from RR. They streamed in one by one. They knew the level 6s were up. They knew that combination would fly out. Once you have that root up, very easy to just lay those Mortimer kissers on. Like, the kisses just fly out. You can't dodge those kisses. They're just there, and it melts all the heroes in RR right now, even that Razor. And Razor's usually naturally tanky, although you can't play with it. You just can't play around like that. So it's a good set of kills from IO. Does give him a lot more to play with. Gives them a slight net worth lead now. Reality Rift, they've got to reconsider what to do now as we approach the 15-minute mark in the mid-game.
Nuts is going to say hello over to Ben-Hur on the Storm Spirit, but Ben-Hur will not be intimidated. How's Drew going? Slark. It's like he's just picked up an Alacrity Blade, but top lane, KYXY, borrowed time. Gonna be popped again. Also got the Overgrowth back up on the tree, and so they may feel very, very confident to go for this kill attempt, as KYXY really needs to be careful without borrowed time, but they're moving everyone else in. Alacrity, he'll go on to Raging Potato. They almost find the kill, and they do in the end. Overgrowth is there, but now the Tornado coming out from Hustler. EMP gonna try and slow them down, but they will not be slowed, as Mushi does find a double, and it looks like Ohio is the one that's gonna be able to walk out of there. But on the bright side, even though they lose 2 heroes, John, they are still farming on Ben-Hur, they're still farming on the Troll. I suppose it's not the worst for IO.
It's definitely not. At the very least, you're still getting something on the map, although you do see RR kind of positioning around that bot lane. They did give up the Overgrowth to Hustler, so he's probably going to have that in the next fight as long as he doesn't die. And he can start off the fight with that Overgrowth now, which is going to be really potent for at least one use. And really scary, in all honesty. Hustler is actually rushing his own Blink Dagger now, which will allow him to get a lot more done for his team as well.
Meanwhile, Drew is getting closer and closer to that Diffusal Blade. Once that Diffusal's up, you could make the argument he'd still need perhaps the Ags to really make it effective, but that Diffusal can do work on its own. Top lane, KYXY again going to be the target. Does lose a lot of mana through the EMP of Ohio, but won't lead to anything. He still has borrowed time available, and he's got 2 supports behind him waiting to go. They'll have Overgrowth available on Hustler in 10 seconds, though Ben-Hur jumps in once again. Fadebolt will be there with the lift from Hustler. This tier 1 is not going down anytime soon. They do force out the rotation, though, from Alacrity on the Razor. That's all they're going to get for their trouble.
They are wasting a fair bit of time by going for these rotations, even if it saves your tier 1. They're not finding too much farm on the Razor as yet. Then again, he is number 1 net worth still. They still are building up throughout all these movements, but...
KYXY, again, jumping the hardest target here. He has borrowed time. They'll pop it. EMP does go as well, so he's out of mana. They won't have that protection, though. They'll go onto the tree instead. Mushi, he will pop the Overgrowth, but he's already dead. Now Ben-Hur, he gets Overgrowth up by Hustler. Do they have the damage output, though? Not while that ultimate's going on. Those kisses do a lot of damage, but Hustler, he'll still a Static Remnant. They just want to get out of there now as they've lost their main source of damage. Nuts, going to be the main target, though. No, Ben-Hur switches around to Hustler, but they still haven't killed anyone off. Raging, he will try to go after the Rubik, but it is protected by a shield, and Drew, he'll come in and start trying to clean up. He doesn't have Diffusal Blade yet, but at least he will get some permanent agility hitting Raging Potato.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for IO at the very least. They didn't lose too much. That was just their Snapfire, which, you know, it's a core, but farm is not too pivotal on that hero at the very least. They're not giving too much away to RR still. I mean, it's 10-14 now. It's only a 1k advantage for RR, and the farm is pretty spread out. It's fairly even between both sides. I think the one outlier is the Abaddon, right behind every single core on Io. Beyond that, Io is actually matching
her.
up quite well.
Snared up. Pounces there as well. He can't actually zip out of that. And he barely survives thanks to the Essence Ring. Whew. A very, very close call, but nice usage of the clumsy net coming out from Alacrity. One of those little things you've got to be worried about as a Storm Spirit. You get locked down like that and suddenly a Slark's on top of you. Raging. Up a fair bit of damage from Alacrity, but they're just going to go back towards that tier 1 tower. Ushi, considering the overgrowth, but will not throw it out quite yet. While all this has been happening, John, Miracle, he's been staying away from everybody, just farming up. He did opt to go for the Battle Fury build, and he is getting relatively close now. He has the Perseverance, close to the Demon Edge, and once that item's up, he can farm very, very quickly.
Considering the pace of the game, I can't blame him for going for this item. RR has not been playing a very fast-paced game as well. They have been happy enough to just farm up and try to build up in Drew. And that just means Miracle doesn't need to care too much about his own timings. He doesn't need to fight early on. He doesn't need the SMY or the Diffusal. He can go greedy with a Battle Fury and he's not being punished. No one is checking up in the jungle to take out this Troll Warlord anymore. They've just left him alone.
RR. Gonna get jumped on KYXY. Gonna be in trouble. Borrowed time again being popped. This time around though they may find the kill. Overgrowth will come out. KYXY will have Phonic shield up. There's the Mortimer's Kisses flying in though. Disruption will save for now. But he's almost certainly dead on the Abaddon, or surely. He is running away though. Meanwhile, Hustler still zip, and now they get the clumsy net off again onto Ben-Hur. He's out of mana here. He can't really zip out very far. And Ben-Hur, he's just dead. They don't even find KYXY. The Scatter Blast. It doesn't even land. Raging Potato trying to run his way out of there, and Hustler gonna be there with the lift. They're gonna give more and more away. Chaos Meteor to fall, but it does no damage as it doesn't hit anyone. And Hustler with that zip moving forward, but he's out of mana. And now the buyback, Ben-Hur. He really wants to punish here. Disruption will be there once again onto Hustler this time around. He's still surviving, and now Mushi falling very low. They'll find another. No, the dieback. The storm's gone.
What?
And Drew finds a double.
Oh man, KYXY.
John, it's just
on
this,
the Abaddon.
It's this Abaddon pick, John. He just sustains so well.
It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous how many heroes he saved in that last. He saved himself. He saved Hustler, which enabled them to bait in the Storm's buyback and secure that kill, going from a 1k net worth advantage to 5k over the course of that one fight. And suddenly, you know, IO, we could still talk about Miracle. He's just free farming down bot, but is that going to be enough if RR keeps this pace up?
I don't know. They find Raging. They won't lock him down.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They've just got to have faith in their position 1, it seems.
Oh boy, Drew.
Yeah, well, they get Mushi on the tree. That's going to be some more Agi. Overgrowth. Thought about it. Raging. You need to get the hell out of there, so Drew is probably not going to back. In fact, he does, but he has 12 stacks available. Io cannot try to force a team fight around this tier 1 right now because Drew is hitting way too hard with that stolen agility. They will allow it to go down. He's going for more though, look at this. He still has those agility stacks. He could find Raging. In fact, they get the lift off. They have the pounce. A nice tornado is there, but they found the kill. And now with that pounce, go after Ohio instead. They don't have detection. So he will be able to survive that. But now you're talking 15 stacks. So that tier 2 may not be very safe.
No, it's definitely not. He just hits like a truck right now, and they can try to defend. Miracle actually shows up for this one.
He just got his Battle Fury, John. I'm not sure if that was the play, and now Ohio's dead.
Why?
I see that. I mean, it's just you don't want to allow these objectives to go down this quick, but they might lose a tier 3 here. The siege creep is, well, it was alive. But
I get that you want that defense, but you're a troll with nothing but the Battle Fury. You know, there is nothing you can contribute in these fights.
And the
You
all
have
chat.
nothing to do here.
The all chat coming out as well now from RR. They're really giving it to the side of IO.
Ah,
Drew's not even bothering with the Ags. He's going straight for Eye of Skadi, so he's basically going to try and force himself to that late game carry kind of build for Slark. Could always go for the Aghanim's later anyway.
yeah, I don't blame him. He hits like a truck. He just wants to be a bit tankier so he doesn't get burst down. And that's going to be enough. He doesn't need that added mobility. He's been catching people out anyway.
Ben-Hur, smoke up with the rest of his team.
Oh, this is going to be big.
He had so much gold for the Bloodstone before, but that dieback forced him to switch over to a BKB instead. That's not the position you want to be in as a Storm Spirit.
That scan just ruined that smoke. They could have gotten Drew, but he pulled out. Right, because they got caught at the bottom of the ramp.
And now a counter smoke, John. KOXY baiting in. IO, they've taken this bait so many times, they don't even need to take the bait. Alacrity, he just finds Mushi. And Mushi, no way out of this. It has no answer as the Treant. In fact, have they found more? They found the Snapfire raging. He does get defusals up, and he is almost guaranteed to die here. Nice Cyclone from Ohio, but... or rather Tornado, but it just does not matter.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Well, they might even find more. Ben-Hur trying to split push the top lane and force them back. KYXY will go ahead and get the job done, though. He's not bothered by it. They'll go for Roshan instead.
It's fair enough. They need a way to force out these objectives a bit more. The issue is they have a lot of damage, they can sustain, but it's still a bit risky. The respawns are still fairly low. They do scout out that Rosh.
Fun fact, John, this is just about how my Valentine's Day will look. Of course, the Roshan just swiping away. Very reminiscent of my wife.
She'd
tell her I
kill you
said
if she heard you.
Yeah, don't tell
I'll
her
tell
I
her.
said that.
No, I'll tell her. I'll make sure. I'll send a card next year. Just like that. Roshan gone. They are coming in for the contest. They are smoked up.
They may make it in time, though. No.
No. Just a bit too late.
If it was
I mean,
about
they
2
saw
seconds.
that. They had a Sunstrike.
What can you do, though? Like, when you're this far behind, you're 9k behind at 24 minutes in, you don't feel very confident to make the play. Oh, we'll have a quick look at Dota Plus, and Dota Plus is saying 89% the way of RR. Is, I suppose, fairly fair.
Yeah, it feels fair enough. Slark, Drew has a Scotty up as well.
Hustler gets the Scatter Blast off. The slow is there on Miracle, but he will be able to get out.
And you just take a look at these two pos ones. So far, Miracle rushing that BKB has nothing else. Treads, Battle Fury, 2 rate bands, stick.
Radiant's bottom
Drew.
tower is under attack.
I mean, it's Treads, Diffusal Blade, Scotty. Like, you just can't fight the Slark right now. I think Miracle needs to stay away from these fights. He needs to find farm, he needs to split push like this. Don't go in for that base defense. Try to take that tier 2 if possible. If a fight does break out.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
He just can't show up. The last time he did, he got blown up for no reason.
I can't disagree with you. Especially considering Drew has an Eye of Skadi up, so matters are even worse. Alacrity does cop a cookie. Doesn't mind, as now we have the Curse of Avernus once again. They won't get the whole proc off. They do at least burn some mana from this Slark, but this tier 3 is not going to last long once he gets that curse, though. Nice disarm from Ohio. Really using his spells very effectively to hold them back. Now the zip in. They'll go after the Abaddon. He's run out of mana, but he does have borrowed time, so I don't think he's too concerned. Plus he has 21 charges right now. Nuts will disrupt, ensuring that ultimate does not get popped, and well, Drew trying to force them back himself. Rax is to be taken as well. Mushi will be alright. He did get spotted by that plasma field, but he'll walk out in time, as Drew is just freely going to take this melee barracks. I just don't see how they jump in here. In fact, they found Mushi, so Overgrowth's gone. He has buyback. He needs to buy back now if he wants to. KOXY though, they jump on him, but he doesn't die. He's in a baton. They know he's the problem, but they can't kill him either. Drew, gonna jump in, Miracle, gonna be the target. He has Battle Trance if necessary. He pops the BKB. He may need to pop it, and he does, straight onto Alacrity. But the cookie is there from Hustler this time around, saving his Razor. And now Drew will jump in straight after the buyback on Mushi. Try to get that dieback going, and Drew, can he find it? He definitely can. This could be GG as Miracle is getting jumped on. The Troll's gone without buyback. They found the Storm once again without buyback. And this could be it. And yeah, they just call GG. I don't blame him. It just feels like they're way too far ahead.
Yeah, for sure. RR, they just understood what they had to do. Both games, they run drafts that they're comfy with. They give Hustlers Rubik, which is always a pleasure to watch. I'm not sure why that's not an insta-ban against RR at this point. But IO, there were signs of life there in game number 2. It's just, it wasn't enough. They tried something different with that pause for Invoker. Unfortunately, not enough done there to really give them that edge, and RR will move on to the upper bracket finals. For our qualifiers, IO still have one more chance. They just have to beat TNC.
They certainly do. Because every team basically has a secondary chance here, so IO up against TNC is it the next matchup? I've just got to check the timing here.
Yes, it should be. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well, unfortunately for us, John, that's it for us today. Luckily for the stream and for any Cyclops fans out there, Cyclops will be taking over to cast TNC versus IO in any game after that. Of course, John, you and I are going to be busy with another tournament qualifier. Of course, the Chinese qualifiers for ESL tomorrow, so we will not be returning here. But it's always a pleasure, John. The games were fantastic today. Any last words before we leave the stream over to the capable hands of Cyclops?
Well, hopefully everyone's had fun. It was a pleasant day of Dota 2 for Southeast Asia. And
when you feel it's hopeless, when you think that you lost, oh, I will take your hand and we'll rise up from the dust. Oh, here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life, we're still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and clear my throat. Why we are on this track. Oh, we all have our burdens, yeah, but we just keep on fighting and we never look back. Here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life, we're still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up.